Hello and welcome to round 8 of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. And once again, the event is entertaining us with its twists and turns. Yesterday, Indian Grandmaster Vidit grabbed the sole lead in the open section, whereas in the women's section, there is a three-way deadlock for first place. Well, as the tensions mount and the stakes get higher, expect the unexpected as the drama unfolds. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and as always, it's a great pleasure to be here alongside you and all your thoughts. Grandmaster David Howell.
Thank you, Jovanka. I can't believe it's already been 7 rounds. This is day 8. Time has really flown by. Yesterday was fantastic. A lot of drama, a lot of bloodshed on the board. It feels like the players have come back really refreshed after the rest day, and I'm expecting more of the same today. I
am expecting more of the same. And it was an interesting day. Some games were short, some games were very long. It was very tense all round. And let's take a look at yesterday's results. And there you can see in the open section, here are the top 10 boards. And blimey, it was a decisive day, wasn't it, David?
It was a really decisive day. We started with 8 leaders. By the end of the day, that had dwindled down to just 1. It was Vidit on board 3, winning with black against Sindarov, who stormed out to the lead. Today he'll have a tough pairing, but we'll get to that. Vidit taking the win between boards 6 and 10, Jovanka. All white wins.
I know. And it was very spectacular games all round as well. A lot of classy chess. And let's take a look at the standings. And there you can see, as David mentioned, Vidit is at the top of the table with 5.5 points. But check this out, waiting to grab that lead from him. There are 11 players.
11 players poised, and Vidit today will not have an easy task at all holding on to that lead. Of course, the nerves will be jangling. He's so close now to that coveted prize of a candidate spot. And yeah, let's check out those pairings today to see what awaits Vidit. It is no other than Hikaru Nakamura. It doesn't get much tougher than that.
Yeah, Hikaru Nakamura is there with the black pieces ready to bite. And then we also have on second board Fabiano Caruana facing off against French legend Etienne Bacrot. And on board 3, we have a clash of the younger generations. Andrei Esipenko facing off against Vincent Keimer. And that is just the top 3. There are so many other games that are just so juicy.
Yeah, we'll keep you up to date with all of these. I'm also looking forward to the board 9 clash between Levon Aronian and Hans Niemann, an all-American battle there. And let's move over to the women's section where we can update you with the goings-on from yesterday. Again, another decisive round, Jovanka.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, round 7 began with Anna Muzychuk in the sole lead. But by the end of the day, she was joined by 2 other players, Vaishali and Antonetta Stefanova, who both won their games with the black pieces. And still, there are players willing and chasing. We have Sophie Millier beating Marcel Efremsky. And of course, don't underestimate Alexandra Goreshkina, the highest rated player in the field.
Yeah, and that means we can check out the standings. 3 atop the standings. It is Vaishali, Muzychuk and Stefanova. And chased now by Sophie Millier, as you mentioned, and Alexandra Goryachkina. Yep. And yeah, a big chasing pack behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's take a look at today's pairings. And my God, are they good? Anna Muzychuk faces off against old rival, former Women's World Champion Antonetta Stefanova, whereas Vaishali will face the might of Sophie Millier. And Tan Zhongyi, former Women's World Champion, plays Alexandra Goryachkina.
Yeah, and interestingly, it's Sophie Millier's birthday today. It's her 40th birthday. And we do know there is a birthday curse. So it will be difficult for Sophie Millier today. But yeah, we'll keep you up to date with all of these games as well.
Definitely. And there we can see the playing venue. And incidentally, I didn't know it was Sophie's birthday, but there's another player who is celebrating their birthday in this event. Eduarda Iturriazaga.
Okay. November babies, they're the best at chess. I know, I'm telling you.
No, June. Yeah, that's true though. November's good.
November's decent. I think Ding is November as well, the current world champion. Magnus was.
You are.
Among others. But yeah, of course, we'll keep you up to date with those 2 birthday players. as we do still have 10 minutes before the first round, but players already entering the tournament hall.
Yes, and the players are obliged to actually be on time, because if they're not, they do face a penalty of $500. But also, you do want to get seated at the board, especially in these high stakes rounds when the nerves are jangling, and it's good just to kind of get there, calm yourself down. Yesterday we saw Vidit meditating at, what we suspect was meditating at the board.
Yeah, he is famous for his meditation. He often promotes that on his social media, Vidit, and it's clearly working for him. I love our press officer John Saunders and his reports, and he mentioned that losing round one in any tournament is often called the Swiss Gambit. Here it's the Grand Swiss Gambit, and Vidit, after losing round one, just unstoppable almost. And with white against Nakamura, it's not going to be easy, but having the white pieces, I think he'll be full of confidence.
Yes, and it's interesting that you said that about the Grand Swiss Gambit, because I think Kuzhubov also was victim of the Grand Swiss Gambit as well. He lost his first game to Matsudlu, and then has been on fire with 5 points out of the remaining 6.
Yeah, traditionally, at least historically in the Grand Swiss, you have to go on a bit of a winning streak at some point in order to land up in those top spots. And it feels like those two players, they've strung a set of wins together. The problem is there's still a long way to go. They have to hold on to their scores. They have to protect their scores and keep going, which is the hardest thing in chess. And maybe, Jovanka, in the meantime, we can check out what the players are fighting for.
Yes, let's do that. This is an 11-round competition. It is the Grand Swiss. First place will net $80,000 and a spot at the candidates. Second place nets $60,000 and also a runner-up spot at the 2024 candidates as well. And, get this, there's prizes even for those finishing in 46th place.
Not bad. Pretty generous. And those top few spots, of course, life-changing for anyone, but especially for the younger players. It will really set them up for the next few years. And, of course, candidate spots, the most coveted of them all. And in the women's section, Jovanka.
Yes, and in the women's section, first place will net that golden ticket to the 2024 women's candidates in Toronto, as well as $25,000. Second place also gets a coveted golden ticket and $17,500. And there you have prizes until 23. And there are only 50 women competing in this competition.
Yeah, so decent chances at the top spots for these women. And this is the field that players will be joining. In the open section, they are fighting for spots alongside Jan Nepomniachtchi, maybe Magnus Carlsen, if he accepts his invitation. Pragnananda and Caruana, who are here in the Isle of Man, they have already qualified as well.
Yes, they are here to play the role of spoiler and steal all the money and the glory. But we will see what happens. Pragnananda yesterday finally winning a game after drawing all his first 6 games. And when it comes to the women's candidates, here are the players who have qualified, and we see that Goryashkina and Anna Muzychuk, they are topping the table, but they've also already netted a spot in Toronto.
That's good news for the rest of the field here. That narrows things down. They will be cheering actually for Anna Muzychuk and for Alexandra Goryachkina in order to open up more spots here at the Grand Swiss. But either way, it's a stacked field, and those final question marks, 2 of them here will be decided at the Grand Swiss. The rating prize as well, the rating spot for the candidates up for grabs. The players jockeying for position there. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, we even heard when it comes to the rating that players such as Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura are paying special attention to their ratings here. They don't want to take massive risks. They want to be there, at least by rating.
Exactly. And okay, we are getting ever closer. 5 minutes left now. I see at the bottom of the picture, kind of walking in his black suit, pacing now to the right, his Raunak Sadhwani, who today takes on Shreyas Royal, England's youngster, who's on the brink of a Grandmaster norm. He's performing around 2,600. He's beaten 2 Grandmasters. Shreyas just at 14 years old. Impressive stuff. And good news for local fans. There we go. Raunak wandering back onto our picture from the right to left now. Looking towards the top board, still yet to see Nakamura, yet to see Caruana. There was Li Wu briefly, Isle of Man's own.
And there we see Andrei Esipenko there on board 3. He will face off against Vincent Keimer. Vincent Keimer has been in pretty impressive shape. You know, yesterday he won a great game against Anton Korobov. Very instructive.
Yeah, this whole year, Vincent Keimer's been doing great, but he is 2 years younger than Andrei Esipenko, and Esipenko is superior in their head-to-head here. 2 wins, only 1 draw, and 0 losses against Vincent.
Yes. And let's take a look at their path so far, and we can see both players are unbeaten. And this one is going to be very, very tense, but Vincent Keimer coming off a victory from yesterday.
Yeah, 2 very different paths here to the top. Esipenko started hot, 3.5 out of 4, and then has drawn his last 3 games. Not bad, though, against the likes of Caruana Nakamura and Erigaisi. Meanwhile, Vincent started with a few draws, picked up a couple of wins, and yesterday joining that chasing pack.
And here we see the action on top board. Hikaru Nakamura shaking Vidit's hand, and Vidit filling out the score sheet.
He's so calm. He's never flustered, Vidit. Maybe we can check out the head-to-head between these two as well.
Yep, let's do that. And, well, 1 draw.
1 draw in classical chess.
But they did actually play in blitz chess.
Yeah, they famously played in blitz and rapid chess in the past. Vidit even making an illegal move against Nakamura over the board once in one of their blitz games. Famous clip which turned into a meme. I highly recommend it for any chess fans out there.
Yep, and there we can see their paths to the top. And as we mentioned, Vidit did lose his first game in a 1-move blunder against Erwin Lamy, but from then on he has just been sublime, just dropping 1/2 a point to Evgeny Naya, but everyone else he's just beaten.
The Grand Swiss Gambit, in effect. Lose your first game, get an easier run to the top. But the easiness stops here against Nakamura. And meanwhile, we see the top board on the women's section, and they've got a lot of history as well, Jovanka.
Yes, and they seem to also be firm friends by the fact that they're just having a chat before the game. Very nice to see.
Very nice to see, but it will not be nice for Stefanova to see Anna Muzychuk, because her head-to-head, well, it's pretty one-sided. 6 wins for Muzychuk, only 1 for Stefanova.
But she'll take hope from the fact that they've had 16 draws. That's a lot of games, though.
That's a lot of games. It's a pretty big sample size compared to some of the matchups we've seen throughout the tournament. 2 very experienced players, of course, and this is their route to the top.
Yes, and quite interestingly enough, Antonetta Stefanova, former women's world champion, yesterday she beat Maria Muzychuk with the black pieces. Now it's the turn of her sister, Anna.
Yeah, definitely one out for revenge now, Anna Muzychuk. It's not nice when your sister gets beaten, but when you play her opponent the next day, it's your chance to make amends. And meanwhile, on board 2, we see Vaishali against the birthday girl.
Yep, and Vaishali has been in ferocious form. I mean, she's played some stupendous games. Recently, she got her 3rd and final Grandmaster norm, and now it's just about collecting those rating points so that she can pass 2,500.
Yeah, I heard she's around 16 points away, so she's closing in, Vaishali, on that Grandmaster title. And her brother, Prag, we will come to him as well in the open section, rising through the ranks finally. Meanwhile, we're getting closer. Less than 1 minute now. Vidit against Nakamura. In the background, you see Caruana still waiting for his opponent, Etienne Bacrot, to arrive. And everyone seems to be looking over Nakamura's shoulder here to the right of our camera. I think that might be the arbiter just saying a few words.
Yeah, probably reminding the players that tomorrow's round actually starts earlier. So tomorrow the Open will begin, and there we can see the schedule, will begin at 11:30 in the morning. So that's 12:30 Central European time. And for the women, it's a later start because they have a shorter time control. It starts at 1 p.m.
So 3 hours earlier than usual, the games will begin. We'll take a bit of adjustment. A lot of these players don't like the morning rounds, of course, but needs must. You need to perform at any time of day if you're a top chess player nowadays.
And for anyone wondering why the players are starting earlier, well, it's because, well, there will be a firework display in Douglas, and the hands have been shaken. Let's go.
Let the games begin.
Yep, I love that saying.
And meanwhile, Vidit, he hasn't realized he's meditating again. Which pawn do you think he's going to push, Jovanka?
A d4.
d4.
d4 or c4.
Yeah, I agree. Vidit, once he re-emerges from his trance, he will play some move. Nakamura's looking at him being like, are you sure you're awake, mate?
Yeah. Do you know in the olden times, I hasten to say, I'm hesitant to say olden times, but there's stories like of Bronstein taking 20 minutes to make his first move, and he did this in Olympiads and things, and his teammates were just looking at him going, what on earth are you doing?
Wow.
And we finally have a move, and it is not the queen's pawn, but it is the king's pawn. So first potential surprise of the day.
Yeah, Vidit, maybe more known for his d4 openings. His kind of repertoire is vast, of course. It's quite comprehensive. And he goes for e4, which he has been dabbling in of late. And my favorite, my childhood favorite, the c3, the Alpine Sicilian.
And isn't it kind of the case that when it comes to the c3 Sicilian, it's been used as a way to get a comfortable draw? Or
minimum,
yeah.
I think you're right. It's definitely used to take the sting out of black's play, to take the risk out. Open Sicilians are very double-edged. We've seen that throughout this tournament, actually. Open Sicilians coming back into trend after disappearing off the kind of elite scene for a while, but those are very double-edged. We've seen some chaotic battles. I think Vidit, wisely, and now he knows he's the leader, he's choosing what is renowned as a solid line. It's very hard for black to kind of get a full-blooded fight here. The most forcing lines for black tend to be fine. They tend to be equal, but with minimal winning chances.
Yeah.
And Nakamura has been facing this a lot of late. He has tried various lines against the c3 Sicilian, as far as I'm aware. So maybe Vidit, he's prepared for all of those, and he's trying to push Nakamura into territory that he wouldn't really feel comfortable in if he wants to win.
And we did see Hikaru. It wasn't quite exactly in this position, but earlier on the tournament against Yasipenko, he was playing some g6 systems. But now, well, he's gone into the immediate combat mode and challenged in the center. So big question. Can take the pawn, going to advance the pawn, transpose into advanced French, but somehow I suspect he's going to be taking the pawn, and yes.
He takes the pawn, and now black has two main moves. Queen takes pawn is by far the most popular. Queen takes d5, but knight to f6 is a fashionable gambit line. Some risk involved there. White can keep the pawn, so okay, it is recaptured. And like you said, a few rounds ago, he played for setups with g6, so he maybe has prepared there. Actually, in this tournament, we saw some big clashes with a pawn on g6. We've seen several games, including in the women's section, where Anna Muzichuk beat Asalbaeva earlier in the event. So g6 seems to be the trendy line. Various setups for black, though. You can, of course, just bring a knight out. You can bring either knight out and then try to bring your bishop out to f5 or g4 later, or you can close the bishop in with a move like pawn to e6. Those tend to be the main options. Nakamura pondering. I've actually played against Vidit in the c3 Sicilian in the Isle of Man a few years ago. I was white, and he knew everything. He forced a draw. So he knows a lot of theory within this opening.
Yes. And that was my impression of Vidit ever since I've sort of seen him play, you know, that he knows a lot of theory. And he puts in the hard work. And, okay, well, Hikaru thinking after d2, d4, shall we continue our walk around the park and check out Fabiano's game against Etienne Bacro?
Let's do that. Caruana is away from the board, and talking of Sicilians, talking of open Sicilians, we see one here. It's the Taimanov variation. Let's go very quickly from the start. White very quickly plays d4, opening the center, and okay, not the four knights variation, which we've seen appear quite a lot of late. The Taimanov, which is putting the queen on c7, the knight on c6. Next move, pretty much guaranteed to play a6 to cover any knight jumps. And that does happen, bishop to e3. And now Caruana playing this quiet move, which he's done in various Sicilians, a3. It looks like a waste of tempi. It looks like a kind of, well, I wouldn't say useless move, but it looks like a move that doesn't really affect the center or improve white's development. But it does take away the idea of bishop to b4. And it is a bit of a waiting move, depending on how black sets up now. Black setting up with, pawn to b5. Takes the sting out of that one, because the pawn will not advance to b4. And maybe he's hoping that back row just puts a pawn on d6 and transposes into more classical Sicilians. But he goes for b5. Very standard stuff. Now white usually brings a queen out to f3 or puts a queen on d2, but can also just castle kingside, switch plans.
And also checking out the opening database, the main line is actually either the bishop e2, that line that you referenced, but actually to go knight takes knight as well.
Knight takes knight. Okay, that would be a bit of a question for back row. He would be obliged to decide how to recapture. Black can take back with the queen, black can take back with a pawn. But okay, he gets away from the board.
And FIDE comes
roaring back.
No, I mean, it was quite funny actually how both of them just like made their move, left the board, and then the other one comes in, and then they switch. And knight takes knight, played quickly.
Played quickly and confidently.
Yes, and the main response actually is to capture that knight with the queen.
Yeah, I think maybe 8, 9 times out of 10 you want to take back with a piece. You can only consider taking back with a pawn if you're certain that you'll establish a black pawn on e5 and develop pieces. It kind of changes the pawn structure to something almost symmetrical, but black is behind in development. So taking with the queen makes a lot of sense, and putting queen and bishop on this long diagonal. But yeah, it feels like the players, they know what's going on. Still mainline theory at the moment. Where Caruana tends to really excel. Yeah,
he really shines that theory. I mean, he was complaining about it himself and is saying it's become like a meme. Like he plays 30 moves and everyone's like, yeah, Fabi's got it worked out until move 50.
It's just reality. It's just how it is. I think all the top players have experienced that at some point.
But the funny thing is when I played Fabi, I got the impression that he didn't really prepare for me. Because I was just too weak.
I'm sure it wasn't that, Jovanka.
No, I'm pretty sure it was. I think he just thought, because I don't know, I made him think and I didn't feel like I should have.
Well, that's a win. First.
I lost though, so.
Well, it's a moral victory.
It was a moral victory.
Forcing Fabiano to think in the opening is not an easy task at all.
Yeah.
Back row though, also he's, strong grandmaster, but he's recently spent a lot of time as a second for various players, including Maxi Vachier-Lagrave, so of course opening expert in his own right. Bishop e2. The white bishop often lands on f3, just challenging this diagonal that we mentioned that black wants to control. Yeah.
And Etienne back row, I can remember him from when I was young. He became a grandmaster ridiculously early.
14.
14, yeah. Was he the youngest grandmaster at that time?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too. And he just playing fantastic chess, playing board 1 until on the French team until Maxime Vachier-Lagrave came. But somehow he's kind of disappeared a little bit, but obviously from yesterday's game against Yu Yangyi, he's an exceptionally strong grandmaster.
Yeah, he's always been in and around the 2700 mark. He's still very solid. I shared a taxi with him from the airport here in Isle of Man to the hotel, and he was saying he's just here for fun. He's just here to play some chess and enjoy it. And clearly it's paying off. I mean, he's on +3. He's won some really nice games. Yesterday, his game against but Yu Yangyi was very impressive. And I recommend playing through that one.
Yeah, but I was not playing. I was sat here, David, watching all the action.
I'll stop with that pun now.
No, it was great.
Yu Yangyi, back row. He's just on form and he's enjoying his chess.
Yeah.
Really experiencing a bit of a renaissance. Should we move on while he thinks?
Yep, let's go down to Andrei Esipenko against Vincent Keimer. The battle between the teenagers. Andrei's 19, right?
He's around that age.
To me, they're quite young, anyhow.
They're both whippersnappers.
Once I made the mistake of talking to someone that I've known since they were 10. Yeah. Okay, it wasn't a mistake talking to them, but I just assumed that they were still in school. So I was like, it was actually in the Isle of Man. I was like, the school let you take some time off. That's very generous of them. And he goes to me, I finished university like literally last year, and I was like, okay.
They grow up so quick.
Yeah.
And Esipenko and Vincent Keimer, they feel like they've been around for ages, but still young and still breaking through at the top level. Esipenko, he's played pretty much all of the top dogs in the field, all of the top seeds. So he'll want to get back on that winning run that he was on earlier in the tournament. And let's just recap very quickly from the start. We saw this game begin life as a Reti opening, white starting with knight f3, and now it transposes to, I'm not sure the exact name, a hybrid of the English opening and the Reti, with white putting a pawn on c4, and not transposing to the Catalan, which white could have done with putting a pawn on d4, but instead being flexible with bishop to g2. And this is a move order trick. It's hoping that black just continues to develop normally, and then we would see one of the main lines of the Catalan. Yep. But you've cut out all of black's options and pretty much forced black into this little box where d takes c4 is by far the main move. Instead, black is the one to occupy the center with d4. Vincent, he's very ambitious, and I'll note that Vincent, he's an expert on the white side of these types of openings. He plays these flank openings, retis, kind of day in, day out. So he'll know what's going on. And after knight c6, the main move is d3, as played in a World Championship match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen. But e3, a bit more provocative. It's kind of asking black to plant a pawn on this square and saying, okay, you can plug my development, you can block everything, but this pawn, there's no way home for it. Yep. It's a bit distanced from the rest of its army.
Yeah, it is a little bit distanced. So you've got to be careful with pawns like that. You have to, I learned a good, useful rule when it comes to whether you should advance a pawn that far up. Okay. And that's like, you have to consider the future, and you have to just calculate whether you can support that pawn. If you can't, like for instance, if you go d3 and you're unable to get e5 and e4, then don't go d3.
Yeah.
Because it's just going to be all alone, quiet and lonely.
That poor pawn on d3.
Soon will be removed. So
yeah, I'm expecting a move such as bishop to c5. I think this was the setup Vincent wants to enact. If, for example, white had played d3, then the really trendy move is bishop to c5. Yeah. Just to develop very naturally, quickly castle, quickly play e5. And we have a reversed Benoni, pretty much. Pawn structure normally arises when, with reversed colors. But, okay, e3, I'm wondering if there are any tricks. For example, bishop c5, capture, and can white play the move b4, attacking this bishop? Just trying to take advantage of the move orders. And
then you're going to go queen check, and after knight c6, then knight to e5.
Knight to e5, and I think I've seen this position before, actually. I spend too much time on chess. Here, black has various moves, including even rook to b8, indirectly defending this bishop. And for example, if we see captures, then white regains the pawn, but black defends the bishop, and black is fine after bishop to d7. So, okay, we do see a move from Vincent Keimer. It's not bishop c5, with that slightly odd variation being pretty much forced. Instead, e5, and Anish Giri, just like yesterday, he's back lurking in the background, checking out all of the openings in the tournament. e5 played, and a capture.
And, yep. Perhaps trying to get some inspiration. And talking about inspiration, well, after pawn takes pawn, I'm guessing black will have to recapture with the pawn, because otherwise the pawn will fall on e5. And now this position, when I play this type of position with colors reversed, it's just all about securing the e line and getting rid of a piece, a minor piece. Like usually a knight will come to e5.
Yeah. So, for example, a variation like this, and white would be very justified in throwing a knight into e5. If you don't rush with this, you might get a bit cramped with white due to black having a further advanced pawn in the center. Often, as far as I know, the theory revolves around bishop f4, putting a knight on e5. And yeah, it's roughly level, but definitely not the typical positions you achieve in the opening. So Esipenko definitely trying to launch the first surprise. He's forced Vincent to think as well, which is the first psychological gain in the opening. Yes,
and that is certainly a game. And let's move on down to board 4. Two players who are not really thinking. Arjun Erigaisi, very well prepared, against Yuri Kozubov. And, well, this position looks to be very thematic, like an exchange QGD, right?
Yeah, exchange variation of the Queen's Gambit declined. We'll quickly go from the start to show this, but it's a very, very well-known position. We see d4, d5, the Queen's Gambit, which is indeed declined. And a few moves down the line, as you mentioned, the exchange variation. White often just delays this. You can bring a bishop out, you can park a knight up on f3, but okay, taking is the main line. And this is a really historic opening. It's been around for literally hundreds of years. And white has two setups. You can put a knight on e2 in these positions to play a later f3 and e4 to try and build a big pawn center. Or, as played by Erigaisi in this game, you can plant a knight on f3, more active square, but now you're pretty much committed to playing with pieces rather than pawns.
Yeah, And well, white has to be a little bit careful in this type of positions that you don't just make the happy moves like queen c2 and castles, because then black can just free his position by playing knight to e4. So often you'll see the bishop actually come back to f4 in order to stop this knight jump.
How about it now, Jovanka?
Yeah, this is what I was thinking.
It's a pawn sacrifice. It's a well-known position. Magnus Carlsen himself has used this move, but it is a pawn sacrifice. This kind of creates tension along the diagonal with the bishops. If white ever takes, then black has just established a very strong knight on e4, very successful opening here. But white does have the option of taking and taking, whereupon black can give a check with the queen. And these positions, they're well known to be kind of active for black at the very least. This check has to well, it forces white to sidestep with the king. You cannot block, for example, with the queen. Oh wait, have I got confused? Because bishop b4 I was going to say, but now white has knight c3. I think I know what happens, but yeah, it's there's a lot of theory here. I'll let Kizubov decide. Black, of course, doesn't need to rush with knight e4. You can play knight to d7. You can play h6 first of all. Various setups. Yeah,
there are various setups, but it's going to be very interesting to see which one Kizubov chooses, and I wouldn't mind seeing if that pawn sacrifices appeared on the board. And okay, let's move down to board 5. Ooh, this one is cagey stuff. Lots of moves played, and already a break out in the center for black. Radoslav Wojciech barely spending any time on the clock.
Yeah, this is the dreaded Italian game, the Giuoco Piano, or in this case, the Giuoco Pianissimo, because it's so quiet, so dull. Maybe dull is harsh. This one, though, it's very recognizable. Let's go from the start. There have been a lot of moves on the board already. The player's playing very fast because it is well-known territory. This is the Italian, almost symmetrical here. And okay, nothing much happens until this moment that white decides to start expanding on the queen side. And as they always say, if your opponent plays on the flanks, strike back in the center, and black is ready to play bishop to e6 first of all, neutralize white's beautiful Italian bishop. And once the bishops disappear, white expands on the flank, therefore black fights in the center, and rook to b1. I'm not sure if this is one of the main moves. I have seen it before, but white can also play queen to c2, white can play bishop to b2. Rook to b1 is very much directed to push this pawn forward as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you're right. Queen c2 played 3 times, bishop b2 played once. Rook b1, suddenly it says that there are no games with this position found in the database. But I guess this is quite a limited database. So.
Yeah, and often the idea is they transpose to each other. Often white starts with queen c2 and then rook b1, I believe. So just to point out, there are some tactics if you leave the rook on a1 and play b5 first. There might be some tricks involving bishop takes f2.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether you go for it immediately, but for example, a check, and the rook is hanging in the corner. And so at the very end, we do a count, and it's just like yesterday, a rook and a rook and a pawn for 2 pieces. We saw that multiple times in yesterday's action. But here the white king is weak. It's deja vu, Jovanka.
It is deja vu, and it actually reminds me of another kind of funny thing that happened to me actually in the Isle of Man. It was I think in 2016, where I had a rook and pawn ending, and I look over at my board, like my neighbors, and they were also in a rook and pawn ending, and another person is in a rook and pawn. I'm like, what's happening here? And then I had like the Lucina position, and my opponent resigned, but the person next to me didn't know how to win.
Oh wow!
And I was like, wow. And then the other one had the Lucina as well. I mean, it was just bizarre. And then later on in this tournament, I had a queen and bishop endgame. I look over, and my neighbor also in a queen and bishop ending. I'm like,
something in the air.
Yeah.
And of course, famous the Isle of Man. The last time the Grand Swiss was held here in 2019 for 2 boards next to each other that were identical for the first 20 moves.
Yeah.
And the players, the arbiters had to move them.
But you know that would potentially happened in this event actually, and I was involving one of the players, Shirov.
Okay,
Yeah.
Shirov,
Yeah. And all I know is that he came up to the arbiters and said, "I'm not moving this time. I'm not leaving." And but I mean, it was kind of nipped in the bud because actually Shirov was quite perceptive, and he said, the game, his neighbour's game could have actually ended up the way, but they changed. So there was no copycat scenario.
Wasn't Shirov involved last time as well?
Yeah, that's why he said, that's why he came up to the arbiters and went, I'm not moving.
Wow, yeah. Lightning striking twice in one round. It could be possible. This position, however, is still new, and Wojtaszek is the first to think. White is semi-threatening b5, so one typical idea is for black to preempt that and play b5 himself, just to block up the queen side. But you've got to be careful about this. You're giving away, for example, access to c5. The white knight might land on this outpost later on. So committal stuff. And Bogdan Daniel Deac, he's a very streaky player. Like once he's on a winning streak, as he is right now, whoops, there we go. He does tend to sorry, let's just catch up with the live game. The board's going crazy. There we go. Bogdan Daniel Deac. Yeah, he's it's all about the confidence for him, and I think he'll be enjoying his position. He likes these cagey maneuvering fights.
Yes. Looking forward to seeing how this one continues, and let's carry on down to board 6, Alexander Predka, who's in sparkling form against Vladimir Fedoseev. Now, Fedoseev starting off slowly, but has strung together 2 victories. He beat Saric and also Zalmakhanov. And they've played before, and look at that. Nothing can separate the two.
Yeah, wow. There's a lot of decisive games as well. 7 games between them in classical chess historically, 3 wins each. And they're almost from the same generation, born in 94 and 95. They both grew up in Russia, now representing Serbia and Slovenia respectively. But yeah, they must have known each other for a long, long time. And this are their paths to the top.
Yeah, and you can see that Predka started off well, 2.5 points out of 3, slowed down, but did plague Erigaisi and Keimer, beat Shankland, a great game actually, and just drew against Hikaru Nakamura. Very comfortable draw against the US number 2.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Fedoseev, you mentioned a slower start. He lost in round 2 to Owen Lamy, but has picked up steam recently. In the last 2 games, he's really ground down his opponents. Long endgames against Ivan Saric and against breakout star Zal Makhanov. Those 2 games I really recommend for any endgame aficionados. Fedoseev, he's so confident. He plays super quickly and can hustle his opponents. He's super tricky as well. Meanwhile, what do you make of this opening, Jovanka? Because black has basically abandoned the center. White can occupy it now with e4.
Yeah, interesting, right? So isn't this quite a topical line in the kind of Catalan where after e4 you just hold the tension, and the big idea with a5 and leaving the knight on b8 is that, okay, I don't know whether I've got my lines confused, but to go knight a6 and then knight c7.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. You're just kind of leaving the tension here in the center. And if white takes, then black's position frees up a bit. If white ever pushes forward, then black will say, okay, I've forced you to commit. And this pawn structure looks like a French defense now. Yeah. And that's not to everyone's taste. Often these players who play d4, they want the center to explode. They want their bishop on g2 to be poised beautifully on an open line. But here it's very cagey. Black will play bishop to b7, like you say, knight c7, and eventually fight for c5. Yeah. And a break.
Very slow game.
Yeah, provocative stuff from Fedoseev, I've got to say.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and current position, I'm expecting Predka to play e4. Pretty much everything he's done up to this point suggests that's his plan. And it would be the most consistent. E4 you sometimes have to watch out for kind of a capture here. Bishop a6 ideas as well, but I'm just wondering whether the idea is a capture and bishop to a6 with a pin. If you defend your knight, then black can continue hitting it and hitting the other knight, and next move taking this rook. But at the moment there would be, for example, blocks like knight to e2 and a small sacrifice. Actually, this might be what he's calculating, giving up a pawn, but white's pieces are beautiful here. Look at the 2 bishops later. They'll have the crisscross, and black's extra pawn is a backward one. Yeah, and
it's very difficult to get the knight on b8 into play, so definitely that variation carries a lot of risks for black.
Yeah, so we'll leave him to calculate, Alexander Predka, but most likely he will play the move e4.
Yep. And let's move down to board 7 against Sam Tevian against Alireza Firuta. And both these players are on 4.5 points.
Okay, and this is really interesting because Alireza has already been thinking for around 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Sam Sevian has barely paused for thought. And this variation, I must admit, let's go from the start. E4, C5, an open Sicilian, standard stuff. We've all seen this position too many times in our lives, thousands of times. But kind of automatically, white nearly always plays knight to C3. F3 is a bit of a sideline. But this move, bishop D3, I was not aware of it at all until yesterday. And there was a game from Alain Pichot against Abhimanyu Mishra, and actually white played the move bishop d3 after knight c6. This all happened h3, and white built this Maroczy bind, and Mishra, as black, was not comfortable. He wanted a Najdorf, and instead he was saddled with a slightly passive position with black, and white went on to win a very easy game, Alain Pichot there.
Okay.
And clearly taking inspiration, just watching the other games, these players, and learning openings on the fly.
Yeah, it just goes to show how quickly theory develops and how, it works if someone plays it yesterday and then now it's already popular. Because I also remember in the US Championships, Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian played a very sharp line. And by Qatar Masters, that was almost happening concurrently. I mean, they'd refined the line. And we had players, Aditya Mittal, who had refined it. There was some sacrifices involved. He'd outprepared Anish Giri. I mean, it was just like insane.
Information travels fast nowadays. Back in our day, Jovanka.
It was by post.
Yeah, it was by post, pretty much.
No, not yours. My one it was.
But you could, I don't know, back when 10 years ago only, you could play the same opening for a year and get away with it. Now you can barely play the same opening twice in a row.
Yeah.
Otherwise your opponents will be armed to the teeth with all the latest theory or the latest computer moves, computer suggestions. The players have to switch things up. It's become much, much harder to surprise the opponents. And in this case, Sam Sevian has achieved that.
Yeah. And I just want to add a caveat to your words, because this is very much the case at top level chess, where the players are dedicating, all their spare time to studying the game. At lower levels, I would say it's more like how it used to be. Information travels slowly, but you do have to be aware of the sharp lines in your openings. Book up on those as much as possible.
Yeah, if you know your openings inside out at most levels, then that gives you a bit of a head start. But yeah, at the top level, unfortunately, you need to research night and day, kind of 24/7, and you need to stay up to date. Otherwise, you might get hit, might get surprised, like Firouzja has done in this game. It's not the end of the world for black, of course. Black very solid, but once white puts a knight on c3, white has full control over the center.
Yep. Okay, nice idea there. I like it. I'm a space monster at heart, so I'm a fan of that one. And okay, before we check over at the women's, can we please pay attention to the Alexei Serrano against Richard report? Because, well, what do we have here? A Dutch opening essayed by the now Romanian.
Yeah, Richard Rapport, being provocative here. He won a nice game yesterday. Now with black, he's feeling confident, and against Serrano, it's so hard. He's armed to the teeth, as most players are nowadays. He's so strong in the opening, he nearly always plays d4, Serrano, and I haven't seen too many Dutch defenses. I remember one in the women's section from Tan Zhongyi, but this opening, okay, nice to see it being given life for this one.
Look who's looking at, or was looking at Richard's game.
The Dutchman himself.
The Dutchman himself.
Anish Giri.
Yeah.
He's always around. And okay, we see the Dutch defense, and it's the Leningrad Dutch, as they call it, with black fianchettoing very quickly, as opposed to the Stonewall Dutch, the Classical Dutch, and various other branches. Okay, we see white fianchetto, very standard stuff. And here, rook b1, mysterious, very sophisticated move. This is aimed against, for example, black playing the move knight to e4. White often plays queen c2 here, and after a capture, suddenly rook b1 looks like a genius move. You've opened up the rook on the b file, and after rook to b1, also hinting at pushing pawns forward, black prevents that, a5, and queen b3 from Serrano. I must admit, I'm not familiar with this move, and clearly Richard Rapport isn't either.
Yeah, but he's not a lifelong Dutch defense player, right? So I guess both.
He plays everything under the sun.
He does.
Richard.
But is it true these days, because before we had that expression, jack of all trades, master of none, but it feels like today it's maybe not the truth.
Richard of all trades. He has a very vast repertoire. Yeah, he's kind of a master at most, I would say. And it's no coincidence that he was a second for Ding Liren at the recent World Championship match. He knows his openings. He's maybe not kind of delving too deep into certain variations like some of the other top players do, but Richard, he's very creative.
Yeah. And, well, you asked, David, the question, is this the main move? And the answer is yes. Actually, Queen to B3 is the main idea. And here Black has a choice of going King H8, even being bold and going H6. That's been played 11 times. But also Knight A6 has been tried. But the most common idea is just to go King to H8. And White's plan with Queen to B3 is actually to go Rook to D1. And just prevent Black from seizing space in the center with E5.
Yeah, so E5 now is not possible due to pressure on the D file. Yeah, interesting. I mean, if I was met by this surprise Queen B3 and I wasn't aware of the main moves, I think I would play King H8 as well, just getting out of any potential discovered checks, just in case. When in doubt, shuffle the king in the corner. But yeah, Richard, he might come up with something a bit more creative. It isn't a threat after all. Like, as you say, Knight A6. C5 is not really a threat. No. You just move.
Exactly.
And the game goes on. So we'll check back in on this one later as Anish Giri does a lap of the playing hall. Gets in his
right, and I have to find out what is happening in Anish's game. So Anish, he won his game in game 2, but then since then has slowed down. What board is he on?
He's on board at 13. Unlucky 13 for Anish Giri. Maybe he didn't do his 10,000 steps this morning. He's getting them in now. Yeah. While his opponent thinks. Coincidentally, it looks like a Dutch as well. Maybe that's why he was peering over. This wasn't a Dutch, it was a Queen's Indian defense, but Black has just played the move F5. So certain similarities. Maybe that's why he was watching that game.
Yeah. Okay. And there we can actually see some of the games that they have played. And yeah, Anish beating Rasmus Svana in game 2, but then slowed down. You know, yesterday he drew against David Anton. Whereas for Mustafa Yilmaz, he's had some victories against Alexander Fier from Brazil and Marty Rojan. Oh, that was a really good game.
Yeah, that was a great game.
Very wild game.
Yeah, we were lucky enough to check in on that one the other day. And meanwhile, Anish, he needs to just take a few more risks. It feels like he's been playing very, very safe in his games. For him, the path to the candidates might rely on the FIDE circuit. He still has big chances there. But in this tournament, if he wants to get those top few places, he needs to take more risks. And it feels like he's doing that in this game with his opening choice. Yeah. And yeah, if we go back to this position, it's very risky stuff for Black. You've got holes. E6 is a bit weak. The White Knight might be coming for that square. This whole setup is known to be very provocative. And he's at least got a 30-minute time advantage this early into the day.
He's barely used any time on the clock. And yeah, I kind of agree with you. But I also feel that Anish has been unlucky in some ways, that his opponents have been solid as a rock.
Yeah, but in these open tournaments, you can't let your opponents be solid. There are ways to prevent that, as we've seen in many wild games at the top. Yeah, Anish just... I feel like this is his moment. He wants to win with Black. He'll need to win with Black if he wants to make a dent at the top of the standings. And
well, 4 victories, and he'll be right up there.
4 victories, he'll win the tournament.
Yeah, how many points is he on? 4.5?
He's on 4 out of...
No, he's on 4, yeah.
4 out of 7.
So 8 points out of 11. Not bad.
Not bad at all. I think that might be the winning mark. 8.5 will be up there at least. And meanwhile, let's go to another game just before we switch over to the women's section between Levon Aronian and Hans Niemann. We mentioned that they had another game just last month at the US Championship. And Hans Niemann was victorious in that one. Yeah,
it was a great game from Hans there. Hans did very well at the US Championship. And here, he's set up the Berlin endgame. And I never know about this particular endgame because to me, it's very complicated. Like I don't see how... Well, at least the bishop pair have gone.
The bishop pair has gone. Should we investigate how that happened? We have had 15 moves, so we'll go through the opening quite quickly, but we see the Berlin wall, or should I call it the Berlin rock, where Black very quickly captures on e4. Slightly surprised to see Levon play into this. He was a famous practitioner of the Berlin himself for many years as Black. And at the moment, White failing to make too many inroads into the endgame itself. We see the endgame here with queens coming off the board, and this is where you mentioned, Jovanka, black has the bishop pair.
Yes.
As one of the main compensating factors for white's superior pawn structure, and the fact also that black uncastled. White gives a check, forcing the king to the center. Yeah, even though I've played the Berlin my whole life as black pretty much, I've always been surprised at this check, especially knowing that Hans Niemann, for example, after h3, which is a useful move, he nearly always plays the move king e8 in the near future anyway. Rook d1's very much designed against players who play bishop d7 and kind of push their king to the queen side. But rook d1 forces the king to the center, which Hans, I think, is quite keen to do anyway. And like you said, it's small details. This endgame, despite the reduced material, it's quite complicated. So white threatens, to just trade off the dark squared bishops, but black says, okay, I don't really care because, okay, there is a trap I should mention. King takes, the knight gets caught, no escape squares. But yeah, black gets very active. The bishop comes to f5, and this is actually a big weakness on c2 in many variations of the Berlin. Knight d4 prevents that, but this knight trade. The problem is black's king, despite being uncastled, is actually really well placed in the center. Black, if you can kind of get a bishop to f5 later, if you can strike out at white center, you're just super active. Pawn structure doesn't really count for much until a king and pawn endgame, but we're miles away from that.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting just knight takes knight, and maybe even c5 in the near future to try and get the bishop to f5. You could play rook d8, fight for the d file.
And white's plan is just to advance on the king side, right? That's what I've seen them do, but I never know the subtleties.
Yeah, that's too many subtleties.
Yeah.
I mean, in this position, normally there's a few more minor pieces still on in the Berlin, where it's kind of easier to push pawns, but here it's going to be hard, because at the very least black can always play the move h5 and kind of cuts across this whole diagonal. So pawn pushes won't be easy. I think maybe Levon Aronian just wants to get all the rooks off the board, play knight versus bishop, centralize his king, better pawn structure. But again, that's still a distant dream. Feels like not too much to worry about for Hans Niemann here.
Yep. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that game because it's sure to be very exciting. And let's go over to the women's section. First up, the big battle on top board between Anna Mezerchuk and Antonetta Stefanova.
Okay, and this is fascinating in terms of opening choice, and also just due to the clock times right now. Stefanova has chosen a very risky variation against the Spanish, against the Roy Lopez. It's interesting that yesterday she was black against the other Musichuk sister. She chose a different variation. And now, again, in the same opening, she's chosen a different branch against the older sister, this time Anna. Let's go from the start.
Yes, let's go from the start. And you'll be relieved to hear that, according to my database, this is not the Roy Lopez Morphy variation.
For once.
For once.
And yesterday we were getting frustrated after a6 and d6. Everything seemed to be the Morphy variation.
I know. I swear my database was trying to trick me into believing something else.
Yeah, but this time it's a different branch, f5. It's not the king's gambit, but it's similar. It's
I know this as the Schliemann, right? But okay, this database is telling me the Janisch.
Yeah, the Janisch as well. Like I do believe it has two names. I've known it as both, but mostly the Schliemann in recent times. Yeah, we need to book up on our chess history. F5 is a bit of a historical move, but it kind of goes in and out of fashion. It does often involve a pawn sacrifice, which happens in the game after a capture. Knight f6, bishop c5, just before black's in time to solidify on e5 in this Janisch or Schliemann. White takes this knight and wins a pawn.
Yeah.
And I've had this myself, knight c3, d6, and now this move knight to a4. And really surprised to see Stefanova thinking, because this is still a well-known position as far as I'm aware.
Totally well-known, you called it. And funnily enough, black has mainly played queen to e8.
Yeah. I think I've had this myself, queen to e8 against Salam Saleh of the UAE. Queen e8, the main move. It's just interesting that she was the one who chose this variation. I do believe she's played it before. She plays pretty much every variation against the Spanish, and she kind of switches it up every single time, Stefanova. But to be surprised this early to already be spending 20 plus minutes in a well-known position in pretty much one of the main lines of this Janisch.
Yeah. Well, her main kind of repertoire against e4, e5 was always the Archangel type system. So, and the fact that she is thinking here does indicate to me that she is freestyling.
Yeah, but dangerous position to freestyle if your opponent knows what they're doing. Black is a pawn down after all, and often in these pawn structures, for example, queen to e8, I believe is, as you mentioned, one of the main moves. White will play knight to d3. And yeah, if you win your pawn back, it will come at the cost of wrecking your own pawn structure. And I remember looking at these types of positions, maybe not this exact move order, but these types of positions a few years back. And even weaker engines were saying White has a big advantage, opposite colour bishops, but look at this pawn structure. It's horrible. The Tower of Terror with these tripled pawns.
Yes, I've had them known as drunk pawns.
Drunk pawns.
But there's one good thing about them. They control a lot of squares.
Yeah.
But here they're actually not that bad when you have them in the center.
Yeah, this is true. And actually a pawn on c4, you kind of cement an outpost for your bishop on d5. It's not the end of the world, of course, but definitely it's a kind of 2-result position with White being the only side who can ever dream of being better. And I think this would be not the ideal scenario for Stefanova, just being really passive and hoping for a draw this early in the game.
Yes.
But what else? Knight a4, a really clever move, meaning that the d6 pawn is overloaded.
Yep. So I can tell you what's been played. There's only been 15 games on this particular database, and Black has been playing bishop g4.
Okay.
Forcing the queen to e1, and then bishop d4.
Okay, maybe after queen to e8.
Yeah, queen to e8, sorry, knight d3, yeah,
g4.
Sorry. Otherwise, that would
Otherwise
be a blunder of a piece.
Yeah, this one wouldn't be though, queen e1 and now bishop d4.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the game goes on. Black still has pressure on e4, and due to this pin, it's slightly awkward. c3 here.
Yep, c3, and then the answer is bishop b6.
Yeah.
And after knight takes bishop, a takes b6, capture towards the center, and then f3.
Yeah.
And 3 games.
Yeah, I remember this back in the day. I mean, I played this with White 10 plus years ago, so it's known theory. It's maybe old theory, so Stefanova maybe hasn't refreshed this recently. But Black has good compensation just due to this pressure on a2. White has to move the pawn, but suddenly there's weak light squares. Black will often just push. Instead of the Tower of Terror, it's the triangle or
the diamond.
The diamond of terror.
Diamond formation. Yeah, but I'll tell you something. Antoinetta doesn't normally like being material down.
Oh, why did she choose this opening where Black's always a pawn down, pretty much?
Yeah, I think she just did it just to... Anna Muzichuk is very well prepared, so perhaps just to surprise her and get a game, but yeah, okay.
Well, yeah, we'll have to come back later. She's burning a lot of time on the clock. Yesterday she was in big time trouble. She won against Maria Muzichuk, but I think the clock was the only thing that kind of caused her any worry whatsoever. I expect that in this position the bishop is hit, but queen e8 is not an obvious move if you don't know it. Kind of hitting this knight and kind of defending this pawn on c6.
Yep.
If she plays anything else, then I think she might be in a bit of trouble.
Okay. Well, we will keep an eye on this game, and let's move down to board 2, where Vaishali is playing with the white pieces against Sophie Millier. Birthday girl.
Yeah, the birthday. We'll come to the other birthday player in the birthday boy in the open section a bit later. Iturrizaga, current Spanish champion. Hopefully they'll, well, I don't want to take sides, but it's nice to have something to celebrate on your birthday, because this well-known birthday curse, so hard to focus, so hard to play.
But I reckon it's because no one's giving you any gifts. You wake up and, you know, everyone goes happy birthday, but no one is there with a present for you.
It's like, happy birthday, now go and play for 7 hours.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not easy. And meanwhile, this one, you called it the Archangel variation earlier, Jovanka. Here
Yes.
on our screens, it says the Morphe defense again. It's so frustrating. They need to sort out their opening encyclopedia.
No, what is it? Morphe defense Archangel variation or something.
Literally.
Oh my god.
Well, it's basically the Archangel is when in the Spanish in the Roy Lopez, Black brings the bishop out to c5 very early. Often it comes back to a7 as it has done here.
Yeah.
But White has the center, and Vaishali's just played the move a5, taking away the square from the Black Knight. And this pawn on b4 slightly broken away from the rest of its colleagues. I'm expecting the move rook b8, just kind of back up the b pawn. Potentially the b file will come open. Also slightly tempting to play moves like knight g4.
Yeah.
Hunting down this bishop on e3, or even bishop g4. Worst comes to worst.
Rook
e8,
e8.
bishop d7, there's kind of typical maneuvers here.
I kind of like your idea of going knight to g4 though, because not often you're not really allowed to do that. But
if you can get away with it, it's something you definitely want to achieve. I'm just slightly worried that kind of tempo by tempo, there might be pins now that we've abandoned the d5 square. Although I don't immediately see any downfall for black here.
Yeah.
Maybe the one downside behind playing knight g4 is even if white is compliant here and says h3, then after a capture, in variations like this, there's still some pressure indirectly against the f7 pawn, awkward pin.
Okay, I'll go pretend that d4, d5 doesn't work. But it would be so cool if you could go bishop e6. Although you could, bishop e6 and then have after bishop takes bishop. And then you have...
this pawn structure, Jovanka.
Exactly.
We've seen all of them today. We should write a book on pawn structures. What not to do.
What not to do, yeah. Okay, this doesn't work because obviously white will play d4, d5, but yeah.
Yeah, white would play d5. But yeah, knight g4 is quite committal, and it's not really Sophie's style to go for these small kind of positional long-term advantages at the cost of time and the cost of giving her opponent dynamic possibilities along the f-file, for example, in that variation. So I'm expecting something else. Again, really unsure what though. Bishop b7.
Bishop b7 makes a lot of sense, because what I remember from this type of position is that you've got to pressurize the center. And bishop b7 and rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8 as well.
You've got to stop this transfer that white wants to do of knight rook e1, knight f1, knight g3.
I'm just slightly worried bishop b7 is a pawn sacrifice. When I suggested it was a pawn blunder, but after bishop b7, due to the fact that the bishop will be hit, white can play d5. Now bishop takes bishop not possible because d takes c6 hits this bishop, and wins material. And if you have to move the knight, then the b4 pawn might drop. And bishop b7, it's desirable, but here it's just not quite possible. Rook b8 looks logical to me. But oh wait, I've blundered again.
I was wondering what...
Oh wait, maybe not d5, maybe, sorry.
Pawn takes pawn.
Mouse slip, d takes e5.
Yeah.
Bishop takes e3, again met by an intermezzo as intermediate move. E takes f6.
Yeah, and there are some problems here for black. So okay, maybe you have to resolve the situation, or wait for the situation to kind of clear up. Maybe go rook e8 first.
Makes sense. We are walking into a pin, however. I don't know if that's...
And now bishop d7.
Yeah. We can break the pin.
And
looks okay for black.
Yeah, but you're still sacrificing a pawn, though. After moves like d5, you're going to go back. Or maybe you can...
Yeah, d5. Maybe we have to go back and sacrifice a pawn. That being said, at least in scenarios like this, or maybe if white takes on a7 first, here b takes c3 is possible, but even at the cost of a pawn, I guess b4 is going to be eternally weak.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether queen b8 or rook b7. Yeah, it's a difficult position for Sophie Mir. She has so many choices. We mentioned here like 4 or 5 different moves for black. Knight g4, bishop g4, bishop d7, bishop b7, rook b8, rook e8. Like, what to even consider first, where to begin.
Yeah, where to begin. But actually, we did rule out bishop b7 because bishop b7 can be met by a d5. And knight g4 was very committal. So we're expecting perhaps rook e8. Keep it flexible.
Exactly. Keep it flexible in these positions. And Vaishali, a player in form right now. And I think she's going to be feeling happy with her opening. We'll check back in later, Jovanka.
And let's move down to board 3. Tan Zhongyi against Goryachkina.
Okay, Tan Zhongyi here. I mean, this position's much more open than the other one that we just came from. It feels like day by day in the open section we have lots of open Sicilians. Every day in the women's section we have lots of Roy Lopez Spanish openings. Definitely kind of 2 main openings of the whole tournament so far. A lot of debate in a lot of these sidelines. This started life as a Berlin defense a long time ago. This is already move 18. But the center's exploded. What do you make of this? Does white have any advantage? The rooks look nice, at least.
Yeah, the rooks look nice. And, well, white... Does white have a threat of playing b5?
Yeah, potentially. I'm wondering why white couldn't play b5 last move. Oh wait, I thought her last move was rook a to d1, but it was actually a capture. So queen takes d1. The queens have literally just come off the board. So yeah, you're right. b5, big threat, undermining the knight, and thereby attacking the bishop. What to do? Feels like you've got to move the bishop.
Or you can get greedy.
Ooh. Bishop c2?
Yes. just put it on the board, just to humour me. And
makes a lot of sense.
Rook d7, though.
Rook d7, but is the rook
the rook
trapped?
could be trapped, right? Bishop.
I'm going to try and catch it next move with knight to b8.
Okay, so no rook d7. That.
Or maybe rook d7. Maybe I can keep the rook alive. Bishop c4. Oh, no, but bishop c4. I was hoping to trick you, but I don't think the trick works.
Yeah.
Knight b8.
I don't think you need to go knight b8.
Yeah, knight b8. This trick works.
Oh yeah,
just to show.
That's a nice one.
And bishop back now. Plenty of moves like knight to e5, and white will break through and win. But yeah, you don't need to play knight b8. That's the problem, as you mentioned.
You can take the pawn on a4.
Juicy pawn.
Exactly.
Yeah, and this is much stronger because the rook will be hit sooner or later anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Well, bishop c2. What is the answer to that?
It might just be rook back to a1, Jovanka, just to defend the pawn. And in that case, bishop c2 is very appealing. Force the rook passive. And then you can decide where to put the bishop, d6, f6.
f6,
just defend it. Yeah, f6 looks nice until g5 comes.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So,
yeah.
Maybe just rook e8, just defend it, or bishop d6. Got a very safe square. She plays bishop d6 first, no bishop c2. But it would have been nice to include this move. Maybe she's just saving it, keeping it up her sleeve for later. Bishop d6 blocks the d-file, protected square. Looks relatively balanced, this endgame. Yeah.
Okay. Well, those are the top boards in the women's section, but let's take a look at the action happening between Vincent Keimer and Esipenko.
Whoa.
And talking about action, it looks like a lot of pieces have left the board. And look at the crowd. We see Niels Grandelius there. We also see, who else? Tan Zhongyi, Vaishali, Ivan Saric.
Leia Garofalina.
Sarana has made a like an inroad there.
Yeah, wow. This position has blown up. It has exploded. There have been fireworks. Nishikori, of course, gets his gets his moment in the sun. Okay, we have to go back from the last time we were at this position. Vincent Keimer has spent a bucket of time, but Andrei Esipenko still got more time than he started with. We're at move 18. We've been playing almost an hour, and Vincent does not look happy on the camera. He's walked into a landmine here. E takes d4. We were just assuming that Vincent would take back. Black has a very solid position. Nothing fundamentally wrong with it, but e4, when your opponent is prepared, this is brave. I want to say foolhardy, but e4 attacking the knight. This allowed a counterattack with d5 and a pawn sacrifice.
Okay.
Pawn sacrifice? Piece sacrifice.
Piece sacrifice, yeah. Pawn takes knight.
Yeah, and white just takes back with the queen. Ivan Saric there, lurking behind. Queen takes. So white's actually a piece for 2 pawns down, but the black king and black's development both feeling shaky. Knight e5. Wow, knight e5 is brave, just walking straight into the pin. And this pin was broken with queen e7, so there's a threat. But queen d1 simply retreating.
Defending the rook on e1, so making sure there's no funny knight f3 business.
For example, with queen c3, attacking the knight f3 would win on the spot. Check. And the rook drops. So queen d1 very important, as you mentioned. Bishop g4, playing for the same trick with bishop takes f3 now, because if the bishop recaptures, knight takes f3, again a fork. Next move, queen takes e1 will win. So white here could not recapture, just a check first. Maybe Vincent had missed this, forcing the king to move, and now d4, winning back the piece, winning back some material. And
take a look at that center that's going to appear.
Yeah, so rook takes knight, actually regaining the material, but giving some back, giving up the exchange. And the center, you mentioned it. Wow, these pawns are strong. But the material count is an exchange up for black. Black has rook for knight and pawn.
Yeah. So look at the camera there on Vincent. He's really unhappy with his position.
Yeah, and remember, he doesn't know the evaluation. Here we see on the bar, just on the small boards on your screens, on the live position, it's locked in the middle. It says the position is level, but he doesn't know that. He also knows that his opponent has studied this position in depth,
Mm-hmm.
Knows all the plans, all the setups, and he's also down massively on the clock.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to play. I mean, it kind of reminds me of that game called Horde, where you play against how many pawns? A lot of pawns.
Yeah.
And you're just deprived of space. And White's plan is quite simple. Put a knight on c3, mobilize the bishop, perhaps put it to e3 or d4, bishop f4, the rook swings over.
Yeah.
And every time you try to break in the center, well, that doesn't really make an impact.
Yeah, black never really pushes. You mentioned f6 will always be met by e6, c6 maybe met by d6, maybe white even just leaves it.
Yeah.
Yeah, who would you prefer here if we didn't know the side that was better prepared, Jovanka?
Well, we do though. That's
We
the thing.
do, yeah, it's hard to...
It's hard to get that one out of the equation because I'm not really sure I would be liking this position with the white pieces like as much. But yeah, if I didn't know, but then when I look at the clock times, I'm thinking, well, Esipenko knows the plans.
Yeah.
Yeah, just very cramped position for black.
Very cramped. The rooks, you do have one more of them than white, but they take an age to get into the game. This is the issue. And Vincent looks devastated. He looks like he's made like a game-losing blunder, but the position's level.
Yeah.
He's calculated pretty decently, actually, at the cost of a bunch of time. I'm expecting bishop c5 for some reason. I'm just quite attracted to planting the bishop onto d4.
Makes a lot of sense, right? And then
just as quickly as possible undermine the e-pawn.
And do you think the knight? I mean, I was just saying the knight should go to c3, but is there an argument for putting it on d2 so that it can actually come to f3?
Yeah, I think you're correct completely here. The knight actually much better on f3, maybe even e4 on a good day. But for example, now put the knight on f3, back it up with the bishop on f4, bring the rook to the center.
Or maybe even. Yeah.
Maybe even
knight e4.
Yeah. Hit this bishop.
And then.
Although bishop to d4.
Yeah, bishop to d4.
Looks a bit awkward.
Bit of annoying.
Things could fall apart for white if he isn't well prepared.
Yeah. And now I thought about knight to b3.
Oh, okay. Sorry, not this way. This way.
Yes.
Ooh, I like this one.
Yeah.
Kick the bishop back to a worse square, much worse square.
Exactly. Get back.
And then now.
Yeah.
And then the rook comes to the center.
Exactly.
Then the king comes in.
Yeah.
Supports the pawns. Then the pawns push.
Yes.
Easy to play for white. Far less easy for black.
Yeah. Well, Vincent Keimer in some discomfort there. And, well, let's check in on the top board. That is Vidit against Hikaru Nakamura.
Okay, this game, comparatively, in contrast to that Vincent Keimer game, this has really progressed at a snail's pace, especially from Vidit. I'm really surprised he chose the c3 Sicilian, the Alpin, and yet he's the one who spent way more time than Nakamura. We last left this game very early on. We saw knight to f6 now, knight to f3, and Nakamura, rather than going for the active bishop g4, where there's some really forcing lines, including d takes c5, including knight to d2, including bishop to e2, he avoids any forceful stuff whatsoever. That tends to be his trademark these days. He keeps the tension, and e6 met by the trendy move knight to a3, and after queen d8, the knight comes to c4, and bishop to d3. Still very well-known stuff. Still, as far as I'm aware, maybe often actually white plays bishop to e3 quite early on, but bishop d3, it's at least a standard type of position, but it's cost Vidit 40 minutes.
Yeah, you're right, David. Completely standard. 18 games in this database. I'm going to test you. What's it called?
Ooh, this
so
variation.
A Lapin Sicilian defense, and then
I don't know.
Apparently, barman variation.
The barman.
Yeah.
Wow. Maybe a chess player had to get a drink,
Exactly.
get a beverage, a tea,
Yep.
and had to ask the barman what he should play. And bishop d3 was the solution. First time I've heard that one, I must admit. I just know it's the c3 Sicilian. Beyond that, it's it's all the same to me. Okay, bishop d3. White is very quick to castle to develop. White can even actually often in these variations play queen e2, bring the bishop out, and castle queenside. But in the meantime, wow, okay, some drama between Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian. A handshake. We have to whiz over there. Looks like a draw between the two Americans.
Yeah, let's head there, and they've stopped the clock.
They've shaken hands, but the arbiter does not want to let them off easy. I think the arbiter's just heading off to check the DGT, the digital score of the game, to make sure it was a repetition of moves.
And it is a repetition of moves. We can see it there. And one of the nice things about the technology these days is that they don't have to count They can just see it on the screen like we're seeing it there.
Yeah.
Repeated once, twice.
Yeah, we can show this end to the game, actually show why it was declared a draw, or why the players have shaken hands and are setting up the pieces now. We last left this quite a while ago. Around this point, we saw black play rook to d8, white centralized the king. Actually, everything we predicted until this point, where black played bishop g4, hitting the white rook. This attack was blocked. Black dropped back, hitting this pawn. This pawn was defended with knight d4 and a dance between knight and bishop.
Yep.
3 times we saw this position. Wow, anticlimactic at the end.
It was anticlimactic. I thought it would. I mean, these two play really special games, you know, full of tactics, full of attacks. But okay, in the end, just a draw, and both players will focus their efforts in the remaining 3 games.
Yeah, they'll need to start winning now. Levon Aronian, I'm really surprised with white. He forced the draw. Yeah, normally you want to apply some pressure. But maybe scarred by the fact he did lose to Hans just last month at the US Championship. And in the end, it was a very balanced final position, so understandable. He didn't achieve any opening advantage.
Okay, and let's quickly pop in to Fabiano Caruana against Etienne Bacro, and then let's take our first break of the day.
Let's do that. And this game looks really promising, much more exciting than the Aronian-Niemann game. Wow, let's go back to where we last left it. We last left it after knight takes knight, the black queen recaptured. And here, a bit of an odd maneuver, I've got to say, from this black knight. Black is severely underdeveloped, far away from castling, but knight e7, he found a way to gain time for his development. Knight to f5. That's flashy.
That knight is poisoned. Do not touch that one at all, because we've got to show the checkmates. If you take it, oh no, the queen and bishop are lined up in a battery, and queen takes g2 would have ended the day.
Yeah, flashy and flamboyant from the Frenchman. Knight f5. White obviously doesn't really want to part with the bishop pair. The dark squared bishop is essential in these positions if you want to attack with white. So white dodges, bishop to f4. Black knight still poisoned, but needs to move sooner or later. So knight to h4 on the board, and rook d1. This is the game position.
Yep.
And I'm surprised black hasn't already moved his. But there we go. We see it on the camera. Bishop to e7, the most obvious move on the board.
Would it be? I'm a bit okay. So rook to d1 with a simple idea. If black castles, queen takes d7.
Yep.
Nothing more sophisticated than that. Because I really wanted to put my rook on e1 so that I could jump in the center with the knight. But okay.
Yeah, rook e1 would have been another square. Kind of keeping d1 vacant for his other rook. This would have made a lot of sense. I'm slightly surprised he chose this rook. The dilemma of which rook, Jovanka, it's always so hard, right?
Yeah, and you only find out the answer in hindsight, right?
No matter which rook you, it's always the wrong one.
It's always the wrong one. And on the rare occasion you get it right, you think, well, there you go.
Yeah, so he needs to find a purpose for this rook on a1, Fabiano, as we see him pondering. Maybe the idea is to put the rook on c1 later, somehow move the knight and break with c4. Looks a bit far-fetched to me.
Yeah. I almost feel like Fabiano should be asking questions about this knight on the edge. It's...
Before it falls off the hedge?
Yeah, before it falls off the hedge. It's a little bit dim at the minute.
While it sits on the rim. Yeah, I don't know. This knight is a bit annoying, right? There are ideas on g2. Yeah. For example, if black ever does get castled, f5 would be a big, very kind of tempting pawn break. Just trying to crack open this long diagonal.
Yeah. Maybe Fabi's plan is just simply to go bishop f1 and then queen e3.
Just defend this pawn.
Just defend the pawn, and then...
Black can't castle yet.
Yeah, tranquille. That's what I think of.
Tranquille.
Yeah.
Rook d8, I guess, to defend this pawn.
Yeah.
Looks a bit
I
awkward,
so want to go knight to d5. Go on, there, David, humour me.
Knight d5, throw it in.
I know, but it probably doesn't work. I just wanted to go and then...
Yeah, I think...
But unfortunately, queen to g6, and I'm not going to get my beloved d6 in.
If you had one more move, d6 would be crushing, but unfortunately, knight to f3 is a big check, a big threat. Due to the pin on the g-file.
But can one be sophisticated about and still use this idea of a knight to d5? And
it's definitely tempting.
So, but it was just after rook to d8.
Maybe bishop g3?
Yeah, or bishop g5 or something like that.
I quite like bishop g5, trying to conquer the dark squares. I really like bishop g5, actually. But let's just show your idea. Bishop g3, if black does play rook d8 again, defending now, then knight d5 much more tempting.
Yeah.
d6 coming next.
But I guess it doesn't work because there's
Maybe-
still problems on g2.
Yeah, maybe black just does the same and just says, okay, it's still a piece. Black's only one move away.
Yeah.
And okay, even if black has to move the king, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, very thematic knight sacrifice in the Sicilian, knight to d5 in all branches of the Sicilian. Definitely something to watch out for.
Yeah.
But yeah, we mentioned we liked another move more, bishop
Bishop
g5.
g5. We like that one a lot, actually.
Yeah. Just really stopping black from castling
Yeah.
now.
And if bishop takes bishop,
Okay, let's say the bishops disappear.
and now the knight comes back to g6.
At least you've dealt with the problem of the knight.
Exactly.
Now, just modern chess
H4.
trend would be
Yeah,
playing
we'll
h4.
just go h4 and then have some fun with h5 and up the board. Allez, allez, allez. Although that's actually the wrong.
Back row is the one saying alley.
Yeah.
It's up his alley,
Yeah.
this position. Yeah, h5 is really annoying. I think when in doubt, push the h-pawn is
Yeah.
modern chess's motto. Yeah, okay, black's not dead after castling h5, maybe f6, for example, putting a knight on e5 or back to e7, but certainly white has gained a lot. Maybe queen back to d2, actually, and this pawn is attacked. So for Fabiano, bishop g5 looks extremely tempting.
Yes. Well, that is the perfect moment to leave you all on a cliffhanger. Will Fabiano Caruana play bishop to g5? Well, we're going to take a short break and we'll catch up with the game in a few minutes.
Extraordinary is an island like no other. Extraordinary is now.
having women in chess, that's just an essential part of the chess world being round and harmonic. Women in chess, it is the beauty of the game. So we want to increase the number of the girls, women who go in for chess, who use it or choose it as their profession, as their career path.
Lots of things has to be done, but as an organizer of a top-level event, what we want to do is to have more top-level events also for females. Even though Norway Chess is an event that includes both men and women, in practical terms, it's only men. So what we want to do is to have a women's tournament that actually has the same prize money that we give for Norway Chess, the players that play there.
The top chess players are extreme outliers of the bell curve, and there is simply not enough women in chess to create these extreme outliers. The more numbers of women playing chess and comfortably growing in chess will create these outliers, and we will have the women competing for the biggest title in the world.
I want to wish all girls who is interested to play chess, who likes chess, who is still thinking, is it game for me or not? Yes, it is. It's a game for everyone. You can learn a lot of interesting new things apart of chess, you know, like logical skills, meeting friends, meeting new people, going in different countries. And also, yes, we are all one family, again, Sunasumus. Thank you.
I believe that there should not be any difference between men's and women's chess, because it's sport and should be contested by them equally. But traditionally, men have had and still have more freedom, let's say, to focus only on chess, whereas women have to split their focus for chess and for family or kids' responsibilities. What I clearly know about chess, that when I was a kid and I started to play chess, we had many boys in the group. I was the only girl, but I never thought that it's important. We were just playing chess and beating each other every day, trying to improve. So that what was important at that moment. I truly believe that chess is a very fair sport. Girls and boys, men and women, young or adult people just can play together, and what matters is how good you are in chess. Let's say the rules are the same for everybody.
I think in life everything is possible, so yes, sure, it's very possible to have a world champion. And yeah, with these activities and promotion of women in chess so I'm very sure if it's very possible. Estoy segura que es muy posible.
Provide the conditions and the environment so that girls feel secure, so that girls feel encouraged, so that girls feel appreciated, and so that girls can afford going in for chess. And one day, a lady will fight for the crown of the world.
We are back, and it's been an interesting start to round 8 of the FIDE Grand Prix at Grand Swiss, and also the Women's Grand Swiss. A lot of players in their preparation, and a lot of tense games already. And the action is so exciting that we should probably hunt around and see where the drama is.
Yeah, there are various boards. We've kind of recapped the top boards here in the open section, but there are others that have caught the eye during our break there. I just want to show, if we head down to board 10, a crazy position between Ivan Cheparinov and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, both players who've had solid tournaments, decent tournaments, but need to start winning if they want to rise to the very top. And looks like a bit of an opening disaster for Jan-Krzysztof Duda here. And his last move, I just want to show the last couple of moves actually. In this position, his knight was hit. I think it was time to give back some material, maybe even put the knight on f4. He very ambitiously retreated the knight, keeping the extra pawn that black has right now, but this allowed white to break through. Bang, c5. And I haven't figured out yet why this is so strong. I'm kind of assuming that taking this pawn would backfire. He didn't. He retreated his knight. Should we try and figure it out, Jovanka?
Yeah, I'm guessing you can actually capture. First up, knight takes pawn.
Yeah, knight takes pawn, and the problem is black is caught in two minds. If you take with the bishop, then you lose some material. You lose one of the rooks next move. And if you take with the queen, you just walk into this pin on the c-file. It must be that one.
Yep.
It must be this that scared Duda. Although knight c4 and the game goes on. But anyway. Yeah, okay, he did not take this pawn. He retreated, and apparently this is a big mistake, at least according to the evaluation bar we have. Feels so scary for black. This king is going to be caught in the crossfire soon.
And the first move that I'm thinking of is something to do with the c pawn. So first up, you can go c takes d6, and the other one that I can see you pointing to it. It's also catching your eye too. c6. It's like, let's have the fun.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Allez, as neither of these two players would say. I'm not sure what allez is in Bulgarian, but c6 looks very tempting at first sight.
Yeah. Okay, and well, the big question is what happens after queen takes c6.
Yeah, if pawn takes, then this is very unappetizing. Bishop takes pawn, and there's a ready-made attack brewing.
Yep.
So queen takes c6, as you mentioned, Jovanka, and
then
feels so risky.
I know. It's like rook c1.
c1 is a pin, forcing black to pin himself further.
Exactly. So this is okay, but then how to continue?
Not seeing it immediately. This is why Chaparinov's pausing. Otherwise, I think he's the type of player who would play c6 in a heartbeat. He loves to attack. Also, he's got a bunch of time on the clock. He's barely paused, and this is move 20. Maybe knight a5?
Yep. Makes a lot of sense. Queen moves. Let's just put it in a random square so that then we could then by process of elimination find the right retreat. So say I go queen to c7.
Yeah, there aren't that many.
Oh no, b4. Okay.
Yeah, maybe I'll just pick off this piece. And there aren't too many safe squares. I wanted to mention as well, d5 is wrong for various reasons. You could even take this knight. And a nice discover check, throwing the bishop away with gain of time to win the black queen next move. So it maybe forces queen b6, just so that b4 would still leave the b-pawn pin.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering how white cashes in here. It's two-pawn investment, so white needs something now. I'm wondering b4 anyway.
Yeah, just go with
b4, and if the king moves, I wanted to pin you always to Sunday here included, but refutation, I'm not sure. Or maybe black just plays knight to d5 and attacking the pinned pawn. Unfortunately, white just not quite in time to win the piece. So in this position, what else? Knight back to c4.
Yeah, knight back to c4 is a candidate move, but then I guess you just retreat the queen to where it came from. Where else can you go? There's also a kind of knight to b3. Could that
Knight
be?
b3.
Put some pressure
putting
on.
some pressure on, but the black king
king
moves.
steps.
Black just needs one more move to be fine in this position. King b8 and black is just 2 pawns up. So I really wonder. It's really unclear. Let's try knight c4. Just every move should be a threat.
Okay, but the queen goes back to where it came from.
Where did it come from? c6.
c6.
Okay, but now I play b4. Now that I've broken the pin along the b file.
Oh yes.
My idea is to kind of give you a little shimmy in one direction, and then I'll push in another.
This looks
b4.
good.
Yeah, and the problem is now knight takes bishop. White does have a gain of time. You can check and win the queen next move, winning material. So this line, it's not obvious, but it is quite forceful, and c6 therefore looks very strong, just breaking open black's, well, I say king side, but black's king castled on the queen side. Looks just phenomenal for white. Big attacking chances, and as you say, c takes d6 also tempting, putting the rook on c1 next. Yeah,
but c6 is the move that you really want to make work. And, well, a very exciting start for Ivan Cheparinov. Let's go back and check out some of the other exciting starts. And the one that I'm really eager to see is this opening preparation from Andrei Esipenko against Vincent Keimer. What is happening here? And Well, Keimer, like playing the moves, I didn't expect him to challenge these pawns because, now White is going to set up some beautiful chains and some beautiful pawns in the middle.
You could win Connect 5 if you wanted. You could play B3. It's not a good move, but just looks nice and pretty. Yeah, it's really surprising Vincent, after being hit by this this kind of opening bomb, he did pause for a long time, but eventually he's just continuing to take up the challenge. He's really playing the most direct, the most ambitious moves, and at some point, normally when you're hit by preparation, you have to take your opponent out. It feels like F6 is provocation to the maximum, just allowing White a protected pass pawn. Now C6. Every time I look at the camera, Anishigiri's just in the background yet again. There he walked past a moment ago, but C6, he's undermining D5 now, but it's not really a threat, and White can very kind of comfortably develop. Bishop C3, bishop coming up to F4, knight coming to C3, and or both. I'm not sure. Yeah, Anishi's coming for our jobs, Jovanka.
I think he wants every role there is going in the chess world. Chess spectator, he's got it. He's got chess commentator, chess super grandmaster, tweeter, yep.
Yeah, course maker, general hype man, and yeah, isn't he like a editor as well for New in Chess? He's I don't know how he does it. He's a dad of 3, Anishigiri. And he's just always on our cameras in the background. Watch out for him to walk behind Esipenko any moment now. But C6, yeah, it's undermining this pawn. I just wonder, knight C3, bishop F4, the 2 moves we mentioned, which order? And is there anything else? Just, they look too tempting.
They do look too tempting. So let's go bishop F4.
Yeah, they do say knights before bishops.
Okay, knights before bishops.
Yeah, let's try bishop F4. I'm not sure why.
Okay, there's no threat though.
There's no threat. Maybe D6.
Yeah, then you can meet that with G. No, but then there's the E7. Yeah. So okay, so
but maybe G5 anyway.
G5 anyway.
Maybe this is part of Black's plan. Let's say knight C3. Let's stay flexible. Just Vincent, he must have a specific idea here. Is it to take? And at least he will open up one line for his rook. Rook C8 maybe. Or bishop.
Bishop out and blockade.
But where? 1, 2, 3, 4. There
blockade the pawn. D6.
We see Li Wu in the background of the Isle of Man. Okay, D6. Blockade, but this can be broken.
Yes, and then I was planning to sit on the E5 square. Or maybe first of all.
Okay,
if I go King E7.
Yeah, King E7 as well.
Yeah, and if you go knight takes bishop, I will of course go king takes knight, and then I will not stop there.
You'll eat the D5 pawn, you'll eat the
just give
pawn.
me the chance to do that, David.
Yeah.
I've not had a proper lunch.
This would be strong. The players, they are hungry for success, hungry for pawns, in this case, the black king. Yeah, actually, the more I look at it, the more I think, why not challenge? It's very brave. It could backfire if Esipenko had studied this variation. But maybe he was just assuming, as we did, that black cannot allow white to establish these pawns. These super strong pawns, especially the one on E6. Okay, I'm inclined back to your bishop move first.
You know,
bishops before knights.
I'm actually changing my mind, and I'm going to. Can I suggest something super weird?
Okay.
And it probably won't work. But I was thinking B3.
Okay, connect 5. Yay.
Yeah, connect 5. Yeah.
And if take.
Yeah, then I'm just too slow.
Yeah,
I wanted to go bishop A3 here and establish a knight on C4, but
yeah. For example, if black were to waste one more move, this plan would be very, very strong. White's knight on C4 would support the pawns, the rook on D1. Unfortunately, yeah, it feels like black's just too quick to the C file.
Yeah.
To come in. Okay, it's really in the balance right now. It definitely feels like one or the other side will take over in the next few moves.
You have to put maybe you have to put your knight on bishop. You have to put bishop B3.
Bishop on E3.
Or bishop F4.
Let's say I go for that. Oh, sorry, not block. Let's say I go for that plan you mentioned. Take and bishop
then
D6.
And now you have to put your knight on D2.
Okay, and black's king.
And now
moves.
Jump in, knight C.
Yeah, knight C4 again.
Yeah, knight C4.
If white could get 3 moves now for free, or if white could gain an extra move again, A4, if, for example, black wasted a move, H6 or something, and if you could just land a knight on C4 and cement it there, this is beautiful for white. You've got maximum control, just domination right now, but Unfortunately, in this position, if black doesn't play h6, black can always kind of cover the c4 square, maybe use the other rook actually. And just not enough time to play b3, a4, and put a knight in c4, just one move away. So we're finding some promising setups, just not quite quick enough. FIDE yawning, he's bored by this game. Yeah, it's really tricky. Esipenko, he's got a variety of moves with these two pieces.
Yeah. What about going knight c3?
c3. Last time we tried to take,
and now just go bishop f4.
Aha, this looks much more tempting. Now bishop takes f4.
Yeah.
More pawns are coming.
Then that's then the white king can also join in the fray.
Oh yeah, let's show that. Maybe f5 first, and then the king will come to e4. Yes, it's the rook for knight, but the pawns look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Esipenko, he's got to back up this opening idea. He's landed on the board. He's now spent almost 20 minutes though on this one. Almost 15 minutes on this one move.
Which is a bit weird, right? Because you know he just blitzed out this particular sacrifice, and then now he's thinking.
Yeah, clearly it's an indicator, at least to Vincent Keimer. Good news for Vincent Keimer that his opponent's thinking. It means that c6 wasn't on his radar, wasn't put on the computer when he was preparing this morning. And it is a natural move, c6, in combination with f6. Once you've kind of allowed white to establish the pawns, you have to challenge them. So this pawn chain.
Yep.
Okay, we'll come back later. It looks like it's really hanging in the balance for this this battle right now.
I'm talking about hanging. My computer here is hanging. It won't behave. Stupid technology.
Let's go to another game that we mentioned briefly earlier on that looks quite dramatic because big risks being taken by black in this one. Fedoseev, he clearly wasn't fed enough this morning because he grabbed a pawn, and by accident earlier I predicted how this game would unfold. We left it with white about to play e4. He did indeed go for this, and I said, okay, black probably should just follow and just kind of sit on the position, knight a6, bishop b7, or bishop a6. Instead, he did clarify the center, and he did get greedy here, bishop a6. This is a pin. This knight was defended, but he's forcibly breaking through on this diagonal. The knight moves, knight back to e2. There was a hit on the rook as well as the knight, and now he did grab the pawn on d4.
Yeah.
And this was extremely greedy. I mentioned that this would backfire on black because white's bishops are perfect. White has great grip over c4. White's rooks are coming to the center. Black's backward pawn on c6, but he's going for it anyway.
I know. But also when we bear in mind that Predka is the type of player who thrives in these complicated positions. We've seen him give up, the piece, a pawn. He doesn't care. I mean, this is his bread and butter. He's in his element here, and he has great positional compensation. But Fedoseev,
it's
finding a nice
Predka and butter.
Very good, very good.
Yeah, finding a nice way to maneuver, get pieces developed, as you mentioned. Actually thinking about it, you're right, Jovanka. Predka, his win against Duda, he was a pawn down on like move 6. His win against Sam Shankland, he was a pawn down on like move 7.
Yeah, he was also pawn down against Erigaisi. This then became a down. There was messiest position I've ever seen in a while.
So literally every single one of his white games so far this tournament, he's sacrificed a pawn as early as move 10. Move 10, move 15. This is just incredible. But at least here he's got fantastic positional compensation. No direct attack against the black king. You mentioned you like this maneuver from Fedoseev.
Yes.
Okay, how does white continue?
How does white continue? Yeah, that is the question. So, well, maybe you don't have to do anything special, right? Because black is just simply going to double on the D line, and that's it. So, but you can always meet that with rook takes rook, and then carry on asking black, how are you going to develop the knight on b8?
The answer might be that at some point black plays c5 and knight c6. I don't think black can rush with this. For example, if white just plays h4, which top players tend to do when they're in doubt. c5, I think, can be met by e5 in some scenarios where the black knight can no longer use d5. You need the black pawn back on c6 to defend that. So black can't rush, but as you mentioned, more kind of urgently, the black rook's coming to d8, and the more pieces disappear, the more pronounced the extra pawn will become. Fedoseev, he's always provocative in some manner at the chessboard. I've played him so many times myself, and he's always taking big risks. If you give him a pawn, he'll take a pawn. If you give him a chance to sacrifice a pawn and go for the attack, he'll do that as well. He's he never takes the calm way out. And okay, rook d7. I guess if we take immediately, at least we force the black f6 knight back, because the other knight now moving would drop the c6 pawn. So knight f takes d7.
Okay, and consequences here. So the first move I should calculate is like e5. Now
E5.
depriving the knight on d7 of a good square.
Yep, opening up maybe an attack against c6. Let's say black defends that pawn.
And I really want to go like knight c4
into d6.
into d6,
Yeah,
rook
I
to
like this.
d1.
Rook d1, you have squares. You have a lot of squares for the pawn. Maybe rook c8 was a bit complacent here. Maybe I should be trying knight b6 to come into this d5 outpost. Both sides have squares, to be honest. I mean, I'm quite biased towards white's positions in these these types of Catalan setups where you're often a pawn down anyway. And especially with the power of the bishops, if black ever grabs on d6, even winning a second pawn, then the bishops really come to life.
Yeah, totally. And also never underestimate that it's so difficult for a human to do absolutely nothing. You know, white can just simply make improving moves, although here I'm like looking at funny moves like knight takes f7, but okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Actually, it's very tempting. It's very much up Predka's alley as well to kind of go for the black king, sacrifice some material. But either way, he's got good compensation. And so far, does look like rook takes d7, the most promising of the bunch.
Yeah.
Maybe as well, knight c4 into e5, another plan. But want to check back in on as Predka tries to continue winning with white.
Yep. And let's head over to Sam Sevian against Firouzja. Both players are on 4.5 points, but a victory would put them right there in the chasing pack.
Yeah, let's jump to this game. We actually left it just 3 moves ago, so we'll go back to the moment after c4 where I was praising Sam Sevian's topical choice of opening. He did a bit of research of the rest of the games in the round yesterday and borrowed an opening from another game, and knight g4 played by Firouzja. In that game that I mentioned, Abhimanyu Mishra, I think he just castled and allowed white to get developed. Knight g4 though, much more ambitious, throwing away a piece in order to activate the black bishop and attack d4. Knight takes c6 now would be met by capture on e3, and everything would disappear. For example, knight takes queen, and black's bishop here just beautifully poised against b2, so black would actually be. So the knight had to be captured on g4. Knight takes knight. And yeah, white's got the better pawn structure, but black's bishop on g7 is really nicely placed.
It is a beautiful bishop, but presumably it can be traded off, right? So if black were to ever go castles, then bishop h6 is the first move that I would play.
Yeah, bishop h6, or maybe first queen d2 and then bishop h6. Yeah, suddenly you regret committing the black king too early.
Yeah.
H-file.
So in that case,
bit of a waiting game.
Yeah.
Black wants to wait for white to castle and then only then castle his own king.
but white has so many improving moves. So for instance, you can go queen d2, you can go f3, and there's just no pawn breaks for black, and you can even go b3 as well.
Yeah, this is like the like ultra like accelerated version of the Maroczy bind, where you not only have pawns on c4, e4, but you also have a pawn on g4. So you've literally clamped down on black's b5 breaks, d5 breaks, f5 breaks, h5 breaks. Sorry about my arrows there.
There's nothing to be done, right? And you sit there, you go b3, f3, queen d2. Put the maybe you can put the king on f2. Who knows?
For example, if black just plays some very kind of standard moves, rook c8, I like your b3.
b3.
Don't see any useful moves for black, really.
It's a6 maybe.
a6, yeah. Now b6 is a bit of a hole for knight d5.
Knight
but
d5. Oh.
let's just show your queen d2, and if black continues to just wait, then f3. What can black do? Just you have full control over the entire board. It's reminiscent of Vincent Keimer's game yesterday, where he took all the space and only later started to attack. The knight landing on d5, bishop come to h6. Easy to find white's plans, but far less intuitive black's ideas, the counterplay.
Yeah.
In the current position, he needs to be quick, Firouzja, otherwise he might just get squeezed.
Yeah, and that's a difficult ask, actually, to be quick. Yeah, no, I don't see it. Maybe queen a5 or something, try to do some, what they do in the accelerated.
Yeah.
But I don't like it.
In the accelerated dragon, they often just throw the a pawn down the board as far as possible.
Yeah, maybe that. It's a good idea.
Maybe it comes at the cost of weakening some squares. Here I don't really think it's quick enough, because white always has ideas like knight to d5 and threatening bishop b6. Ugh. I must admit, I don't like black's position. I trust, if anyone, I trust Firouzja in this type of position because he knows how to mix it up. And sporting that fresh haircut, he's he's going to be looking for ideas. But yeah, looks like at the moment full control for white.
Yeah, full control for white. And let's just pay attention to the Fabiano game, because we left everyone before the break on a bit of a cliffhanger. Was bishop g5 going to be played? And well, the queen is on g5, so it looks to be like yes.
The answer was yes. We'll just recap. In this position, we liked white's chances, but only if white played bishop g5. Otherwise, the chance might disappear. Bishop g5 eliminating black's dark squared bishop, which holds some key squares. The knight forced back. And rather than play the move we were expecting, h4, h5, kicking away the knight further, Fabiano parks up his rook on d4, getting ready to double against the back d-pawn. And black just castles. And a bit of a pause. If you said A, normally you say B. Rook d1.
d1 makes a lot of sense. Is he also thinking about going h4?
h4 now.
h4 now.
Still tempting.
Inviting f6. But you might as well throw in a rook a to d1, because who knows? Etienne might be tempted to go rook f to d8, and in which case now h4 becomes a lot more tempting.
Yeah, suddenly if the pawn ever lands on h6, there's going to be all sorts of checkmating nets around the black king. I just don't see how rook d1 ever damages white's position, so why not play it? But Fabiano, he's known for his calculation. He doesn't make lazy moves on general terms. But yeah, rook a to d1 puts some big pressure on. Asks black a big question as well. I think maybe back row's intention is to... Oh wait, but if you play f6, the queen comes back to d2. Now I've tripled up. I was going to say black wants to put the rook on f7 and defend laterally, but
no, there's too many pieces, and if you go knight e5, well then I'm afraid that can actually be kicked away.
And the pawn drops. So why not rook to d1? Fabiano, mystery.
Yeah, big mystery, but Fabiano taking his time yet to make a move, and finally my computer has decided to respond, and now I can see the overview. Oh, that was a relief, David.
At least something's working here.
Yeah, no. It's amazing how technology can trigger you, or trigger me quite. But let's go over to the women's section and pay attention to the game between Anna Mazichuk and Antoaneta Stefanova.
Okay, let's jump over to the women's top board, where actually that whole variation has arisen. So Stefanova, she actually walked down the main line, but it cost her pretty much half of her time on the clock. So this is why the top players study openings so deeply, because you could save 45 minutes pretty much. This is all mainline theory, as we mentioned. Knight to a4, attacking this bishop, found the best move, or at least the most popular move, e8, pressurizing the knight, which drops back. Now bishop c4 hits the white queen, as we mentioned earlier. White would love to block with f3, but unfortunately illegal right now, so white has to shuffle with the queen. Bishop d4, a bit of a sidestep, forcing c3. There's no way back now for this white knight. And after a capture, a3 first, a bit of a trick. Knight takes e4 or queen takes e4 would walk into the double attack. So by transposition, after bishop e6, we reach something we predicted.
Yes.
The diamond is incoming.
It is incoming. And yeah, white, you know, is up a pawn, but black does have good compensation, does have control of the light squares. But both players actually taking their time.
Just feels like Stefanova with this opening, the Schliemann or the Janisch or whatever you choose to call it, it's she's kind of surprised them both and just taken the game into uncharted territory. I think there's no chance Mazichuk would have expected this one.
No.
And it is old opening theory, so revisiting this makes a lot of sense. I quite like black's chances, to be honest. f3, we're expecting just to cement e4 and
d5.
Yeah, black can play c5 followed by queen b5, bishop c4. You control all of the queenside light squares. And yes, it's a pawn, but this f-pawn isn't really motoring down the board anytime soon. And
well, how does white handle this direct play? Is it to put the bishop on g5?
Yeah, I think you would love to trade off bishop for knight, right? Just to simplify the equation, but
queen b5.
Yeah, maybe queen b5. Black will try to put the knight back on d7 at some point. Although now maybe bishop takes knight.
Yeah.
Maybe the black knight just runs, knight d7, followed by c4, knight into c5, coming into some holes.
Yeah. Very nice compensation.
It's very positional, this kind of not specific compensation, not winning back the pawn, not attacking the king, just taking squares. And this setup, this pawn structure, we joked about it, but it's actually rock solid. It's beautiful. White really struggling for a concrete plan.
Yeah, I remember this diamond pawn formation because, well, my father was my first coach, and he was influenced by a book by Bent Larsen, and he was also influenced by the G takes f6 lines in the Caro-Kann. And so he would go, look, Jovi, diamond formation. Very flexible. And I would go, yes, Dad.
Well, maybe we can show that very quickly. Random tangent, but shout out to Mr. Houska. Just to show that pawn structure. I'm surprised he didn't play b3 if he was a big fan of Larsen on move 1. But just to show that line with a similar pawn structure, knight f6, capture, and for example, if white plays something along these lines, bishop back to g6, let's say for some reason white takes, then pawn on f5, we see the same.
Yeah, we do see the same. Diamond formation and a very powerful pawn structure, actually.
Controlling all the light squares, and in the case of Stefanova, if we catch up with the game, this position, controlling all the dark squares after c5 next.
Yep, and also controlling the circuit of the knight on d3. I really like her position, but I also like how both players have just inadvertently gone down the main line, but are taking their time about it.
A pawn is a pawn after all, so reason to be happy for Muzichuk as well.
Yeah, and let's go over to Vaishali against Sophie Millier. And we were wondering what decision Sophie would take, and we were expecting something a bit flexible, maybe a bishop d7 or rook to b8, or what was it?
We were expecting rook e8, bishop d7.
Yeah, and instead she's played knight to e7, or knight g4 first.
Yeah. Do you think this will cause the birthday blues with Sophie Millier? Because it's not her style, as we mentioned, to allow the opponent dynamic possibilities. She wants to be on the white side of these positions because suddenly the white f file is opened up. There's severe pressure against f7. Knight e7, you mentioned, was played, trying to park the knight on g6, a good defensive square, but knight h4 is taken away from her by Vaishali here, and it's really awkward for black.
Yeah, totally. And in the words of a certain grandmaster, there's a lot of pressure on f7. Like, I was really annoyed because I was playing in a British Championships, and I had literally a position like this. There was a rook on f1 pointing out the pawn on f7. The bishop came b3. There was even a knight on g5. And anyhow, so I get up from the board, and this grandmaster goes to me, "There's a lot of pressure on f7." I'm like, "You don't say." And then I was paranoid, like if someone heard me, they'd be like, "You're cheating." I'm like, "No, it's literally the most obvious thing."
I think I can guess who said that. And there we go, Anish Giri in the background again for a second. He's everywhere. He's barely sitting on his own board.
So they seek him here, they seek him there. I had to look at, how's it gone? That's from the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Meanwhile,
gosh, that's old.
Oh, yeah, that's going back a while.
Yeah.
But I think your idea, bishop e6, you mentioned it jokingly in another variation, Jovanka, but it might actually appear on the board in the near future. And then we talked of weird pawn structures. We might be due for this one. Here, queen g4 actually is quite strong attacking this pawn, but for example, if white, under some circumstances, were to take, I'm going to pretend black can't take on e3.
Yep.
But this weird structure, I'm not sure who this favors.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Unfortunately, this is a bit of a moot point because, as you pointed out, queen to g4, just very strong.
Ouch. This is going to be painful for black. And okay, you can defend for now with queen d7. But also, white will just keep the pawn on d4, and this black bishop will be locked out the game forever. At the right moment, you might even prepare at king h1, but you might be able to play d5 later due to this pin.
I also really like the idea of putting a knight on c4 as well.
Yeah.
Adding on the pressure to e5. Not necessarily threatening to capture, but we have a move from Sophie. Sophie has responded with d5.
d5, fighting fire with fire here, and makes a lot of sense. She has nabbed the bishop pair. So if the position opens up, it would suit black. But is she ready? The black pieces don't look ready at all. Everything's still kind of parked on the first two ranks, whereas white's piece is far more active. Normally opening the center if you're behind a development, it can backfire.
Yeah, but maybe she had to do something like this because strategically, this bishop on a7 is a terrible piece. So at least this way, you know, even if she loses a pawn or something in this whole operation, at least maybe the bishop on a7 can have a life.
I guess she does have ideas of c5.
c5, yeah. You know, put the bishop on e6, c5, we alive.
Yeah. And there we go, Anish Giri in the back. c5, yeah, it looks... Actually, it looks like it makes a lot of sense. And it's similar to Vidit, who won his game yesterday against Sindarov, who's now in the background. Vidit played a very similar idea when White had this structure. White had the doubled e-pawns, and normally we're taught to play against the opponent's doubled pawns, but willingly allowing White to undouble just in order to activate Black's pieces. That's what Vidit did with a lot of success. The reason I'm slightly worried here is that, again, there's some pressure.
There's amazing pressure, right? You can go queen f3.
Queen f3, adding the pressure. Black has to defend her knight right now.
What else is, I mean...
It's holding together.
It is holding together. But, okay, maybe we can be a bit... Oh,
sorry.
Go for it.
Overexcited.
Yeah, go for it.
I see 6. Can I try?
Yeah, oh yeah. 6. Yeah, I
the
was
knight was hit, so knight g6. I got a bit overexcited, sorry. There
no, but this is good. And after pawn takes knight.
Yeah, now just rook takes rook very calmly. And the problem is for Black, the queen is overloaded. She has to defend her knight, so the king has to pretty much take this rook. And now queen f3 is a check.
And
double attack.
Knight f6 isn't possible because, oh no, the rook.
The rook.
The rook gave itself up. Yeah.
And
that was it. At the end.
Yeah, that was the end. The bishop also trapped on a7. So suddenly tactics in the air. And actually this is very forcing. Pawn takes pawn.
Okay,
maybe
so you
knight takes is a blunder.
Yeah, so you can't do knight takes.
I think she's planning to take with a knight, unless she wants to take on d4 first.
Okay, let's do that.
Maybe we take on c3 first, just to mix it up.
Yeah.
And now take on d4.
Yeah.
Does this change anything at all? White takes back, maybe?
Yes.
Knight takes d5 and
Knight
g6, attacking this rook. Now the difference might be that knight takes c3 is available. I was hoping attacking the white queen, attacking this d4 pawn, but it's crazy.
It is crazy, and it's so tempting as well to kind of throw some more wood onto the fire and do some sacrifices, but they're not really working.
Queen f3.
Yeah, queen f3.
Yeah, I mean, White is really cashing in on f7 anytime soon. To me, this looks really promising for White. Even if there is another check, White just dodges.
Yeah.
This rook's attacked. This rook's attacked. This pawn's attacked. And I'm getting carried away with my arrows, but it looks good for White.
Yeah, it looks great for White. Okay, so let's rewind. So after pawn takes pawn, I don't think you can do anything other than...
there goes Giri.
There goes Giri. Where?
He was there in his grey suit. He just went off to the right.
Ah, okay. Oh, I see him in the distance.
Yeah,
I found him.
Found him.
He thinks he's been incognito by wearing a grey suit. No.
Where's Wally? There should be a new version. Where's Anish? And there he is, right in the back of your screens. But yeah, this looks strong. Knight g6. I think this tactic might be decisive if it lands on the board. Knight takes e3, for example. I think you just ignore it. And queen f3.
And what about knight takes rook?
Knight takes rook.
Can I
Just
grovel?
continue ignoring.
And can I...
Both rooks attacked.
That's the problem, right? You're being too greedy here. You know, you want it all, and you are getting all.
Talking of being greedy, I wonder after knight takes e3, can White sacrifice the queen?
The queen.
Give up the queen. I don't think it's quite possible. I wanted to go for something like this and discover check against the black king, but okay, this is getting carried away now. Vaishali, she's a great attacker though, and I think this will be on her radar. Pawn takes pawn we're taught to play kind of, or look for forcing moves first, and she's great with calculation. It's what she trains on most with her brother Prag.
Yeah, I'm just wondering actually whether Black's idea is maybe after e takes d5, whether to play bishop b7 or something like that.
Okay, just calmly.
Just calmly.
Yeah, go for this pawn. This makes a lot of sense. White can't quite play e4 or c4 to back up the d5 pawn because of pressure on this diagonal. Yeah, maybe this is Sophie's birthday idea. And okay, we'll come back to this one later, but it does look like White is the one attacking. And Vaishali, we know from some of her games this tournament, she really thrives in these types of positions.
Ooh, okay, we're being told that Vidit is at a critical junction. he perhaps has an option to repeat moves.
Wow. So let's just update.
Yeah.
This is the position. It's black to play, Hikaru Nakamura to move. We've had this position before, just 2 moves ago, where black played knight to h5. The bishop dropped back, black retreated, and the bishop's gone back to f4. So Vidit's actually the one initiating the repetition right now, and Hikaru, who isn't at the board, if he plays knight h5, it will be question time for Vidit.
Yeah, what do you think? Do you think Hikaru will be happy with a draw with black pieces?
He'll play knight h5.
Okay.
I've seen too many of Hikaru's recap videos where he says, "Oh, you couldn't do anything, chat. I couldn't do anything."
I literally don't care.
Yeah, the opponent wanted the draw. He was white. And you saw Hikaru come towards the board there, then move away. He doesn't sit down. So he's actually checking out the results on other games. And he's actually watching Firouzja's game, because Hikaru, in an interview earlier this tournament, he mentioned it's not necessarily one of the 2 top spots, the candidate spots he wants. He secure his rating because he's a... there we go, knight h5.
I was going to take the bet, David. I'm so glad I didn't.
He wants to get one of those rating spots to the candidates, and at the moment, there's an ish, of course.
Someone needs to clip all these moments.
Just literally every game we go to, wherever in the tournament hall it is, we can go to board 55, Anish will be there. And Hikaru grimacing. To be fair, it is an equal position, so understandable. But if he does play knight f6 now, it's a draw offer. Anything else and the game goes on.
Okay.
Knight f6 would allow Vidit to claim a draw. Repetition, bishop f4.
Knight f6 played, and...
on the board. Moment of truth. How is Vidit feeling? Does he want the good karma by playing on with white?
If he goes bishop f4, it's
3 times.
It's 3 times. So if he wants to claim the draw, he has to write down on his score sheet bishop f4. He needs to call over the arbiter and say,
"Yeah,
I'm going to make this move."
And he's staring us down in the camera. He's looking at us. He's asking us what we want. We want blood. We want
you to play Vidit.
But it's understandable. He's in the lead, and it won't get much tougher than Nakamura for the rest of the rounds.
Up close and personal with Vidit, and
what's going through his mind? How are your mind reading skills, Jovanka?
Yeah, he's literally saying. Now he's talking himself into taking this draw. He's like, well, the position is equal. You know, I could play on, but maybe I will lose. So let's just. There you go. Yeah. It's a draw. I'll take it.
It's the pragmatic decision, but there is this phenomenon, and it's not just a joke. It's I've witnessed it myself in plenty of tournaments. If you agree a quick draw with white, you tend to get punished. It means somehow in your next game you're not quite fully focused. Remember, he's played the Grand Swiss Gambit. He's won 5 of his last 6 games. The wind is behind his sails. Sometimes you need to capitalize on the momentum and your form. As soon as you lose kind of that determination to win, things backfire. And there's Anish Giri, of course. Wow, checking out the score sheets. And
I told you. I'm sorry. That was just too much.
Meanwhile, the handshake, it is a draw.
It is a draw. Wow. Okay, so a quick draw between Vidit and Hikaru, who repeated the position 3 times. And, with that draw, let's take a recap on the standings. And there we can see we started round 7 with Vidit being in the sole lead with 5.5 points and being chased down by no less than 11 players, Hikaru amongst them. Vidit now moves on to 6 points, so, he can be caught up.
He most likely will be caught up, and there we see the arbiter, Anna Srebrenic, just checking the score sheets, just validating the fact it will be a 3-fold repetition. Bishop f4, he wrote it down, stopped the clock, and claimed.
Yeah.
And I think, the arbiter, Anna, there, just reminding the players of the early start time tomorrow. But just the final remaining games, 3 games to go. Nakamura's now, there's Giri. Nakamura's likely to get 2 whites and 1 black. Vidit, he's likely to get more blacks than whites in the final 3 rounds, and I do fear that he might live to regret that decision.
Okay. Well, I'm now really curious. We've seen him there. We've seen him everywhere. Let's go check out his game. Like, why is he not sat at the board paying attention?
And Nakamura forgot something. It was...
Yeah, the carry bag, the chess player carry bag. That's an important requirement in professional chess.
Yeah, when I grew up, every tournament I played, everyone would turn up with a carry bag full of meal deals and snacks. And
do you know, I was lost in King's Cross trying to find a chess tournament, and I completely lost. And then I saw someone with a carry bag, and I was like, you know what, I'm just going to take a chance, follow the bag. And yeah, sure enough.
Yeah, I must admit, actually on a previous day I brought one with me here, so I've been caught red-handed as well. But in the meantime, this game, Anish, slightly surprisingly, he has actually used some time on the clock. He's spent 40 minutes. Probably most of that was just walking around the tournament hall, getting in those 10,000 steps.
He's there.
There he is, the grey suit. But he's rushing now because it is... Okay, it's not his move. It's actually white to play. But it's a very balanced position, and we do actually just see rook f to e1 on the board. So Giri is moving in, closing in. We're giving him too much spotlight here, Anish. And it looks like a very level position to me, Jovanka. What are your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, I think it's a very level. In fact, if I'm going to say someone is better, I actually kind of like White's position, although this comes with a caution that Black does have the potential, say for instance the queens get traded off, to go knight to c5 and put a knight onto e4, but that beast can be played around, so I'm not so worried for Anish. I think it just looks quite level.
It looks very level. I think I would prefer white as well if this f-pawn structure didn't exist, if the pawn were back on g3. There's some inflexibility to white's king side now. e4 will never really happen because it would just weaken the f4 pawn. And therefore, I'm expecting the move c5 maybe? Not c5, a5 even, from Anish Giri. I was going to say to cement c5 as an outpost for Black's knight, just as you mentioned. A nice launch pad there. a5, you normally want to stop your opponent's pawns pushing if you can. And if you lock down the queen side for Black, the king side's locked down, then yeah, it's going to be a long, long maneuvering game.
I think it will be. The one thing that makes me positive about White's position is actually primarily the fact that the king is on g2 and can move to f3. And as long as you keep this bishop on the long diagonal, you do have this hook to open up the g line with the h4, h5.
I show that king f3 more likely to happen if the queens come off, but there's no need to rush to exchange. I don't think White will hurry, but just to show your idea, Jovanka. Rook coming to g1, targeting this pawn if it ever does move, then as you mentioned, the hook. g6 now will allow White to trade off his isolated pawn. And
but also I do have to again add a caution here, because if Black wants to play for a draw, then they'll probably get a draw, to be honest with you.
Black could always just play h5, lock things up, and yes, it's a backward pawn, but easily defended. It's hard to imagine either side making progress. This is the thing, Giri, he's played such a good tournament, very rarely in trouble, but you need to win. In open tournaments, you need to beat slightly lower rated opposition if you want to qualify, if you want to get those top prizes. And it feels like he hasn't yet let himself off the leash. He hasn't gone all out on the attack. And this is the current position, rook e1, very level.
And so we are setting up for something very special that's about to happen in the studio. But in the meantime, let's take a quick peek at what other game is at the top.
Should we update the Caruana against Bakro game?
Yeah, let's go there.
Let's go back to the top boards to see how they are influenced by the results between FIDE and Hikaru. And there have been some developments here, Jovanka, because we were slightly curious as to why White had paused in this position. We were saying, what could be more natural? Rook to d1. He did indeed play that move. But after rook to d8, a4, capture, and queen a5, Fabiano, he's opening up a second front of attack. He's got a weakness now to pick off on a4 and the backward pawn on d7 to attack. And it looks very promising for White still. Yeah,
it does look promising for White, especially with that fractured queenside pawn structure that Black has. And there's a flurry of activity here in the commentary room. And, we are very lucky to have both FIDE and Hikaru with us, ready to show their game.
Take it away, guys.
Sure, So, I mean, okay, obviously this opening was interesting, c3. Yeah, I didn't know what to play because I wanted to play something interesting, not something super boring. So I came up with this whole d5, takes, queen d5, d4, knight f6, knight f3, knight f3, e6.
I guess you can just use the arrow. Maybe
Ah, yeah,
it's
yeah, there
faster.
are arrows too. Yeah, yeah, e6, knight a3, and yeah, I mean after queen d8, I mean you thought for a long time.
34 minutes or so.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, I couldn't see how exactly I can exploit this. I was thinking bishop e3, bishop d3, but I was not happy with anything. I think what I played was reasonable.
Yeah, I mean basically when you played knight c4 and I played bishop e7, bishop d3. Yeah, right around here I started to realize it's dangerous because originally I was just going to go knight c6.
But then I take dc. No?
Yeah, no, exactly. You takes, and I suddenly realized there are all these ideas with bishop g5,
castle,
bishop f4 castles, and yeah, it's a very bad front for me, basically.
Yeah, with knight on c6.
Yeah, so I mean, I thought knight d7 had to be correct, but I also realized around this point that it's very tricky because I only saw these castle. I think initially when you were thinking for knight 4, I only saw these lines with like castles and whatever, and then I realized that you can try to castle queenside. So
I think bishop f4 was important because if you get queen to c7, you're fine.
Yeah, exactly, which of course also matters later in the game too. So we get bishop f4.
Yeah, I think this is the only critical moment.
Yeah, this is probably the moment. Queen e2 here, of course, right? Yeah. Yeah, queen e2, and then I think...
I thought b5.
b5, yeah. b5, knight e5, c4, bishop c2.
Can I take on e5 maybe? It's an option.
Just take like this and just play it simple.
I'm not sure if it's simple, but...
Knight d5.
I can go queen e4 and then bishop
h6.
h6.
But I mean, how you
h4 h5.
Which okay, which way are you going? Yeah, bishop h6 of course, rook e8, h4, bishop b7.
You have knight b4 threat now.
Yeah, exactly.
So I move my queen.
h4 and white's just winning probably. Yeah, white's attack is way too faster. Yeah, agreed.
So maybe knight e5 is...
Yeah.
I was only calculating bishop b7.
But do I have knight e5 instead? If we go back one move, knight e5 here?
Yeah, makes sense. Now I don't have queen e4, so I have to drop back.
Bishop d2 makes sense. Yeah, actually, somewhere, is it here? Maybe just bishop b7?
Yeah. Okay, I have to go h4.
Yeah, but somewhere around here, can I now play f5? Or is it, no, it's here it's not working, take up the g5 square. Okay. No, this looks bad. No, I have to be quicker, right? I think I have
not
to be
sure,
much quicker.
Maybe it's playable.
You think this one's playable after bishop b7, h4?
Maybe you're a couple of tempos up compared to the previous line. No, but yeah, knight g5.
No, this looks horrible. I think I have to play. No, I think what you said is right. Bishop b7.
I think knight g5.
Knight g5 here, and now.
Wait, can you take knight e5, or it's too much?
Knight e5, d e5.
Knight d5. Looks like suicide, but.
This one.
But okay, bishop e5. No, this can't.
No, but I mean, if you play bishop e5,
this has to be good,
right? Go h6, h4, I guess.
h4, yeah.
h4 anyway. Right, but here.
Rook h3, rook g3 again.
Yeah, this is the idea, of course. But let's say I go. Okay, so b4.
Rook h3.
Rook h3, of course, yeah. And now.
Maybe instead of b4 you could do queen d5? No, still rook h3.
Yeah, rook h3 or f3 probably. But yeah, right here. No, this looks bad. Somewhere around knight g5.
Yeah, I just stopped after b4 h4.
Yeah, b4.
And I thought, okay, maybe you're fast, but maybe not. Yeah, knight b6, knight d5. I go bishop d2.
Yeah, somehow this looks very, very good for white.
Guys, did white have something?
Well, I mean, we can click this. That's how we know.
No, maybe it's 0-0
right or not? Okay, wait. Okay, one sec. So h6, rook h. Yeah, of course.
No, it's changing. It's changing now, of course. It's Stockfish 11 light, yeah?
Yeah, okay. It's so now it's saying it's much better.
Oh shit. So queen e2?
Queen e2, yeah.
Oh, it was really good.
So it is really good, maybe.
So b5, knight e5, knight d5, bishop d2.
Yeah, it takes an a6. Yeah.
This is tough.
Yeah, this is not easy to play because I think basically in the game. I mean, if we go in the game, I think after b6, it's because exactly now it's saying just castles and it's small edge for white, but it's nothing special. Yeah.
Bishop b7. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this was nothing.
No, because here I was already starting to feel optimistic. If I get queen c7, I thought I could be better. Yeah, so it's just one move.
Basically. Yeah, this was the
challenge.
Was the point.
Yeah. Yeah.
What stopped you from playing queen e2? Was it?
I mean, I misevaluated it. I just thought that he's getting b5, b4, and his attack is quick, but there's no continuation after that.
Yeah, I mean, this main line it's giving is very suspicious.
It would be very hard to play bishop d7, bishop c6.
Yeah. No.
Oh no, this was a good chance.
Yeah. No, I mean, I had this feel, basically, because when he was thinking for all this time here, I had this feeling that I was just going to develop knight c6, whatever, just play chess and everything, and then I suddenly realized that white can try to castle like in the match. Also because after
so knight c4 is the best
knight
move.
c4, I can also play this, but there's
knight e5.
Knight e5, right? And now, I can take. Because if I take, this transposes into the Rubinstein French, I think, after a6. And it's like, of course, I didn't want to play French, so, I mean, why would I do this? But maybe knight c6 is okay. Or not. Okay, who knows?
I believe there's still quite a bit of theory here after bishop e3.
Okay.
Yeah, you're the c3, c7.
Yeah,
that's right, you do play this.
Spent too much of my time studying
So white
this
is preferable.
Maybe slightly, but it was in the end a relatively quick draw. How are you both feeling initially?
Well, I mean, I'm happy to draw with black. I'm not necessarily happy with the way the game went, certainly, because I mean there was this one critical moment. But I think in a lot of the games now, it comes down to one or two moments, and I mean whoever's better has that opportunity. They either capitalize or they don't. I mean, yesterday I had like one moment maybe I could have won, didn't capitalize, ended up being a very straightforward draw. So I mean, I'm happy with the result, but obviously there's still many more rounds to go.
Yeah, and how about yourself?
Yeah, I'm not so thrilled, especially after knowing that queen e2 would have been a very good try. Yeah, practically, probably white's moves are much easier than black. And I paused for like 8 minutes here, thinking that if I should go for it or not. So yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed that I didn't go for it. But okay, later on in the game, I don't think I had realistically any advantage. Maybe. Yeah, no, I don't think realistically there was advantage. So this moment, a little bit disappointed about it.
And Hikaru, just before you sat back at the table and went for that repetition, I saw you check out the game of Alireza. Is it on your mind still? You mentioned earlier in the tournament about the rating spots.
Well, I mean, I guess the thing with this game, unlike yesterday's, I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't make the repetition because I had this feeling that if white doesn't take the repetition, I could maybe get some chances. I mean, I'm trying to just play and keep the games going no matter what. But it's on my mind to some degree, but still, I mean, you have to worry about your home game first. And today I very nearly forgot to do that.
Fair enough.
And talking about the other games, have any of them caught your eye?
I think Esipenko's game was really interesting. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I mean, it's anytime you see a game with like 20 plus moves and someone's down 50 minutes to an hour on the clock, you know it's going to be quite interesting. I didn't see the opening, so I didn't actually see what it came out of, but it looks, I mean, it looks insane. I mean, I bet the computer says black is okay somehow here, but this looks down an hour on the clock. I don't know how Vincent's going to survive this.
If you both have a couple of minutes, still feel free if you want to bring up the games and just.
I mean, that was the only one that looked. How do we?
Fabi's clearly better, isn't he? I think he's just completely better. I mean, this is a dream position for white.
Yeah.
It's the worst time no possible.
Yeah, d7, a4. I mean, everything is so weak here. Yeah. No, Fabi's doing great.
Arjun is also better, I think.
Arjun's game. Yeah. Okay. White's better. Oh, but time is probably quite important too, because here white's going to try to attack very quickly.
I guess he wants to take and put knight on e4. Or something.
Yeah. Yeah. This game will get very interesting too. Slowly developing, but should be interesting. But this is the one. I mean, what did this come out of?
This English Catalan kind of.
Okay. Yeah. It was this one with this d5. Yeah. Right. Takes. But I mean, I'm kind of curious actually to see, because clearly this was preparation, right, from white. All this was prep.
Of course.
Takes queen a4. Yeah. I mean, white has an hour 40 on the clock here. I think this is the first moment they think, right? d5.
F6.
And of course, f6 is wrong. Yeah, obviously. You're supposed to play c6. Yeah, because I mean, but this is also the danger, because when you're up an hour on the clock and your opponent thinks long, like you're literally at this point, I assume as white, you're looking at maybe 1 move or 2 moves max. And then of course, the human player who's thinking all the time, they come up with a human reaction, which you don't look at, and it can get very tricky. But I guess c6 is not best. cd5.
How would you assess a position like this?
0.49.
Yeah, no, but I mean, actually, as I look at the position, I don't like it so much for white, because as the computer says you take, you go like bishop c5, knight c3, king e7.
Knight e4.
Yeah, knight e4 and rook c8.
b4.
b4, or let's not pull the board somehow. b4, but I mean, even if I go bishop b6. Whoops. Whoops. Okay, let me click on the screen. How do we do this? Okay, go ahead.
I think yeah.
Yeah.
And now we just do drag and drop. I think.
Yeah. No, but the problem is like
but this looks bad, no? Check and bishop c5.
Ah, there's check here. Okay. Ah, okay. So yeah, this maybe is.
It's actually pretty forced. Like black has to find this narrow line: bishop b4,
Yeah.
rook b1. A5,
A5 and rook c4.
A3, rook c4.
Yeah, right.
King f3, f5. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just spitting lines.
But also, I mean, for Andre, the problem with this position also though is like, because when you clearly he hadn't looked at f6 because he started using time around here. Like you don't know, like because on the one hand you know f6 is not the best move, so you don't know, are you a little bit better or are you winning? Because the assumption is if it's not the best move and you think it's very hard to play, you could think you're winning, and then suddenly you get to this position and you're not winning and you're very confused. Because I mean, I've had that many times where you blitz out some long line, move 25 or something, your opponent plays moves you don't expect. You assume, of course, it's winning because it's not the top computer move, but it's not that easy. So, I mean, still, should be interesting though, should be interesting. How much time?
What happened in other games?
31:57. Other games?
I think Fedosio's game, he's worse, right?
But I mean, he's worse, but how bad is it? I mean, I assume it should
really
be a draw. I mean,
really? If you
without big pieces
take
on
on
the board?
a5?
Right here, knight takes a5.
No, it's just.
You can't drag. Okay, you have to. Yeah. Okay, it's this one. It's the less precise technique. Okay. Yeah.
Maybe queen a6, and you kind of, but looks unpleasant, like risk-free position for white.
Yeah, I just assume probably practically without any rooks on the board, all these endgames where black's up a pawn, I mean, that are very unpleasant, or it gets back to even, there should be resources. But you're right. I mean, queen a6 probably is good enough to hold, but risk-free.
Knight c4 even back.
Yeah, very pleasant. Very, very pleasant for practice.
What's happening in Ali Racing game? Curious.
Yeah, this game is a strange one. I don't know. Because this
Long castle? Have you seen long castle in Maroxy bind?
Not often, no. I mean, it's very, very weird position. But I mean, I assume white should be better. Just looking at it.
If anyone is better, it has to GH, knight d5.
Yeah, just trade going to the end game, and black will struggle to make the draw. I mean,
it's so good, no, for white.
It looks good, but how good? Because there's also the open G file.
Wait, how do you defend the pawn after knight d5?
Yeah, I go trade in. Yeah, knight d5. Yeah. And h4. Okay, bishop h6. I mean, I think black's kind of okay. Kind of okay.
Yeah, bishop h6, yeah.
No, I mean, kind of okay. But yeah, I mean, it's played, of course. But on gh5, maybe there might be the other. Can you go like knight? No, knight b5 doesn't do anything. No, but I mean, still, it seems like
slightly preferable.
Yeah, slightly better for white. So yeah. A lot of games, a lot of interesting games.
Okay, and thank you so much for joining us. Do you have any plans the rest of the evening now that you finished so early for once?
Well, I mean, there's obviously the issue of tomorrow's game because I mean, it's
to figure out when the game is. That's the main.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to assume it's an 11:30 game, so I'm happy that my game was short today. If it's a 2:30 game, I'm going to be pretty unhappy, I guess is the way that I would put it. So I'll plan for a morning game.
Okay. Do you normally adapt well to these early starts? What are your thoughts?
I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, but it's very strange, of course, because it only happens in the last round. It doesn't happen in the middle of a tournament like this, so it's going to be awkward for sure.
Yeah, but at least you get a firework display to enjoy in the evening.
Something like that, I guess.
Either way, thank you so much for both of you for joining us, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Queen E2 is quite serious then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a feeling there should be some
that are ongoing. And David, I think that is the perfect time for us to take our second break of the day. And we'll be back with all of the chess action in just a few minutes.
Extraordinary is an island like no other. Extraordinary is the Isle of Man. Book now.
As many spins or toss them in the air or something?
Oh my gosh.
A girlfriend does this a lot, yeah?
But I can't spin it like him. He can like do a full spin in one. I have to do it this way.
I don't even know how he does it.
Two ends?
Maybe with the left hand it will be better.
Okay, I'll try.
Does it have to be smooth?
I have only one hand, yeah, I suppose.
I guess I'm not as good as girlfriend, but
I'm really not.
I was probably originally left-handed.
This is so silly.
Oh.
Three, two, one. Go, go, go.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. Yeah, I don't know how he does it.
17 or 18, I don't know.
Of course, with a pawn it would be much easier, but I think it'll be better than some, but worse than others.
Was really?
Number one.
Really? Okay.
Having women in chess, that's just an essential part of the chess world being round and harmonic. Women in chess, it is the beauty of the game. So we want to increase the number of the girls, women who go in for chess, who use it or choose it as their profession, as their career path.
Lots of things has to be done, but as an organizer of a top-level event, what we want to do is to have more top-level events also for females. Even though Norway Chess is an event that includes both men and women, in practical terms, it's only men. So what we want to do is to have a women's tournament that actually has the same prize money that we give for Norway Chess, the players that play there.
The top chess players are extreme outliers of the bell curve, and there is simply not enough women in chess to create these extreme outliers. The more numbers of women playing chess and comfortably growing in chess will create these outliers, and we will have the women competing for the biggest title in the world.
I want to wish all girls who is interested to play chess, who likes chess, who is still thinking, is it game for me or not? Yes, it is. It's a game for everyone. You can learn a lot of interesting new things apart of chess, you know, like logical skills, meeting friends, meeting new people, going in different countries. And also, yes, we are all one family. Gensunas sumus. Thank you.
I believe that there should not be any difference between men's and women's chess, because it's sport and should be contested by them equally. But traditionally, men have had and still have more freedom, let's say, to focus only on chess, whereas women have to split their focus for chess and for family or kids' responsibilities. What I clearly know about chess, that when I was a kid and I started to play chess, we had many boys in the group. I was the only girl, but I never thought that it's important. We were just playing chess and beating each other every day, trying to improve. So that what was important at that moment. I truly believe that chess is a very fair sport. Girls and boys, men and women, young or adult people just can play together, and what matters is how good you are in chess. Let's say the rules are the same for everybody.
I think in life everything is possible, so yes, sure, it's very possible to have a world champion. And yeah, with these activities and promotion of women in chess, so I'm very sure if it's very possible. Estoy segura que es muy posible.
Provide the conditions and the environment so that girls feel secure, so that girls feel encouraged, so that girls feel appreciated, and so that girls can afford going in for chess. And one day, a lady will fight for the crown of the world.
We are back and ready for the coverage to continue of round 8 of the Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. And well, during that break there was action, and especially here on boards 2. But let's take a recap of the standings in the women. So we entered round 7 with a 3-way tie for first place between Vaishali, Anna Muzichuk and Antonetta Stefanova. But we have some news, because on top board between Anna Muzichuk and Antonetta, well, the game actually ended quite peacefully. Hang on a second, how did this happen? And maybe we can rewind a few moves.
Yeah, this was a important game on board 1 for the standings, of course, so let's figure out what went on there. Blink and you miss it. We literally blinked and we did miss it, but the game fizzled out quite quickly from the last point we were here. We left it after bishop to e6, saying that black had good compensation for the sacrificed pawn. Ideas like bishop c4, of establishing the diamond with pawn to c5. Anna Muzichuk maybe not liking her long-term prospects, and black's positional bind, she broke forward immediately with e5, and this kicked off a really forcing sequence, Jovanka, that ensured the game fizzled out instantly. Bishop c4, a nice counterattack, not kind of dealing with the threat on the knight, counterattacking the knight on d3 instead, and after a capture, another capture, and it's like hungry hippos here, just taking everything, taking on g7. White's rook is simply trapped unless she trades off the queens, and as we saw in the game, plays rook to d1. And unfortunately for White, she's a couple of pawns out, but that is irrelevant because after bishop c2, the rook has nowhere to go. It can never step forward due to back rank checkmates, or back row checkmates as we've started calling them this tournament. But yeah, instead you have to go back to f1, and this is how the game ended. A repetition, a dance between the bishop and rook, and a draw.
Yeah, and a fair result between these two players. And there to the right, you can actually see the evaluation bar in the top 10 games. And we can see between Vaishali and Sophie Millier that, well, Vaishali is doing fantastically well. So let's go running to that game. And let's recap a few moves, because it does look like we've actually seen this position in the analysis.
Yeah, we stumbled across this variation. If we backtrack a few moves, we said d5 from black, the most ambitious, the most principled, but potentially tactically flawed. And Sophie Millier plays d5. This was captured by Vaishali, and here we think maybe it was important to explore alternatives. This pawn, as we find out in the game shortly, was actually poisoned. First, maybe it was necessary to take on c3, maybe even on d4, open as many diagonals as possible for black's bishops before capturing on d5, but she took immediately. And Vaishali, such an informed player on the brink of the Grandmaster title, she pounced.
Yeah.
Really alert move, knight g6.
Yeah, she found it, and of course, to Vaishali, this is her cup of tea. You know, she's in her element here, and well, pawn takes knight isn't possible on account of the line that we saw with rook takes rook, and then the queen will go to f3 and then hit the knight, and also indirectly the rook on a8. So not a great possibility for Sophie, so she ended up playing
knight takes e3, and here we mentioned that White had various strong moves. We were actually more kind of focused on the move queen to f3, and I kind of half-jokingly mentioned that White could sacrifice the queen. I said knight takes f8, but she found an even stronger move. She refined this idea. Often same tactic, just different move order, reaps higher dividends, and right now rook takes f7, bang!
Yeah.
A rook sacrifice. Now the queen is really not possible to capture, because this would be a double check, meaning that black's king would have to move out the way, and at the very end White just picks up the black queen, material up, the black knight falling. So rook takes rook was forced, rook takes f7, and now queen f3. So same idea, and still a double hit on the two black rooks. Oof,
yeah.
This looks fatal.
It looks bad. I mean, is there anything that can be done? I mean, well, the problem is, right, so say you allow it, let's just allow queen takes f7. So let's just make a move, save the rook on a8, that irrelevant piece.
Yeah, the rook on a8, or do we just continue munching on pawns in the center, maybe?
I just wanted to highlight
I
queen takes rook.
Yeah, there is a checkmate incoming.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to show. So after king h7, this is the big idea. You go knight to f8 check, and okay, you can either capture the knight with your queen, or you can step back to h8, but then queen to g8 would be checkmate.
Queen g8 is mate, and yeah, this idea, it's actually a massive threat. So the biggest threat of all seems to be not this rook in the corner, but queen takes f7 followed directly, immediately by knight to f8. So this is the dilemma for Sophie Millier right now.
Yeah, so she's, well, desperate times call for desperate measures. Can she play some move like bishop to f5?
So blocking the f file.
Yep.
And the problem here is that bishop takes f7 is a check.
King takes bishop.
But then I was hoping to rely on knight takes with a check, and when the king moves, take this knight. And I assumed white was a piece up, but I've realized I can't count because it's only a pawn, and the game would go on. Wow. So okay, bishop f5 looks like it would at least test, or at least ask white to be accurate. Maybe knight takes pawn first.
Yeah.
Again, same tactic, just different move order. Why cash in on the material when it's not running away?
Yeah, and the knight is still hanging on e3. The rook is completely pinned on f7.
This just looks like it's
bad position.
It looks almost over. How can black even fight on? Because we see the evaluation bar on the right of your screens there, but it says that still a little bit of chance for black, so there must be some way to keep the game going. Everything we've seen so far pretty much ends in checkmate.
The problem is you know, you make moves like queen f6, but the rook on a8 is hanging.
maybe you have to give that rook. At least now we're attacking this knight. And
Yeah.
if white takes this rook on a8,
You
I
have to be a
guess
bit
take
careful
the
now.
knight.
Bishop takes rook.
Bishop takes rook, and black will recapture with the king.
That's forced. Yeah, and okay, then there's problems actually with the white king because you can't go queen takes c8
Yeah,
or
queen takes c8.
a7 because queen takes g2. Checkmate.
Okay, the first strands of hope right now for black. Queen f6, we haven't found a win yet. It looks like it must be played process of elimination, as we often have to calculate
We
in chess.
can go bishop takes rook.
Yep, first, check.
Yeah, but then queen takes bishop.
Okay, queen takes bishop. Now,
And we get the same position of queen takes knight.
but this time queen takes bishop comes with a check. Earlier the black king was on f7. The difference here is that, yes, white's won a bit of material, but big threat still.
Yeah, and still black can open up the position with e takes d4.
Yeah, still some counter chances on the diagonal.
Okay, so
she's alive. I think she has to find this move, strictly the only move to keep the game going. And at least there's chances.
And what about your move of knight takes pawn?
Yeah, I think this might be the clincher, the most brutal one, but it takes a lot of self-restraint. I mean, there's literally one rook up for grabs with check. There's another rook up for grabs in the corner, and to take neither of them would be classy, but maybe the most effective.
Yeah, and what happens after bishop e6, queen takes a8, check.
Yeah, so this rook is hanging, and the problem for black is you can get the queens off the board, but at the very end, white will regain the sacrificed rook, and will be at least a pawn up, with maybe an ongoing attack despite the queens being off the board.
And the bishop on a7 is still trapped by the wall of pawns.
Wow, do you think we'll see Vaishali seize the sole lead, Jovanka?
I very much think so. I mean, but to be fair, she's been playing such impressive chess. You know, it's sharp, it's concrete. She puts players under pressure right from the get-go. She beat Maria Mazicuk in just 23 moves with the black pieces.
Yeah.
That.
And it would be poetic in a way. Her brother, Prag, has already qualified for the candidates in Toronto next year. So she could well be joining her sibling there. Meanwhile, queen f6, I think we see on the camera. We'll just get that confirmed. Queen f6 indeed on the board. So Sophie Millet fighting hard. It's not over yet.
No, it is not over. And can we also have a look at some of the other games on the top boards? Tan Zhongyi against Alexandra Goreshkina. Anything here? Well, yeah, white has the bishop pair. That's something.
White does have the bishop pair, crisscrossing bishops as we've discussed in the past here. They're not the most impressive pieces in the world, but at least the light squared bishop is unrivaled. Yeah, knight takes c4 is not a threat due to, for example, if white just waits, due to this check on d5. And winning the black knight next move. So, okay, white does have one move to create something. She's about to play bishop to c3, I believe. Very logical. Again, setting the trap is always nice.
Yes.
Knight takes pawn. Don't play it. You have to defend now. If you're black, you have to defend this knight.
Oh, there is some unpleasantness, right? Because if you go b6...
Looks like she's played it.
Yeah, so white obviously doesn't go bishop takes knight because that would just liquidate into a drawn position, and maybe even you'd be on the worst side of it because of the passed a pawn. So instead, you want to be playing moves like bishop to d5 check, and now the king should run to the center. Because yeah, if you run to the corner, then you could get checkmated.
Yeah, even in an endgame, always go to the center if you can with the king in general. As long as there's no concrete reason not to. And I was going to say black's knight is trapped, but there is one escape square.
Yeah, I know. It's annoying, isn't it?
If it can somehow get round to the c5 outpost, then probably you're holding what might be a fortress. But for now, this knight is sidelined. It's offside and cannot get back into the game without a helping hand.
You can use tricks, though, to keep that knight sidelined. Like, for instance, you could go rook to e3.
Indirectly covering the square.
Yeah.
If knight b3 now, you'll jump out the way.
Yes.
And win a pawn.
Yeah.
I like your rook e3. There's also the very kind of prosaic rook to b1. It looks a bit ugly to put a passive rook like that, but you do cover b3 and you're arguing that you're up a piece.
That is true, but on the other hand, the white rook is tied down.
It is, it is. The other argument would be simply leaving the knight to do its worst. Yes, it will take kind kind of a path into the center, but you could maybe create some
G5
play on the other side in the meantime.
I was just looking at G5.
Oh, immediately.
Yes.
Nice.
Extend the power of the bishops.
Sounds like something out of Lord of the Rings. Extend the power of the ring.
Or some kind of religious movie.
Yeah, and I love it. We talked it's the day of weird pawn structures. We normally have themes of the day. It's yesterday it was 2 pieces against a rook. Today it's the drunken pawns, the Tower of Terror. These triple pawns, maybe they'll all just fall off the board.
Yeah.
Rook takes G6 is guaranteed. Actually, this is all forcing Jovanka, and I think Tan Zhongyi might need to go for this if she wants to secure any significant advantage. Got to speed things up before that black knight gets back in.
Yeah, no, I like G5 a lot. When I saw it, I immediately had to suggest it to you, David.
Yeah, beautiful move. Pawn sacrifice. It's not obvious, it's not instinctive, but once you see it, you can't unsee it. Rook E6, rook takes G6, and then bishop takes G7. Everything's collapsing for black. So definitely Tan Zhongyi in the driver's seat in this game.
Yep. And what about the game between Leia Garifalina and Polina Shuvalova?
Okay, and the queens have just come off. Queen takes queen was the last move on C8, and now Shuvalova, she's about to move. Before recapturing, she first trades off a set of rooks. Is black about to go a pawn down? I'm assuming that white actually takes back with the knight. And usually you want, there we go, played by Leia there. Normally you want to take with a rook on an open file, but you need to recapture the pawn on D6, or just capture it. And you are a pawn up. Also, the knight does quite a good job. Its function of defending C2, very important
and
to
also
stop the rook coming in.
It can jump into the D3 square. So a line that I was looking at was rook takes D6, and bishop C1 was something I thought white could, black could try.
Now the question is to take or not to take.
That is the question.
You mentioned knight D3 is possible to defend this bishop as well. And okay, we'll find out soon. She does take her pawn. Feels like a 2-result game with Garifalina pawn up now. Shuvalova, she's got to go. She's got to hustle. She's got to try and find compensation. I think your bishop C1 idea is pretty much the only way to get counterplay. Yeah, to take now would to be walking into a pin. You could deal with it with king F1, I guess.
Yeah.
This pawn's still vulnerable.
You do have ideas of knight to F4.
Although,
but I guess there you could just go G3, and let's face it, that pawn on H3 ain't that good.
No, the knight could even get sidelined here. But more importantly, the A6 pawn drops off, and we see a move. The prophet re-emerging. Jovanka, you're predicting everything today. Rook takes pawn, followed by bishop C1.
Just the obvious ones.
Still, I mean, bishop C1's far from obvious. Just trying to get a square for the black rook to activate.
Yeah. Okay. Well, difficult position there for Polina Shuvalova to hold, but we'll keep an eye on this game. Maybe we can go to the open section and have a look at the top boards. Ooh, can we revisit the game Ivan Chiparinov against Jan-Krzysztof Duda?
Wow, this game is crazy. This game's really exploded. We last left it a few moves ago. Let's just try and recap. And knight D7, bishop takes G6, bang. Our eyes were not drawn in that direction, Jovanka. We were looking at pawn to C6, just kind of, we were zeroing in on the black king. Bishop takes G6, clearance sacrifice. If black recaptures, then C takes D6 would simply win the house, a fork. But more importantly, also clearing the C file to pin the black queen. So this bishop was poisoned. Duda recaptured. And F7 falls, so he's won back the material, Chaparinov, but has the attack disappeared. Bishop E6, H4. Bit random to be messing around with moves like H4 when it feels like your house is on fire on the other side of the board. But F4 now. Wow, really breaking open the diagonals. Now E takes F4, I guess, would be met by
bishop to F5.
Attacking the rook, opening up some threats here. Looks really scary for black. Understandably declined, knight H5. But at least the evaluation bar thinks that white is winning.
Okay, well, let's do a spot check. Why is white winning? So, first up, I want to go bishop takes bishop.
Okay, bishop takes knight. This captures galore. Bishop takes
oh,
bishop.
Yeah, bishop.
Rook takes. Counterattack.
Yeah, and then bishop takes knight.
Bishop takes knight, and now we're attacking this knight, but it can save itself with...
knight takes F4.
Yeah.
Tricky piece.
tricky player, Duda. It's hanging by a thread, but all of his games seem to do so. He's always balancing on the edge, and he makes it work. There's other moves. There's bishop f5 attacking this rook. There's also bishop takes knight first, different move order. Let's say bishop takes knight first. Now black has to... This gives black a lot of options, so maybe it shouldn't be the first one we calculate. How about bishop f5? That's my first instinct. Attacking this rook.
Rook will move.
But can it move? It's tied down defending the knight and the bishop.
Aha. I wanted to go rook f7, just
rook F7.
attack the bishop, but
now I can take this bishop
and everything is overloaded.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think this would win material, bishop f5. Black would be obliged to play to capture on g5. Now, I'm slightly tempted to just take this bishop back, but bishop takes rook. Black has to sacrifice the exchange for a pawn. But is it enough?
Yeah, it is probably enough, but I actually kind of like the position without grabbing the rook.
Without being greedy,
just take that one.
Yeah, this is a powerful pass pawner.
Okay. And still, you have like uncomfortable pressure against the d7 knight as well.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Giri just got up from the board. He's checking out some score sheets, smiling.
A serial lurker. Man.
He's always smiling. Like, chess is a hard game. You should be focused.
He's breaking all the rules. Don't do this at home, kids.
He's edging closer to the camera as well in the foreground of your pictures there now. Yeah, it looks promising either way for Chaparinov. I think this might be the key move, bishop to f5, and a bunch of tempting options for white after that. Black's position just a bit loose. And should we briefly check in on Anish Giri?
Let's have a quick peek.
And then I want to quickly check in on the game that he was smiling at a few moments ago. So he's on board 13. We won't linger here for long. We won't linger as long as Giri does on our cameras because this looks like a very equal rook endgame. I'm not sure who I'd rather be here. It just looks too blocked up. No open files, no weaknesses, no pass pawns.
Okay.
Most likely a draw. And the game he was smiling at, Anish Giri, was actually with the new England #1, Nikita Vichugov, against Yavgir Sindarov. And okay, it's a king and pawn endgame, which is already giving me headaches. Firstly, it's level pawns, but very imbalanced pawn structure. White has the outside potential here, outside pass pawn can be created.
Black has a protected pass pawn.
But yeah, black's pawn on d5 will be hard to break down.
Well, I guess...
The eval bar says draw, but of course neither player knows that.
But I do guess that the outside pass pawn that white has might be needed to decoy the black king, whereas the pawn on d5, it can be undermined by an eventual b4, b5.
Yeah.
So I think it is a draw.
Yeah, we could see, just to kind of highlight one example, actually maybe king f6 rather than pawn d5. Let's just show some of those plans. I'm not sure these are the most accurate moves, but at the very end, white will be aiming to play b5, but no way to break through really. And if eventually you try the decoy method, as you mentioned, Jovanka, then the black king will run, stop the pawn just inside the box, just inside the square, and at the right moment white will break. And yeah, unfortunately, everything might just get hoovered off the board. So yeah, it feels like the white is the one pressing, but black has enough answers.
Okay.
This would be a logical conclusion to the game.
Yes. Okay. Well, but probably some care will need to be taken in the run-up to this position. But let's also revisit the game Andrei Esipenko against Vincent Keimer.
Esipancake. Nice nickname there. Andrei Esipenko, sorry. I clicked on the wrong one. Erigasi. This is the fascinating battle, the opening theory, and it was really nice earlier getting the thoughts of Vidit and Nakamura. It was nice to be able to chill in these chairs and just learn from the greats.
Exactly.
And Nakamura, he actually hinted that maybe he would rather be in Vincent Keimer's shoes just because he's survived what is a difficult opening, and Esipenko has to think for himself. And still material down as white. These pass pawns not going anywhere yet. A hit on his knight. Will white defend that knight with the king? Will white...
You can't defend that knight. You're either going to move it.
I was going to say, does white play a move like a3 to try and throw a spanner in the works, counterattack against the bishop?
Okay, let's try that one, the counterattack method.
Yeah,
I like it, but
comes to mind. Just rook takes knight. Now suddenly, after pawn takes, the rook does have inroads into black's camp. If you land any check, then these pawns, they might be decisive. This looks very powerful, actually. Black does have ideas like g5, however.
And also, you can you be cold-blooded about it and go king to
king e7.
King e7.
Yeah.
And then
nice.
After rook takes a7, just go rook takes pawn. And then I'm going to go rook to d8.
Yeah.
And what is that I see?
Free food.
It is.
Chess players love the free food. These pawns are actually weak. So, okay, I'm going to bin my idea of a3. Why be flashy when you can be controlled?
Okay.
Defend the knight.
And
is he afraid of g5?
Well, then I was thinking, no, I was going to blunder there by going bishop d6, and that would be a mistake after rook takes knight. Whoops.
Yep. And the bishop would fall next move. Black would emerge a piece up. But yeah, not too many safe squares for the bishop. I'm taking inspiration from Vidit here, who landed a bishop on b8 against Hans Niemann a few days ago. Maybe bishop b8. I'm a bit worried to retreat, because there will be ideas of check deflecting the white king. Or does it? Maybe the white king just steps up the wood, f4 forward, along the f file.
Yeah, you're right. And it was really important that you control the d6 square. So you go bishop, if you go bishop d6, well, step forward.
Yeah, suddenly we've got the triangle, not with pawns this time, but the holy...
holy trinity of the king, the knight, and two pawns.
Exactly.
Although that's not trinity.
Let's pretend it is. And, okay, this looks promising for white. So I think you need to add the king to the mix, centralized king in the endgame, as long as it doesn't get mated or kicked, or kind of hit tactically like we showed in that variation. It tends to be a good idea.
So what happens if you, after king to f3, you just, because I feel that you should be concrete about this, king...
Maybe you're right, king e7.
If you go king e7, then I'm concerned about a3.
Yeah, kick the bishop, and if it retreats, there's a check.
Yeah.
Actually, and Nakamura showed a very similar variation where black's king got into some trouble.
So therefore, could you dislodge the knight from e4? So after f3, f5.
Yep. Now the knight might sneak around some nasty
and you
checks.
still have control over the d6 square. So I was planning to go king e7, but
maybe I can
not going to survive long. No.
Rook d1 and some checks are coming. This looks really suspicious.
Okay. Black. Can you work with the idea and go h6?
h6, okay.
Yeah.
I like it. Calm, but composed. g5, f5 coming. And now I'll kick your bishop.
And now counterattack.
Against the knight.
Yes.
Oof. Calculation is hard in these types of positions.
Chess is hard.
Chess is very hard. Maybe white can take now, and it's something very similar to that position we saw earlier, but now slightly kind of improved version for white with a centralized king, the rook on coming to a7, black not quite in time to play king e7. Or maybe, maybe
you'd have to do it now,
You have to try. That being said, where is the refutation? b5. But then rook d8 comes. Yeah, I wanted to play rook takes a7, but you're always meeting it with rook takes b4.
Yeah, unless there's something funny happening.
Some funny business. Bishop
like
e5.
bishop e5.
Yeah, coming back to c3, nudging the rook. This is complicated, and Esipenko, he's giving the board a death stare as he aims to calculate these variations. This is not a typical endgame, right, Jovanka, where you can just make moves on general principles. It's very concrete. It's all about specifics, and one slip, side would be punished.
Absolutely. Razor sharp endgame here. And
Ali razor sharp.
Ali razor sharp. And actually, talking about Ali razor sharp, let's go over to Ali's razor's position. He's black against Sam Sevian, and well, our verdict was that white had a dream position, and the guys Vidit and Hikaru was like, "Oh yeah, queenside castling in a Maroxy bind, unusual,
to say the least.
Probably necessary though."
And it's actually curious that in the position we last left it here, with Vidit and Nakamura, kind of helping us with their commentary there, taking the lead, Vidit and Nakamura convinced that white's knight would land on d5, which looks like the most natural square, just breaking the connection between black's queen and the 5th rank. But Vidit was like, oh, maybe knight b5. And he was like, and then he changed his mind. He's like, it doesn't really do too much. But actually, there is this cunning plan. Now, this a7 pawn is hit, and the h5 pawn is hit. And look at what happens. a6, attacking the knight. The knight doesn't need to retreat. Really clever from Sevian. He just takes the pawn now. And in this position, if the knight is captured, then the c-file opens up. There's a pin, and white regains the material. He'd be a pawn to the good at the end of this variation. So, okay, Firouzja instead plays rook to h8. Now the knight kind of just stuck on b5. First he has to deal with the threat against his bishop. Do you think he'll defend it with the pawn? But this is committal. Caging his own bishop on h5, or will he simply take a step back, opening the file for black's rook?
I think he'll just simply take a step back.
Which square? f3, e2?
e2.
Actually, don't really need to worry about the black rook coming in. It's just a one-move idea.
So you can just go g3.
Defend. Still a pawn up, yeah.
Yeah, it's just still something to work with, right?
Yeah, I feel like Sam Sevian, he really excels in these types of positions as well. He's great at calculation, and if he can work his way to a position where it's just a clear pawn, no counterplay, then he'll be very close to victory. But Firouzja trying to mix it up in the meantime.
Yep. And talking about mixing it up, Fabiano Caruana against Etienne back row. We thought Fabiano was doing great here. I mean, white has all the long-term prospects. Pressure against d5, pressure against a6. Can Etienne mix this position up?
Yeah, it's a big strategic advantage for white, but turning it into something tangible is not easy yet. You're ganging up on d5 multiple times, but if you cash in now, then we'd just see everything disappear off the board. The vacuum cleaner comes out. They all got hoovered off, and at the very end, black's queen can take on b2. And unfortunately, you've run out of material with white. So, okay, Fabiano, he can't take immediately, and that's a bit frustrating for him. It looks like white's pieces are all perfectly placed. It's very picturesque, and just what to do next.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even build either. You can't go like queen to b3 because black is just going to meet that with rook to b8. Threat with threat. Although...
Actually, rook b4 would be a nasty pin here.
Oh, yes. I blundered.
Yeah, actually, queen b3. I think your instincts are right, though. No, but
yeah.
Okay, we all blunder when we calculate.
Yeah.
That's how the players find the best moves. Process of elimination.
Okay, queen b2. Yeah, how do you handle that one, actually?
Actually, it looks strong, defending b2.
Yeah.
I initially ruled it out as well in my mind due to rook b8 ideas. Can black counterattack? I don't know, knight f5, hitting the rook. But the rook just moves.
Yeah, you can also go knight takes pawn as well, right?
Knight takes, yeah, because this comes with a check.
Yep.
And after black eliminates, white's won a pawn. Maybe white will win a pawn. I was going to say Hikaru, who was analysing this game with us, but it is Fabiano, queen b3. Okay, then we have to evaluate what happens if black just moves.
And then the whole point was you could pocket everything.
At the very end, there's still rook to b8, so your idea, just different order, and the b pawn drops.
What a shame.
Still some hard work. And okay, why bother with trying to win a pawn when you can be flashy with tactics, says Fabiano. Knight to e4. There is a pin, after all, on the d8 rook. You cannot take this knight, because after rook takes d8, there's no time to take this bishop. He would get mated on the back row. Finally got it.
Well done, David.
Yeah, thank you. Rook d8 would be mate, and okay, interesting. Knight e4. I guess it's designed to put the knight on c5 if possible.
Okay. And actually, tricky move, because where is black going to put the queen? If you put it on b6, well then your move of rook b4 could be a strong counter to that.
Yeah, although the black queen moves, she shifts. This knight is hanging.
Yeah. Well, this is where I wanted to kind of... I'm just trading off too many pieces. I was thinking of a knight c5 anyway.
Yeah, it's definitely logical here, but yeah, the question is whether these captures, these exchanges have really helped. Queen and knight tend to do pretty well against queen and bishop, but it's quite an open position, and d5, a6 are still weak. Feels like all of these variations, Fabiano's got an advantage. It's just weighing up what type of advantage he wants and how to transform it into something tangible like winning a pawn.
Yeah.
Not easy. Knight e4. I think back row really should play queen b6 unless he's thinking about swapping queens. Because if he goes the other way, then this knight c5 looks really strong now.
And also the knight is probably going to come into d7. Oh, and not to mention that the pawn on a6 is going to fall off.
Yep.
So yeah, you don't want to allow this. So you've got to put the queen on either c6 or b6. Let's try queen c6.
Okay.
Any hope in the endgame?
So does Fabiano trade immediately? Maybe you can.
Bishop takes
Yep.
queen.
If knight takes, I'm assuming I can take this pawn. I think white can get away with this. So bishop takes, and now knight to c5. Has the exchange of queens helped? And who has it helped?
Yeah, a5 maybe.
a5, and now I could maybe advantage of the pin again.
Aha.
On the d file.
And here knights to f5, but you just
go step back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't even move.
F4. Yeah, this pawn is dropping.
He's moved his queen.
He plays queen to
b6.
b6. b4 back row. Queen b6. Yeah, it just covers the c5 square, so white's knight cannot land. And I think we might see that whole variation you mentioned, Jovanka, rook to b4.
Yeah, rook to b4 is a possibility. I mean, actually, if you don't do this, then black is threatening pawn takes knight. So that or the pawn on b2.
I think he's committed now, Fabiano, with his last move. Yeah, it's important that the queen defends the rook, so d takes e4 is a threat. Yeah, he's pretty much committed to rook b4, and we might see that little transition that we mentioned with knight to c5. Take, and yeah, still looks nice for white, but reduced material means certain drawing chances for black.
Yeah, well, Fabiano definitely having the upper hand there, and the one applying all the pressure. And, well, can we also go over to Arjun Erigaisi against Kuzhibov? Because, well, we saw a Queen's Gambit declined exchange variation, and Arjun played very actively, castling queenside, and now, big question, what is he going to do about the knight on e5?
Yeah, this might be the most spicy Queen's Gambit declined I've seen in a long, long time. Let's just show that moment where, in a very balanced position, rather than play the classical castling kingside and maybe even pushing pawns to f4, he went long. He went for gold, castles queenside, bishop b4, and okay, eliminating this knight on c3. So white's king has one fewer defender, but parting with the bishop pair means that white's doing very well long term. And f6 met very nicely by symmetry, f3. And both knights attacked. Black said, okay, if the position opens up, it's going to favor white's bishop, so he retreats. And like you said, big dilemma, what to do with the knight. Does it step back or does it sacrifice itself? There's also the idea of continuing the harassment of black's knight, h4, maybe?
Continue the harassment.
When in doubt, play h4.
Yeah.
All the top players do it these days. And at least now if the knight goes back, very minimum, you could trade off the knight and step forward in the center. Maybe you don't need to rush with e4, but
also you can go bishop to d6. Sorry,
nice.
I'm so. I see a pawn, I want it.
Greed is good though,
yeah,
Jovanka.
exactly. And then if you go g6, I want to go h5. Give me that line.
Yeah, breaking open the h file. Bishop d6 might be a vital move actually in this line. So that's if black tonight retreats to f7. If it goes back to e6, then you could. He does play h4. Then you could minimum play knight back to g4 and you protect your e-pawn and you keep the material. And actually, this is on the board. Wow. We're doing decently today with our predictions.
We're doing well as well. And have we turned on the engine once?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
We will. In the 7th hour, in the 8th hour, we will turn on the engine to help us out. But knight g4. White has the bishop pair. White has the more fluid pawn structure.
Yeah.
It looks pretty nice for Erigaisi right now.
It does look nice for Erigaisi, and black has no attack whatsoever on the queen side, no way to open pawns. c5 not going to happen, so it was all systems go for white. And can we go over to the game Tan Zhongyi against Alexandra Goryashkina? Because again, I'm tracking the evaluation bar. Maybe we can actually pull up the evaluation bar for all of the top games, and just to also keep you updated, we see some results on board 5 and 6. It was a draw between Stavrula Sulakidu against Bibisara Asaubieva, and also a draw between Anna Ushanina and Daisy Corey.
Yeah, so Aselbayeva, after having the sole lead just a couple of rounds ago, losing 2 games, it's nice that she stemmed the bleeding, and looks like a solid result in that one. But what remains in the women's section looks like a lot of decisive games incoming. And this one we left a while ago. Let's try and figure out how we got here. Actually, again, your prediction game on point.
Oh,
the Prophetess.
Was it G5?
It was G5. Let's go back.
That was a lovely move.
Lovely move. B6, check. The king centralized, and G5. Really important. Actually, before black clamps down and totally blocks the king side, knights need stable squares, so she needs to block things up with the black knight, but G5 first. And as we mentioned, F takes G5 walks into the powerful, the crushing rook to E6, winning this pawn, and black's position collapses. So she actually traded off rooks, but at the cost of a pawn. And bishop pair for white, extra pawn. A few moves down the line, it feels like Tan Zhongyi should be converting this. She now plays one more move. What did she just make? Bishop to E6. If she can trade off this bishop for the black knight, if it's same colored bishops, she's simply winning. The bishop will come back to G3, trade off, trade this off. King and pawn endgame will be winning.
Yeah, and in fact she can actually just improve her position at leisure, right? If the knight comes to E5, well, the king is just going to walk to the center, and bishop to G6, G3 is going to happen. Don't like this position at all for black. So you have to put the knight on C5.
Yep, attacking this bishop. At least keeping the white king out of E4, right?
And then the bishop goes somewhere.
Somewhere, I'm not sure. I just want to put it as far away as possible from the white king, so there are no forks.
Yes.
And then it's time to start improving the position. I think you're right, she'll kind of...
Could you put the bishop on D5?
It just came from there, but...
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, D5 looks like the most natural square. I'm just trying to justify her past move.
Okay,
back to
D7.
Okay, knight C5 on the board. I assume actually she wants to head for a endgame where she'll trade off these sets of bishops. For example, let's say black waits. She might even trade off... I'm not sure she should rush, but... okay, she plays bishop G4, something similar. Then once the bishops disappear, for example, let's say like this, she'll distract the black king with the passed h-pawn, and when the king is distracted, black's knight is really frozen, stopping the white king from using e4 and coming in. But once the black king is distracted, then then the white king will eventually come in. I'm struggling to even enact this, but as soon as the black king moves away, in, and win.
Yep. Simple.
Well, yeah, it sounds simple. It won't be that simple. Goyachkina will make it difficult, but should be winning, Jovanka.
I think it should be winning as well. And I think it's very critical, actually, to trade off dark square bishops. So nice advice there. And can we also go to board 7, where we see Munguntul playing against Irina Bulmaga. And again, I'm tracking the evaluation bar, and not good news for Irina.
2 pawns up for white, simply. Not sure how the h-pawn disappeared for black, but it's potentially going to be the trousers, as we've coined it. Sorry, not pawn to b3, most likely a capture. And white will having the passed a-pawn, maybe even a passed h-pawn later in the game. 2 pawns is enough. This should be a victory. There's also ideas against this black rook. The black queen's a bit overworked. But yeah, I'm expecting Munguntul to round this up. Still has plenty of time, 15 minutes. We're reaching the time control shortly.
Yeah,
should win.
I think the one thing that Munguntul should not do is perhaps go c takes. I know it's black to play, but c takes b4.
For example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, black can have some hope, at least, by pushing the d-pawn and getting their passer.
In practical terms, this would be maybe the best chance for black. Meanwhile, we see a result there, some score sheets being signed. I'm wondering what board this is. I think it's board 11.
Yeah, I think it's between Harika Dronovali against Teodora Inyach, and there it was a draw.
Yeah, this was the final position. We saw a repetition. The black knight retreating to a6, hitting this pawn, the bishop dropping back to defend, and a dance between the knight and bishop, and a draw as Harika doesn't leave the board. She's yet to make a dent at the kind of top of the standings, maybe just a bit frustrated by this draw with the white pieces.
Yeah, I think for her standard, she is disappointed with this tournament. She would really have wanted to be fighting for the top spots and to get that candidate's place. But as it is, well, she still has 3 games remaining.
And I just want to check in briefly as well on board 2, where, as predicted, Vaishali did regain the material, but the game goes on. And Sophie Mie, on her birthday, has done a great job of fighting back. She's reduced the damage. She's minimized what we thought could have been a decisive advantage for white. And we're in the endgame.
We are in the endgame, and I'll tell you something else that is potentially concerning for Vaishali. She doesn't have that much time on the clock.
Ooh, 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Just moved 24. And let's just recap what happened, because we left it at queen f6. We've only had a few moves correctly, I think, taking back this pawn, winning the rook next move. It's pinned, it cannot escape. And in this position after c5, she took with the bishop, but this is clumsy because she had to take with the bishop and the king moves. She had to drop back, so she's lost 2 tempi. I wonder whether there was something...
Does she
better.
have to drop back with the bishop?
Okay, let's say take.
And now I would just go king to
f2.
Or maybe even... Oh, should I be greedy? G4.
Greedy, g4. Ah, you want to round up this knight?
Yeah, hang on, there's knight c2.
Yeah, the knight can escape.
That's annoying. Let me put that back. But it's there.
It is there. And I wonder if there's something immediate, something that you alluded to there, because if you can kick away this knight, we do have bishop to d5 hitting this rook, and the rook will have to move onto a square, can continue being attacked. So
can you go king f2 then?
Let's trust your first instinct. Maybe rook e1 as well.
Okay, maybe rook e1. I like that one better because...
this knight c2.
And
just to highlight the point, if the knight goes back to a safer square, then there's actually bishop d5, rook moves, and boom, checkmate.
Yeah.
So it's a double threat. So knight c2. And...
Okay, keep on attacking.
I'm a bit worried
no,
how.
There's pawn takes...
Yeah, there might be c takes d4.
Yeah, okay, so...
And no time to take this rook because of a discovered check. Although even here, actually, rook f2.
Yeah.
And just like yesterday, it's always 2 knights against a rook in every game. White should have a decisive material advantage here. King e3, we round up the pawn, and it will be 2 knights and a pawn for black's rook.
Okay, so this is promising. Then rook e1, knight c2 forced.
Knight c2 forced. And where is the finishing touch? I mean, maybe you could even just play rook e4, just cement the pawn.
Yeah.
Bishop b7, you can meet with d5 and should still be winning, but yeah, what she's done in the game, if we catch up, bishop b3 just feels wrong somehow, and there's going to be an opening of the position which will really suit the black bishops. Let's say, I'm wondering if there's any checkmating ideas against black's king. Maybe that's what she's going for, but can black get away with taking the pawn?
Pawn takes pawn.
Pawn recaptures. I'm not sure what what's next. I wanted to play knight f5, but I'm really scared of something like rook e1 and whoops, again, checkmate.
Yep.
Okay, I still think she has a big advantage, but yeah, 3 minutes and the bishop's coming to life. It's
well, if Sophie can survive this particular position, then she might have good chances to hold a draw.
Yeah.
But it is a question of survival. I mean, let's have a look at the most natural moves and see whether, black can, how easy it is to play. So.
What moves come to mind? I quite like bishop f5 just because I keep blundering knight g6
yeah,
checkmate.
Me too. I like bishop f5 as well.
Then again, yeah, knight h4 might be annoying, g4 might be annoying. It's definitely not an easy position for Sophie Mie.
But if you go knight h4, I think I was trying to get bishop to c2 to work, but now I think maybe I keep blundering everything too, David.
It's a hard position. It's a hard position. It's not the typical endgame. It's not the typical endgame where you can just kind of just generalize.
Well, maybe you can go rook. You can start off with rook to b8. Let's mobilize that guy.
A forceful move.
Yes.
Always a good place to start when calculating. That is annoying, actually. The bishop's kind of hanging in the air here. No obvious squares. Don't really want to part from this beautiful diagonal here. Bishop a4 feels like a step in the wrong direction.
Yeah, then I would maybe take on d4.
Okay, I'd take back, let's say with a pawn.
And then I'm just going to go bishop. out.
Somewhere. Knight c6 isn't a worry, I guess.
Yeah.
Oof. Lots of variations.
It would have been a worry if I had seen it.
Yeah, lots of variations. It still feels like white is better, Vaishali, but maybe not winning directly as she was a bit earlier in the game.
Yeah.
And that variation we showed where she could have won material on the spot transformed her advantage. I think maybe she should have gone for this, but okay. Sophie Millet, will she get a birthday gift?
Well, she's making a move.
And rook b8 on the board.
Yep.
Good move.
And bishop a4, bishop. Could you go bishop a2?
Yeah, bishop a2. That begs the question: why not park it down the last turn though? And suddenly the black rook can swoop in.
And there's also knight c2.
There might be ideas like rook takes g2, and like you said, knight c2. The bishop is really vulnerable here.
Yeah.
Okay, this game could turn.
It definitely could turn, and we're going to keep an eye on that one. And the final game that maybe we can check out is Leia Garifalina against Polina Shuvalova.
Okay, let's go to that one where last we left it, white was a pawn up, and that still seems to be the case. Garifalina, I was going to try a pun, but I don't think it would work. Carefully nursing her advantage here. G3. This is a weak pawn, but white's rook for now tied down to a3. What do you think? Is this closer to winning or closer to a draw for white?
Closer to a draw.
Yeah. Pawn up, but black's so active.
Yeah, black is very active, and somehow I suspect the knights will be exchanged. And once that happens, I think this is just a draw.
Yeah. So Shuvalova defending really well right now after we thought maybe struggling a bit earlier in this game.
Okay, let's go to the open section.
Let's go to the open section. Let's check in on Fabiano against Etienne here. He did indeed play the move rook b4 and not queen c7. Counterattack now against the white queen. It's so hard to spot these moves, so easy to forget them. Looks like kind of forced to move the queen, but nope, counter with bishop c6. And Fabiano just drops back. So the queen will move.
Yep.
Somewhere.
Where? Probably a7.
Yeah. Or black could maybe block bishop b5. But let's say a7.
And then what to do? Knight c3. Maybe rook to d. No, but if I go rook d4, then there's also knight.
Yeah, knight f5.
f5.
And the rook moves.
And I feel like black.
Yeah. The knight's been on h4 before. Much earlier in the game, maybe knight h4, and yeah, black is somehow wriggling and swapping stuff off. Feels like Etienne back row. He's done a great job of defending what was a position described actually by Hikaru as very one-sided.
Yeah, and well, Etienne, 11 minutes on the clock. How many moves have been played?
26.
26.
So time scramble incoming, actually on most of the boards in the women's and open sections.
He's gone queen c7.
Queen c7. So inviting the knight into c5, this is a bit curious.
Yes, that is very curious. I would say yes, please. What is wrong with that?
You must have something specific in mind. This pawn will be hit. Maybe
bishop
a5.
b5.
Or bishop. Ooh, bishop b5. That looks nice. Now laser vision against c2.
Yeah, nice find there from Etienne.
Yeah, he's playing really well this whole tournament, Etienne Bacro. Just in this relaxed state of mind, he's taking his chances when they come and very solid in general.
Yeah, but you know that often happens when you're relaxed about chess tournaments, because normally when you put in loads and loads of work, you're quite tense because you expect to win. You want to show the world how hardworking you've been. But when you've done zero work, or you've worked, but you know you've kind of gone with a mindset of I'm just going to enjoy myself, then you can just relax into things. And well, we have a knight to g3.
Okay,
from
interesting.
Fabiano.
Maybe later he wants to kind of launch a sneak attack against the black king. g7 slightly vulnerable. You could imagine certainly queen c3 happening, knight h5 happening. Backrow has predicted this, however, and plants his bishop on b5. He's made massive improvements as black. This bishop is now perfectly anchored. D5 pawn less pronounced as a weakness, and counterplay.
Yeah.
I think he might save this.
And the rook on b4 is quite awkward, if you ask me.
Unless it slides and he goes all in on an attack against the king
but
later.
even then it can get kicked around, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, I know it doesn't work now, but you could go knight to c6 and already ask the question. I know it's about white to play.
Yeah. Knight c6 incoming though in
Yeah,
the near
yeah.
future, and a bit of a threat that white has to deal with. I think Fabiano, he's lost control somewhat in this game, and suddenly anything could happen.
Yeah.
Okay, where else?
Yep. Maybe we can also just quickly pop into board 3 and 4.
Board 3, we jump in at the moment a move is made, and wow, we predicted all of this, Jovanka, until this move rook d3 check. Okay, we got up to this point where we thought a3 would force the black bishop to move, and actually you were suggesting similar ideas like f5 or g5, but the bishop is hit. Rook d3 check. So the idea is if white drops back, what is the idea actually? It's a double attack. Rook d4, I can just meet with king to e3.
King e3, right?
Wow, what is...
What is... I know, this is confusing.
Is he just going to take this pawn and give up the piece? Is it going to be another scenario, another case of two rooks against two pieces against a rook? Rook takes d5, I just take this bishop.
Yeah, and then...
Surely white's going to win this game.
Right, and then the pawn on e6 can easily be supported by... Yeah, no, I don't like this at all. The rook can come to...
Maybe rook e8, okay. Is this his idea? Just before it drops off the board?
Yeah, okay, that has to be done. But then, you know, another piece will come... So rook a7.
Ah, but there's a pin. How do you keep this knight
No, I don't
intact?
keep the knight alive. Sorry, David, I blundered again.
No. I mean, it's not an easy question to solve here. Rook a7 is the first move we should look at if we're calculating it's a capture. We have to deal with black's threat first, though.
What else do we have? Knight c5?
Yeah, maybe knight c5.
But then b6?
b6, and then we need something?
Yeah, and that's not something I find.
No. Okay, this must be what he's going for, Vincent Keimer, and in this position he's hoping that white has nothing immediate, but it does feel like white should be able to escape this with a material advantage. If you can save the white knight and gobble up the pawn on a7, then should be winning. Vincent, he's really taking drastic measures, though, to try and save this game.
Yeah, and I'm still trying to think about how white can save that pawn. I guess you can't save the pawn, so...
How about a move like bishop to e3?
And then rook takes...
e6, and now I've move ordered you, so at least the rook will be vulnerable.
Yeah.
And I'm banking on the fact that after rook takes a7 here, I can meet rook e5 with something. I guess at the very minimum, rook to a3. But it feels like there might be more.
Could you meet it with knight takes pawn?
Is Greek good?
Yeah.
I think it is, because black's king has nowhere to run.
Exactly.
And actually, no matter where you move, you'll get checked.
Yep.
And then we'll see a trade of rooks. And at the very end, white will have, as we were trying to achieve, bishop, knight, and pawn.
Yep.
For the rook, winning position.
Okay. So king...
E2. Must be. What's he thinking about?
And yeah, you might as well drive the king to e2 and then take d5.
Take this
Pawn
pawn.
takes bishop.
Rook to e8, surely.
Yeah.
Before, as you mentioned, white keeps this pawn, like bishop d6, e7, for example, so the pawn has to be hit. Now I really like this move, bishop to e3, actually.
And okay, so now...
Trying to land the knight here once you take the pawn.
Maybe I have to go
b6. Yeah.
To keep your knight out of c5, but then... I don't feel like this is good. This is not good, right?
Really shaky for black somehow.
Like, you can go knight, rook takes a... Let's stick to the obvious. Rook takes a7.
Slightly awkward, though.
Yeah.
Don't see an immediate way to save these pieces. I mean, you could always kind of go passive and go back. Maybe not just knight d2.
Yeah.
Now meeting the double stack, the pin, with knight to c4, maybe. At the very minimum, there's knight f1, but knight c4.
Okay, step up with the rook.
Now I need something.
You can play king to d3 or f3.
d3, there's b5.
Yeah, then you throw in a check. Or
which one?
Yeah, there's lots of checks. There's bishop b6 check. There's also rook a8. So this was the one I was attracted to. And now, knight check on d6.
Ooh, but it comes at the cost of the bishop.
Yeah, but I'm going to win all your pawns.
Ooh, okay. Transforming the advantage.
Yeah.
Pawn up and winning the h7 pawn and with an active king and with a more active rook. Looks good.
Yeah, looks good. And, well, Yasipenko looks like he has a fantastic position against Vincent Keimer, but he has to spot the sequence.
Yeah, but luckily everything we're calculating, it's like forced move, it's like threat. Everything is direct. No real sophistication needed, and it still looks very promising for White. Of course, we see the eval bar and the players don't, but inside he must know that it's a 2-result game. Black is fighting for the draw.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And let's maybe take a look at, so maybe pop in an Arjun's game and Deak and Predka. There's so many exciting games.
Yeah, lots of action in this round. Okay, he's achieved something, Yuri Kuzubov. C5, C4. Yeah, feels like Black at least has the outlines of an attack if the pawn storm is able to gain some momentum. Arigaisi needs counterplay of his own. He drops his bishop back first of all.
Yep.
He's just getting ready for e4, surely now. If he gets e4, anything could happen in chaos, but...
Oh, we have a result in Predka against Fedoseev.
Okay, and...
What happened here? Was it a
draw? Okay, we thought that White was on the front foot for most of this game. Vidit, Nakamura, they also thought that White had a sizable advantage, but in the end, Black hanging tight. And it was a draw offer. It wasn't a repetition in the end. It was a draw offer from Predka on move 34. And I guess it's because he's still a pawn down and hasn't won it back. The c6 pawn has lived to fight another day. And still no way through for White. White's a bit stuck defending the knight on d6. So in the end, a fair result.
Yeah.
But not really suiting either player.
No, both players are moving on to 5.5 points. But a quick game is good news because tomorrow everyone is playing at 11. Well, the open section are playing at 11:30.
Yeah, early risers tomorrow. We might see some tired heads in the playing hall, some tired eyes. But okay, they do get an early rest. These two players, at least.
Yep.
In the chasing pack.
And okay, and what about Deg against Wojciech? That's on board 5.
On board 5. So it's Romanian Grandmaster Deak against Polish Grandmaster Wojciech. And looks very blocked. But if anyone's better, it's got to be White, Jovanka. Just White has more space. White has the f pawn. Kind of White is the only one who can ever advance on the king side. On the queen side, White is the one who holds the key to this lock. You can break the a file open anytime you want, or you can lock things down. Black is just pretty much stationary.
Yeah. Actually, I really like the idea of going bishop to e3. Just make the change and make White's world a better place. And then knight can come in. And I just remember yesterday's game, you know, when Fabiano was playing against Wojciech, and he was trying to go for a3 with the black pawn.
Yeah, and yeah,
Ooh.
a5 maybe as well.
Take a look at the time, though.
Wow.
Deak has just over 1 minute on the clock. How many moves, David?
They still have 10 moves to make before the time control. Luckily
spicy.
Spicy, but luckily for Deak, it's a simplified position. And Jovanka, I was going to say bishop e3. If anyone other than you played it, I would say tut tut tut. As a grinder, you should never commit. That plan is not going away anytime soon. First, you just and he really shouldn't be taking on b5. That's not going away anytime soon either. First, you should just improve your position to the maximum. Kind of bishop d2, wait around, hang around, h4. Play h4 first. Kind of leave the a pawn on the board. Tease your opponent, and only when it's crystal clear that you achieve something concrete, then play bishop e3. But as we mentioned, Deak, he's one of a kind, and what has surprised me is that he hasn't played a move with 1 second left on his clock yet. He tends to do that every single game.
But look, he just got up. I mean, he only has 2 minutes on the clock, and he's just like walking around, like chill.
Jovanka, like at the European Club Cup recently where you were playing, I was commentating on the games, and Deak, he had one battle, they passed the time control, so there was no added time at move 40. And he would literally go down to 1 second, 10 moves in a row. He'd play the move on 1 second very calmly. Then he'd get up with 31 seconds on the clock, just wander around, not even looking at the board. His opponent would make a move. He slowly sits down, slowly writes down his move, and then replies. 1 second left every single time. He's a cool customer.
Oh, goodness me.
He lives life on the edge. Bogdan Daniel Deak.
Yeah, then I would strongly urge that his friends and family do not watch his games if he's doing that.
Health warning attached.
Absolutely. Oof. No. Okay, let's also check in on the game between Alexei Sarana and Richard Rapport. Because last time I saw it, the evaluation bar was like all the way in White's favor, and
Okay, let's catch up with the current position.
yeah,
Yeah, talking of the bar in White's favour, it's still there. It's still an advantage for White. I think we can see that if we do a quick count. White is 2 pawns up, but suddenly counterplay. The e2 pawn hanging. The C and A pawn's a bit vulnerable, a bit weak. There we see on the camera, Richard Rapport, he needs to be accurate. He's still got a bunch of moves to make in just 5 minutes. And he's 2 pawns down. Sarana, the Piranha, is... yeah, he's been eating these pawns happily. He's been grabbing everything.
yeah, okay. So Richard needs to generate counterplay. So first up, can he grab the pawn on e2? That's
big question.
Yeah, that's Jovanka's 101 here.
See a pawn, take a pawn.
Take a pawn,
Why
yeah,
not?
yeah. Let's go for it. And I'm going to back that up. If you don't, I was going to go bishop d4.
Yeah, if I defend this pawn in any other way, I'm not sure I can, unfortunately.
No, I'm not, I know.
But bishop d4 was a big threat, crashing through on the f2 point. So I think the reason he's hesitating, Richard Rapport, is he doesn't want to allow White to consolidate and defend, kind of set up this structure with a bishop on e3, pawn on f2.
Yeah.
He's looking for something else. He looks like he's calculating and he's panicking. He's got half an eye on the clock. It looks like he's praying almost, Richard Rapport. What else could he go for? Because here the counterplay dries up somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have moves like bishop h6 either, because, you know, White can simply just step forward with... I was hoping to go for perpetual, but I don't even think I get perpetual.
Yeah, so bishop takes bishop just show the idea this would end in a draw immediately because of a check, and the White king cannot escape. So bishop to h6. I guess White can just play rook to d2, maybe?
Yeah.
Attacking the queen, and next move the bishop would be en prise. It would be available for capture.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's no tactics there. So what else could he be looking at?
But you can use the idea, right? Bishop d4.
Yep, bishop d4 looks tempting as well, attacking the pawn, and if I block...
And now come in with the queen to
so
e2 or
f3. I'm
f3.
not sure which one. Same idea. Actually, I like your e2 square. And if I drop back now, then...
Bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn, yeah. And White can bail out, luckily, before I get checkmated with the White king. For example, whoops. This would be fatal. White can bail out with a move queen to b2 check. When you're getting attacked, it's always nice to look for these forced queen trades. Luckily, this is a check, and the queens disappear. Next move when the bishop retreats. White does have this passed a pawn. So it might be variations like this where there's, again, zero counterplay that are making Rapport pause right now. I'm always wondering if there are sacrifices. I don't think rook takes f2 quite working here. It's just too much of an investment. But he's trying to hustle. He's trying to find something.
Yeah.
3 minutes on his clock, though. Still got 12 moves to make before the time control.
Yeah, so time trouble issues here for Richard Rapport's. Wow. Complicated position as well. Difficult defense. I mean, if the obvious moves are not working, then he's in big trouble. And, well, can we just go over to Vaishali against Sophie Millier? I couldn't quite see how many moves has been played, but they're certainly down on the clock.
Okay, 32 moves have been made by White. Therefore, 8 moves to the time control. Sophie Millier, she's yet to make her 30-second move, so 9 moves for her. 1 minute against 3 minutes. In the women's section, this is the time scramble. This is where games are often decided between moves 35 and 40. Statistically, that's where the most blunders occur. So, okay, White intends to come in, and actually the black king is almost mated if White can add both knights to the mix. But then again, the white king not entirely safe either. Still a pawn up for Vaishali.
Yeah.
And still a hit on the bishop.
Yes. So that is the critical question. And the first thing is that Sophie needs to do something with the bishop. I mean, either you're moving it to b8 or you're throwing in a check to b3.
Yep. Not much choice. Is she considering rook takes pawn as well? Counterattacking against the white knight, which holds the white rook. The downside is you're kind of encouraging this white knight to jump forward.
In, yeah.
I'm not sure which square, maybe even h4 kind of holding.
Yeah, jump into h4 because it's forcing.
Holds this knight and attacks this rook.
And if you step, if you give a check or...
Yeah, there are checks. Yeah, maybe this check and the bishop will protect it from afar next move. So this does look tempting, but rook takes g2 does it encourage the secondary idea that we mentioned of going for checkmate. Bishop b8.
And Give a check.
Check, and yeah, unfortunately there's no final check, there's no killer blow, so white might be obliged to just be greedy and start taking pawns and hope that the game continues. And meanwhile we see on the camera those what they're playing for, the candidate spots. Anna Muzichuk, Alexandra Goyachkina are already there, so these two, whoever wins, would be a big favourite now to clinch one of those spots.
Absolutely, and there would only be 3 games remaining. And there we see Sophie ticking down to 1 minute and 20 seconds. She has a choice to make. Rook takes pawn is very tempting. Bishop b8 or rook to b3 check.
Yep, it's a 1 in 3 lucky dip.
Yep.
She's got to move.
No other moves.
Oof, what to play? Rook b3 check.
There's also a bishop to
c2.
c2, but then, you know, white can start collect the bishop, then collect the g7 pawn. And Sophie now under the minute.
Okay, and she does play the most simple move, bishop to b8. I think a wise decision. No need to complicate things in time trouble. Rook takes g2 would have led to some complications.
And also Sophie is not without her like attacking chances. She can drop the bishop to b5 and set up rook to e2. Nearly a checkmate if white doesn't spot that one.
So for example, if white guards this pawn, if white plays g4, bishop b5, and you just look away from the board and you hope the opponent doesn't spot, then rook takes g7, bang, checkmate. Always nice to look for these mating nets. There's definitely counterplay, 2 bishops. I rant and rave about them. I'm very biased towards bishop pairs, but they are alive on the board, and white's knight's not quite anchored. She does take this g7 pawn, Vaishali. Now the question is, does Sophie copy? Does she do the same, or does she set up a sneaky trap? Bishop b5, threatening mate.
I think it's a good idea to take, and well, Sophie does that.
There's a nice little pin as well on the g-file. We're waiting for that move to appear on our boards. There we go. Nice little pin. Luckily for black, a check attacking the king, attacking the bishop can be met by king c7, and still no checks from the white knights. Although I guess the knights will come in and protect each other.
Yeah.
Maybe actually bishop to e8 would have been a would have been a nice blocker.
Ooh, with the threat of rook takes knight, so therefore you have to go. Actually, how do you defend against that?
Luckily, you can play moves like knight to e7, defending your rook.
Oh, very nice.
Otherwise, you're just in trouble with white. This one could turn. Definitely still a long, long way to go before move 40.
Yeah, and Vaishali now down to 32 seconds. And big decision for her.
Massive decision. Like, it's not easy this point. I think she'll move her knight.
But I was just wondering, like, if she did move her knight, say to e5, okay.
Ooh, she
goes for a counter.
Gets out the pin. That feels like a safety first move. Actually, probably just a very logical, strong one before anything too bad happened on the g-file. Now rook takes knight will be met by rook takes bishop. And I guess king to c8 defending this bishop would be met by dropping back with white's rook. And you defend everything on the 6th rank.
Yeah, that's
a very strong move, very creative move there, rook b7.
So black probably has to either capture the knight, which is not really ideal. You want to hold on to the bishop pair. Or maybe you can come in with a bishop yourself.
But where? Not many safe squares. Bishop
yeah,
g3,
bishop
d6.
I kind of wanted to go to h2.
Okay, bishop h2. And if I take that bishop off the board?
Yeah, then rook takes knight.
Okay, and yeah, still a pawn down though for white, and the knight coming, rook b6.
I was hoping that there would be counterplay by winning the h pawn.
Yeah,
but that was it.
Maybe counterplay. I think she'll want to keep her bishop pair alive if possible. Down to 30 seconds. How about bishop g3? I'm just really enticed by the idea of keeping a mating net around the white king. Bishop g3 maybe?
Bishop g3, and then you
really want to play bishop b5 and checkmate. I'm obsessed now with this idea you mentioned.
Sophie, 20 seconds on the clock.
And we'll just wait for her move now. She's yet to decide what to do with her bishop. Let it fall or move it. She's about to move it.
She has to move.
10 seconds. Oh, what to play? You can sense
Come on,
the panic.
Sophie. 5.
And okay, she
plays king c8.
Oof, and she played it with 1 second left. The clock. There was a bit of a delay there, a bit of a lag, but we see 31 seconds now. There's a 30-second increment, so 1 second brinksmanship, living life on the edge here on her birthday, Sophie Millet.
Yeah.
And this pretty much obliges white to retreat the rook to where it wants to go, to b6. There we go.
And she plays that there.
Defending the knight. And We're being told as well that Tan Zhongyi is on the brink of converting her advantage. But what do you think, Jovanka? Should we stay here till the time control?
Yeah, Tan Zhongyi and Alexandra Greshkina have made the time control, whereas here it's still very much action ahoy. And
there's a trap, Jovanka.
Yeah, there is a trap.
This is devilish. This is really cunning, attacking the rook. If rook takes pawn, the bishop drops back, and whoops, this rook is attacked. If it saves itself, now your checkmate idea comes with force.
A beauty. Okay,
Beauty.
so Vaishali has to be very careful. She cannot take the a6 pawn.
Yeah, this pawn is poisoned. That would lead to a black win instantly. And now she's the one down to around 15 seconds. She has to do something. Does she move the other way with her rook? Does she give a knight check?
If she gets a knight check, then
there might be some issues.
She moves the rook to f6.
Very wise there, but I love what Sophie Millet has done, because at the right moment she might be able to pick off this a pawn.
Anything can happen here, right? This, for instance, black can just go bishop b5, threaten checkmate, and then pick up the a5 pawn, and yeah, the a pawn is going to be rolling.
Might as well. You've got no time on the clock. Threaten checkmate in one move, and she's going to play bishop d8. Okay, that's a bit surprising, because
maybe she wants to keep the same idea alive.
But it's not checkmate now the white king has access to f4. So rook takes pawn, she wants to meet with bishop to b5. But now there is a check, for example. And suddenly white will save herself with a move like knight to f4 and no checkmating ideas. I think bishop d8 was a step too far, and she's just given a pawn for free. Why not flicking bishop b5 first? She's trying to be too tricky, and suddenly you've got to be really careful. 2 pawns down for black.
Okay, maybe she can play king to b7.
Okay, I think she has to now.
Yeah.
King b7. And this white rook is running out of squares somewhat on the 6th rank to protect its knight. She plays it, I believe, king b7.
Yeah.
Okay, she's racked up a bit of time now. 1 minute on the clock. Vaishali needs to choose. It's 1 or 2. It's a choice between d6 or e6 for the rook. Only 2 safe squares.
Yep. And Vaishali now, 26 seconds. Oh, this is getting tense.
Getting really, really tense. And I guess she could bail out by playing a move like knight to f4, try to eliminate the black rook, but that would lead to an instant draw. Yeah, if the rooks disappear and the a pawn disappears, no winning chances for white. And she does. She panics with 5 seconds on the clock. Understandable, though, rather than calculate. And now it might be time. King takes rook.
Yeah.
Do you think Sophie will start playing for a win? Probably not possible, because white will go 3 pawns up if you leave the rooks on the board.
Yeah, king takes rook forced. Yeah. So black's plan is pretty clear. After king takes rook, you just want to basically give up both your bishops for those 2 pawns, and then it will be a draw. Although you need to also lose your h6 pawn as well.
Yeah, black actually wants her own h pawn off the board. And yeah, as we mentioned yesterday in one of the games, 2 knights against a lone king with no pawns is a draw. Somewhat illogically, it shouldn't be, but it is.
And Sophie now ticking down to under 10 seconds. Decision to be made. I'm not sure that she's going to actually...
She does. Reluctantly. She's such an ambitious player, always wants to be attacking. Here, she knows that this is basically a 2-result game now. She's just fighting for the draw, but... She has lived past the worst. She was lost earlier.
Yeah, but it did get spicy. I think maybe bishop d8 was an inaccuracy, but bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, she's going to take this pawn.
And she, she does.
1 move away now, Jovanka, from the time control. Should we go elsewhere? Are there other time scrambles for us?
Yes, let's go over to Mainava against Maria Mazicuk.
Okay, and this one...
they just need to make 1 move, and it looks like...
Looks like it's going to be another shock. It could be Maria Mazicuk's 3rd defeat of the tournament. Doing a quick count, it's level material, level pawns, level pieces, but look at the black king. It's out in the open, and Maria Mazicuk, she's the one to make move 40. Maybe we just stick here for 1 more move.
Yep.
And unfortunately for her, it looks like knight g4 is coming, cashing in on h6.
Yeah.
Difference in king safety is decisive here.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you cannot survive with 3 pieces coming at your king.
That's the problem with this tournament. Everyone's so strong. If you're out of form, you get punished. And yeah, she's had a tough time, former world champion. Yeah, I just don't see any way to save this. Knight g4.
Knight g4.
Against any move, should just be winning.
Yep, and the white rook is also coming in as well. So, yeah, difficult position there for Maria Mazicek.
10 seconds. She's got to move. She's got to try everything.
Okay, she swings the queen across.
Now knight g4.
Knight g4, and you can't even go like rook f6 or rook f5 because this knight takes pawn.
Knight takes pawn. I think we'll see a result actually here, and it has passed move 40. So knight g4. If it's played by my Niva, it might win. That was a terrible attempt. She will win, white, if she plays knight g4 right now.
Okay. And okay, so we're expecting my Niva to win that game. Maybe we can go back to the open section. Lots of sharp games.
I'll just briefly update on the final game at the top of the standings that we didn't mention. We have passed move 40 here, so we won't linger for too long. But Tan Zhongyi is closing out this victory. She's got a king on c6. Black's knight is forced to sit on e8. And as long as you don't take on c7 hastily and allow, for example, an opposite color bishop position where black can blockade on the dark squares, this would actually be a draw. As long as you don't go for this, then you should be winning knight e8. I'm expecting her slowly but steadily to play moves like f4, kind of f5, force through, create a second outside pass pawn. If she can trade off her bishop, her light squared bishop for this knight, it's game over. Yeah. So she should be winning shortly. And Goryachkina, top seed, about to crash to defeat.
Yeah, and it would be Goryachkina's first defeat of the event. And let's go to the top section where time is ticking down. Maybe we can go to Arjun Erigaisi against Yuri Kuzubov, because there I see that Kuzubov has just 35 seconds on the clock, and his position is difficult.
Very difficult for Black. Black is boxed up into the corner. Kind of on the bright side, Knights are great defenders. Knight on f8, no mate. But yeah, White has the beautiful pawn center. White has a clear plan of just marching down the board. Maybe e5 at the right moment as well. Unfortunately for Black, the counterplay with c3 doesn't feel like it's going anywhere. He's about to move, queen e6. He's a cool customer though, Kuzubov. I've played him, I think first time I played him when I was 8. I was 9 years old, we're the same age, and he never panics. He's often in time trouble, but he just calmly plays moves as if it's as if he's watching paint dry, just as if it's not a care in the world. And he's also very positional. Let him attack and he will, but in general he likes to consolidate. It's all about stability, stability, stability for him, and that's why he's trying to trade queens off the board.
Makes a lot of sense actually. His king was in trouble, so why not trade off queens? And Arjun will say no thank you, so he's going to drop back with the queen.
Yep, to one of these squares, f3, f4. I
kind of like f4, just in case one wants to get spicy and go rook to d3, but immediately I see the evaluation bar kind of say, no, that was a mistake. Yeah. He's dropped it back to f3.
I think this might be a mistake for tactical reasons. There might be ideas like g5 in the near future. But, okay, he drops back to f3. Feels like a harmonious square, and d5 still in the air, as we see Prag in the background there. I'd like to come to Prag's game a bit later. We talked about the siblings and Vaishali, of course, his sister in the fray. But queen f3.
Seconds and counting. Oh man, I would be so stressed watching this game. Wow, you know, luckily I'm in the commentating seat. Then it's just drama. But what did he play? Queen to
b6.
b6. Well, threat of c3. Look at that.
Not the most subtle threat in the world.
No.
And I think a very professional move, a blitz move, if Erigaisi needs, would be to play king to a1. King much safer on a1 than on b1. No tricks now, and c3 can simply be captured, establishing a very strong pawn center. I said it's a blitz move, but maybe it's just a classical move as well. Your opponent has a threat, it's just a one-move threat. Stop it.
Actually, you can't handle it in any other way, because if you move the rook to c1, then the pawn on d4 drops. And c3 is a big threat, and you don't really want to be going queen c3 because, frankly, the queen is a great attacker.
Yep, and Pragnananda frowning there in the background in his hoodie. Doesn't that break the dress code? Anyway, I'll leave that for FIDE official. But king a1 looks like it has just been played. Very professional move.
And Kuzubov needs to find a move. This is difficult. It's not easy. I'm just wondering whether you can improve the knights, like the knight on g5.
Knight e6, knight g5, lots of knight jumps possible. 15 seconds again from Kuzubov, and that's the thing. If your position has natural moves, improving moves that you want to make, you can play them by hand. You don't even need to calculate. But here it's not obvious, and he's going fishing, as I would say. He's just hoping for some ideas of c3, hoping for some ideas of a4, a3, but it's very vague. The black queen's not really doing too much. Even if white again clamps down on the c3 square, even if I play a move like rook e3, I mean, you're never really creating counterplay. And it feels like the queen is starting to get a bit distanced from her king.
Yeah.
I really don't like this for black, what he's doing right now.
Yeah, it is. But how to handle the c3 threat? Do you just go rook c1 or?
Yeah, you could even make an argument for a3, giving the white king some luft, some
Yeah.
breathing space.
I was afraid of if you do make those kind of moves, that queen a4 might be annoying.
Okay, the other question is, what if white ignores c3 and just goes on the counterattack, queen g3, ideas of knight h6? To be honest, if it were me in time trouble, I'd play rook e3 just to cover this square.
Yeah.
I'd quite like the idea of remaneuvering, repurposing the bishop later, kind of putting it on c3 if necessary.
Yeah, I like that move.
And rook e3 does, there we go, it's on the board. It does hint that it might slide to g3 later, rook lift.
Yeah. And now it's probably the time for Kuzubov to play knight e6.
Yeah, he needs to activate something sooner or later, and he's nervously looking at the clock.
Yeah. Well, he's only got 20 seconds.
Yeah. He'll calmly play knight e6.
Yeah,
There we go.
I think I'm more stressed than he is.
Yeah.
Knight e6.
Me too. And now the big question is when to push d5. At some point, white might need to if he wishes to make progress. Erigaisi's really good at hustling on time, actually. I've noticed when his opponent's in time trouble, he starts upping his speed. Not always good advice, but he makes it work. d5.
d5. And again, you know, one of the rules that I kind of try to follow when my opponent's in time trouble is don't make any committal moves. I think you taught me that. But e5 on the board. Instead, you kind of want to put questions to them. And e5 is certainly a question, right? Because, yes, Kuzubov could play knight to g5, but he still has to deal with this idea of pawn takes pawn once the queen moves.
Yeah, and actually the queen has some nice squares. The queen might even land on d5 with a nasty pin. If f takes e5, I think white might be inclined to take back with a knight, threatening all sorts of moves like queen f7 check. e5's a nasty one. You give your opponent a choice. You're not wrecking anything with white. And Kuzubov, oh, he's really living life on the edge here.
And someone else who's living life on the edge is Bogdan Daniel Deak, also making moves with 1 second to spare.
No surprise there, as predicted. Meanwhile, we have confirmation that Alexei Serrana has won on board 8 against Richard Rapport. So Serrana jumps up there, and he will be in the chasing pack, just half a point behind the leaders.
Yeah. I mean, anything can happen. And now it's Erigaisi's turn. I like your knight takes.
Threatens mate in 2.
Exactly.
I'm a caveman. Knight takes threatens queen f7 check, for example, followed by knight g6 checkmate. And it's surprisingly hard to stop this. You can, I guess, after knight takes, cover this square with a knight. But again, there's going to be captures. There's going to be checks all over the place. This looks terrifying for the black king. So that would be my recommendation. But what else could he be considering?
He could also...
Taking with the rook does allow some counterplay with c3.
Yeah. I mean, the only other move I could think about was d5, but that's just a bluff.
d5 creates a pass pawn, but would allow the black knight in to d4 maybe, and the game really heats up. So why not keep things simple?
Yep.
Knight takes e5. The knight is just fantastic on that square anyway in every variation. And it's non-committal either. You don't sacrifice a pawn, creates a threat.
Yep.
Okay, what to do? And look at that, Bogdan Daniel Deak walking around in the background. Maybe we can quickly check in on him.
How many moves does he have to make? Because he literally has 32 seconds on the clock.
He's made move 40. Bogdan
okay.
Daniel Deak. So, and actually, he's going to win this game. He's a pawn down, but rook a7's unstoppable in this one. We'll check back in here a bit later. Rook a7, knight e6. Everything's just wrong with black's position. Terrible knight on b8 and a sidetracked bishop. Offside bishop on h4. But let's go back to the time scramble. Has Erigaisi moved?
Nope.
Not yet.
So other moves. Erigaisi is a very tactical player. I mean, could he be thinking about knight takes
h6?
h6 check?
That would be a game-changing shock. don't see any follow-up though. Knight takes h6. I think a black knight would park nicely on g5 to protect its king. So definitely in the air, but not quite yet. I haven't seen Giri on the camera for a while. I wonder if he's still going. No, Giri has drawn. The only reason we don't see him pacing in the background of our shots.
Because he's not in the room.
He's no longer in the hall. Okay.
Knight takes e5.
More likely he's calculating what happens after knight takes e5. We are taught that if your opponent's in time trouble, change the pace. So spend a long time on one move, but then change things up. Play 3 or 4 moves quickly, calculate in advance, then stop again. Kind of get their resting heartbeat up and down, and it often overwhelms them, rather than keeping pace with your opponent when you're both basically playing playing blitz chess.
Okay.
I think
Mix
he'll play
it up.
e5.
Knight takes e5.
And then he'll play a few moves back to back instantly.
Knight takes e5, and we're expecting maybe rook f8 as a defense.
Yeah, but rook f8, just to highlight the danger for black, walks into this nasty pin.
Yeah, I don't have any defense of the knight unless I want to move.
I think it's obligatory. You have to pretty much activate knight g5. But then white has various tempting moves, even queen d5 immediately. Yeah, I think this is guaranteed to happen. It's just a matter of when Erigaisi pulls the trigger and plays knight takes pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, now he's ticking down to 3 minutes. Elsewhere, I think we've reached the move 40 on most of the boards. And we will update you, of course, with all the results. I actually want to show some highlights from some of the games that are finished.
Yep, okay, so, well, just the move 39 for Fabiano Caruana and Etienne back row. And the position is still more or less level, although Fabiano is pressing. And Esipenko against Keimer, it looks like a nice edge, nice advantage for Esipenko. And they're on move 35, but no serious time trouble. It's here where the seconds are ticking down.
Yep. Let's head back to the time scramble.
Oh, we have a move from
Erigaisi, and wow.
Wow, bishop to e1.
I really don't like that. But the bishop on h4 was nicely poised to capture a knight that landed on g5. I mentioned this idea a bit earlier, but that was to park the bishop on c3 and kind of build up. But now it's not the type of build-up position. It's very concrete. It's very direct, and it has allowed Kuzubov to do his favorite thing, offer a queen trade. He's done it a few times this game. Question is, do you have to? Are you obliged now with white? Let the queens apart from the board?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you can just switch your advantage to something like like queen takes queen and then go d5.
Take the queens off, go d5.
And then, you know, take the pawn on a4. Try to get that kind of advantage. And yeah, we do have a result there. Maria Muzicuk did lose to Mai Nava.
Yeah, Mai Nava with a great victory. One of the biggest upsets in the women's section so far today. And meanwhile, yeah, tough one for that. Tough one for her. Pretty much means that Maria Muzicuk has no chances, I think, to qualify for the candidates, at least through this event. But queen f8, Erigaisi down to 2 minutes.
And how many moves are outstanding in this game?
Still 5 more moves to make each till the magical move 40.
Okay, because Sam Sevian is winning against Alireza Firouzja.
Okay, let's quickly peep over there. This one, wow, this one's changed. We're at move 35 here as well. It's your choice, Jovanka. I'm indecisive. Stick here or the Erigaisi Kuzubov game?
Let's have a look at this game, and if anything sharp happens in the Erigaisi game, I will quickly move us there.
Okay, so white is just a pawn up. White is a pawn up right now. Black has fractured pawns as well. Bit of a threat to take on g3 due to a pin on the second rank, but it just looks so passive. And bishop b6, really ambitious move, a really tricky move actually. If bishop takes g3 now, white has all sorts of mating ideas.
King will step up to e3, and is that not?
King e3, rook takes pawn, defending everything, but now black is totally frozen, so white has a free hand. Maybe just bishop f5, and actually this is the lazy way of doing it. King is just checkmated surely. Maybe bishop takes knight, and now bishop f5, and actually unstoppable checkmate on the next move.
Beautiful mating motif there for Sam Sevian. Wow, that's incredible. And the rook and the 2 bishops are completely helpless.
Yeah.
Can't make a move.
Cannot move at all. And With that in mind, Firouzja gets his knight out of dodge where it was about to be captured. And now the question for Sevian is, does he take a timeout, guard himself on the second rank? He does play king e3. And a second pawn's dropping. Firouzja is not long for this world, in this game at least.
Yeah, he's in big trouble here. And, well, the light square bishop needs to move. Where can it go? Just a random square.
Yeah, any random square, but that's not good news at all for black. If the bishop has to move, then there's also ideas like f4 a bit later on. But I think more pertinently, just take a pawn. Still ideas of checkmating the black king, two pawns up.
Why black's king is still in complete trouble as well.
Another player whose chances of qualifying for the candidates from this tournament might be diminished after this loss.
Yeah.
For Firouzja, he might have to rely on the rating spot. He'll be cheering for Hikaru Nakamura for the rest of the event, who will qualify by rating, if not through this tournament.
Yeah. Actually, it's a bit of a double whammy for Alireza Firouzja because, like you say, you know, the rating spot is important to him, and we also have another result, and there we can see on the board that it was a win for Munguntul.
Yeah, we saw that earlier. She was 2 pawns up and did, in the end, defeat Irina Bulmaga. Let's go to the Erigaisi against Kuzubov game. Still 1 minute each.
The queens were traded off, David.
Queens have disappeared. Normally I like an endgame, but I feel like a bit disappointing for Erigaisi, who, actually this tournament, he's had so many winning positions that he's failed to convert, or promising positions. He's been so impressive until this final stage of the game.
Yeah.
And again here, maybe. Just queen's gone. Feels like black is solid enough.
But in fairness, though, they've been massively complicated, where the path to victory was relatively narrow.
You have to take every chance you can get if you want to win a big open tournament like this one. So Erigaisi, still with a bit more time, probably a preferable position here.
Yeah.
Knight f4, I think, will be played. There we go. Just keeping an eye on this pawn, keeping white honest, tied down to these 2 pawns.
And threatening rook takes rook, potentially.
Yep. Getting the rooks off the board. Erigaisi might keep the rooks on. A move like rook b5 springs to mind.
It's very natural, right? But the pawn on g2 could be hanging.
Yeah, it's not
easy, not
easy.
trivial.
Yeah, not a solid position for either side, to be honest. And Kuzubov, he's really good in these scenarios. Just as long as he doesn't get checkmated. He doesn't like to be attacked kind of from the off. He doesn't like anything too direct or forceful. But in endgames, he's really, really strong.
Yeah, rook b5 played.
And okay, I'm expecting this pawn to drop.
Other alternatives. I mean, you could also go rook to c6 or rook to e6, try to hold.
Defend.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could play knight d7, just defending this pawn.
That's true.
That would be a very Kuzubov type of move. Curling into a ball.
Yeah.
Just defending everything. Okay, he's nervously looking at the clock. They still have 2 moves to make before, or at least Kuzubov does, 2 moves to make before he gets added time.
Yeah, he does play knight d7. You know Kuzubov well, David.
Too well. He's beaten me too many times, Jovanka. Although the last time we played was in Isle of Man, and in the final round, and I managed to get my first ever win against him.
Perfect.
But yeah, he's so strong, Kuzubov, in these types of positions. And Erigaisi's lost control. He might be panicking slightly. g3 would drive the knight away at least, but might even drive the knight into the heart of white's position and still hanging. Ideas of eliminating the bishop if need be.
Yeah. But still, there's a lot of elements that Arjun can actually play against. Like, for instance, he can put his knight onto e5. He does have the bishop and a potentially strong pass pawn. And the black rooks are not necessarily the best placed.
Yeah, but earlier, objectively, it was so powerful for white with the queens on. White had the safer king, and when you have the safer king, keep the queens on the board, go for attacks.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, earlier on, his position just looked overwhelming. So to get this position, which could be promising for Erigaisi, is going to feel like a disappointment.
Yeah, psychologically, definitely not a step in the right direction. And okay, 1 move to make each. We'll just stay here for the moment.
We actually had a result in the Sevian against Firouzja game. It was a victory for Sam Sevian.
Yeah, I say we'll stay here for the moment. We'll recap some of the final positions of the results that we've had in the last few minutes. 97.
Is there a time scramble in Esipenko against Vincent Keimer? Because both hovering around the minute mark.
Okay, we'll just see Kuzubov make his move now.
Yep.
And then it's move 40. We'll move on as Erigaisi leaves the board, and we see a trade of knights. So, okay, this endgame looks roughly in the balance. And you mentioned time scramble elsewhere. This is just made move 40. And Esipenko, is he not just taking a second pawn for free?
Yes.
Looks like a clear 2-pawn advantage.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's going to say yes, Esipenko, to that gift. Take it.
Yeah. And wow, okay. And well, we have with us here Alexei Serrano, who's going to show us his game against Richard Rapport.
Yeah, maybe you can take us through some of the highlights.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was tough game, but from the opening probably he wants to play for win. Dutch. It's very unusual nowadays. Okay, this is theory. Rook b1 is a tricky move. Actually, I didn't know very well theory here, but I knew just idea that if black plays f5, queen b3, knight a6, I can play knight f4, and knight goes on b6. That's all I knew. And here he wasted a lot of time and probably made not very good decision. I'm not sure, but key moments was later, of course. Okay, a4, surprising move. Probably he could just play rook a6, but here he gave up a pawn. At first I thought I'm just much better, but in the game suddenly it wasn't that clear because he played b5. Yes, I thought just I'm up a pawn, but here I realized that after queen e6, not so clear, and probably black has almost normal position. I thought about queen a6, knight e6, a3, but then rook b8 and endgame in all lines, black's fine. And I wasted a lot of time, realized that my position not that great, need to play next, b3. 3, knight e4, pretty ambitious move, queen c2, knight d5, but probably, I'm not sure where was exactly a mistake. Maybe I play all good, but here after knight g5, I was happy already. I thought that okay, I'm better. Just take, and then all the lines he can take on d4, queen d3. He can
be in this position.
Yeah. And time was on my side. He played f4, this strange move, but he already beat Nero's play. I'm just up a pawn. You just play a few moves. I just play logical moves, maybe not very good, but practically I think it's okay. And then queen d3, c4 is good move, I think. Queen d5, queen b5. Here I calculated a very funny line that if he play rook f8, f8, I take. Oh, no. First, of course, queen e2, bishop e3, rook f8, b takes c4, rook takes f4, and I can take on f4.
Very nice.
And here I'm winning. Even queen d1, king g2, and there is no way to defend.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. But of course he played rook a8, b takes c4, queen e2.
Yeah, it was here we were looking at ideas of going bishop to d4, maybe.
Yeah.
Just to stop the bishop anchoring everything on e3.
Actually, maybe I misplayed because I missed after bishop e3, queen e2, realize I can defend my opponent before bishop c3, and not just play queen d7. And I'm not sure, maybe he could take on a4, on c4, and play without pawn this position, maybe it's okay for black, defendable. But maybe also he was afraid of some concrete lines that, like, maybe rook b7 works immediately after queen a4, queen e7, queen c4. But maybe he has some other move. I'm not sure. But at least in time trouble, I thought it good practically, but probably it wasn't the strongest way a few moves ago. And here he had some chances. Bishop f6, rook b4 here defended. Queen c2 probably wasn't a great move. Rook d8, queen e6. Here actually was another nice line. After, if he played rook a4, I can play rook d6. And rook d6.
Can you show us that variation on the board?
On the board?
Yeah.
And if he also queen a1 doesn't help.
Because after rook takes rook.
After e takes d6, rook a4, and after rook d6, rook b8, king g7, rook g8 mate.
Yep, nice checkmate.
Yeah, but probably he could play queen a3. No, try something. But it's better, and also he had just 1 minute, I saw that in time trouble somehow. Because after queen c2, rook c1, queen e2. Actually, at first I was going to play bishop b6 and a5, and then I realized I can play rook b7, and rook e7 is a threat which he cannot defend. Another nice line, rook e8, rook e7.
Yeah.
And here I think I'm already winning. No way to defend. Just rook f8, take a6, and here he lost on time.
Okay. So Alexei, is this the first time you're in Isle of Man?
Second, 4 years ago I also played here.
Of course. I think you drew with Magnus in that, that event, right? How are you finding the tournament so far? Are you happy with your play?
So far I'm satisfied. Yeah, I'm very good. +3 is very decent. And from the start of the tournament, +3 would be amazing result. Yeah.
Did you go into this tournament with any goals?
Not really. Had some hopes, like +3 would be good. +4, not something impossible, but would be very nice to achieve, but close to impossible.
Okay, and tomorrow, well, the round will begin at 11:30. Are you good with those changes?
For now, I have not. I just wake up at 11. That's a problem for me, unfortunately. But usually, especially at this part of the tournament, it gives some very random, more random than if it starts at 2 p.m. and I will play with some strong opponent, and will be better to play more random game, I think.
Fair enough. But thank you so much for showing us your game. Congratulations, and good luck tomorrow.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And there we had Alexei Sarana showing his win. And well, now everyone has passed the time trouble stage. So let's do a kind of recap of what's been happening. Maybe check in on Fabiano Caruana against Etienne Bacrot.
Yeah, let's go over to that game where, okay, not much has changed. I think this is the most cagey of all the games remaining. We won't delve too deep into this yet. We'll come in later where Caruana will for sure be trying to grind out a small advantage. Still a weak D pawn, still a weak A pawn for black. But in general, Bacrot has got everything covered. I think Caruana may be missing opportunities earlier to transform his advantage. Maybe we can recap some of the results.
Definitely. And yeah, let's recap. And there was a draw on board 1 between Vidit and Hikaru Nakamura. So both, Hikaru moves to 5.5 points, whereas Vidit is in the lead with 6 points. And there was also a result on board 6 against Alexander Predka, Vladimir Fedoseev. That was a draw, but it was a victory for Sam Sevian there on board 7. He beat Ali Reza Firouzja. And talking about Sam Sevian, well, we are setting up an interview with him any moment now. And as we saw, Alexei Sarana defeated Richard Rapport.
Yeah, so those are the results we have so far on the top 10 boards. Of the remaining games, it does look like Esipenko has a decisive advantage against Vincent Keimer. Neither side at the board. I thought for a second this game had finished on board 3, but it's still ongoing. Esipenko will return to the board, but as Jovanka promised, we are joined by one of the winners today, Sam Sevian. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What are your initial thoughts after this game?
Yeah, it was a very good game, I think. I got an opening advantage and then converted pretty nicely in the end game.
Yeah, and maybe you could take us through some of the highlights.
Yeah.
You mentioned the opening. I saw that this idea occurred in one game yesterday.
Exactly, yeah. I didn't know this idea until yesterday. So this bishop d3 was played yesterday by Alan Picot, I think, against Mishra. And the idea is if you play a6 and try to play knight or play dragon with g6, I play c4 and get a Marocci bind. So knight c6 is logical. Bishop e3, and again, I want to play c4 if you allow me. There are many setters, but the most ambitious one is the one he tried with g6. H3, bishop g7, c4. And here he spent kind of a lot of time. I think he was trying to figure out if he should play castle, knight c3, and then with the typical plans, bishop d7, queen a5. But I think he rejected it because it's just a bit passive for black. Let's say bishop d7. I think yesterday's game was castle. And then if you play knight e5, I can just play b3, knight takes d3, queen takes d3, f4, rook a1 is just a very easy game for white. So he went for knight g4, which is very interesting, hg. And here bishop takes d4 is probably the better move, but it's not easy to give away this bishop with this open h file. Bishop takes d4, knight takes d4. I think the main point is that this knight will be stuck on, not stuck, but like it's an outpost on d4 after black plays e5. And even though black's king is weak, you can try to play like bishop e6 and maybe castle long. But he went for knight takes d4, which I knew was probably a bit better for white. But I wasn't sure how to play, and I think I found a very nice idea with knight c3, bishop e6, rook c1. I was trying to make knight d5 work for a long time. And so the point of this position is if black plays rook c8, white plays, there's also queen a4 check, but if white plays b3, I was worried about b5 for a long time. The idea is if I take bishop d4, knight b5, black gives queen a5 check, I move the king and just moves the bishop away, and black has incredible compensation for the pawn. So here I found a nice move, bishop f1. And basically black can't protect the knight. If queen b6, there's knight takes b5. If knight 6, I take on b5. It took me a long time to find this, but once I did, I just immediately played it because if black can't play concretely, it's just worse. So he played knight c6, and I like this move bishop e2 as well, because it stops all this knight e5 counterplay because of bishop d4. And then f4 is coming, g5 is always went by g3. You have to play passively with f6, and it's just very, very bad. So he went for queen a5, queen d2, and he played very interesting with long castle. He wants to play king b8, rook c8, and defend against the endgame. Let's say I play knight d5, he takes and plays rook h8. One of the ideas is if I play g5, he plays f6. So I went for b3 first. I wanted to see what he does here. I think he should play king b8. One important point is if he plays f5, I have gf, and a very nice move, rook h5. And g4 is unstoppable here. Let's say rook f8, g4, winning a pawn. So he went for, so he should have played king b8 here. And now if I play knight d5, you can either play the endgame with queen takes d2, king takes d2, and just sit. I know it's really bad. Or you can play queen a3. And it's not actually that easy for me to decide on what the plan is, because if I castle short, of course, there's always these h5 ideas. If I play g5, there's f6. So I probably wouldn't play knight d5 and probably just keep on sitting here. because it's really hard for black to make a move. You can't play queen a3 here because of knight b5, and yeah, it's an unpleasant position. But he played h5. The idea is probably correct. He wants to get rid of this passive rook on h8, and after gh, he wants to play h4 and then maybe h3 at some point, trading off this weak pawn. But I think he missed this move knight b5. He was probably only looking at knight d5, where he just trades and plays h4. So the point of knight b5 is that I'm threatening to trade queens. Sorry. GH, knight b5. I'm threatening to trade queens. I'm attacking the pawn on a7, and also h5 is hanging. So he basically loses a pawn here. Queen takes d2, king takes d2, a6. Here I was thinking maybe I should keep knights on the board with knight c3, but I decided on taking the pawn at the end. I mean, knights on the board because of the weak b6 square. He took here, here. I think here he made a big mistake with this rook h8, rook h2. He should have played a takes b5, c takes b5, king d7, bc, bc. And even though I'm up a pawn, there's not much material on the board, so it's still, you know, decent drawing chances for black. I was calculating during the game f4, rook a8, rook c2, f5 is pretty much forced, bishop g6, takes. Now either d5 or rook a6, but if you play rook a6, I play f5 and g4, so probably d5. And now bishop g6 I liked. And again, I want to expand with f5 and g4, so probably has to play d4 here. I mean, I understand why he didn't go for it. He thought the counterplay on the king side would be enough instead. So bishop e2. And here he has a nice move, rook h4. This is why I spend a lot of time on bishop e2, because bishop f3 he has knight e5. And the point being, if I play some move which protects, let's say bishop d3, now he can play knight b4, which I didn't have earlier because I just play a3, but now the bishop's hanging. So I was looking at an interesting, funny line here. Knight c3, bishop takes c3, rook takes c3, rook takes e4, f4, trying to trap the rook. And here I think black goes bishop d7, bishop h5, f5, bishop f7. If e6, I always go back to f3, but he has bishop e6. I couldn't find a win here because the rook is not getting trapped. Bishop g6, he goes back to d7, and it's not that easy. So I think rook h4 was his bishop g6 at the end.
Yeah.
Bishop g6, bishop d7, g4.
Yeah.
Yeah, g4, e5.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Definitely better for white, but not easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so instead of knight c3, I can try f4. And now the idea for black is to play rook h2. And at least the second rank is open. So if bishop f1, there are bishop h3 ideas. If bishop f3, I missed this bishop g1 though. Bishop h2, I have bishop g1. So I'm still doing well here, okay. But at least here you can play a, b, c, b, king d7, b, c, b, c, and my bishop's passive on f1. Okay, so he played rook h2, g3. Now I was very happy. Oh, sorry. g3, king d7, knight c3, bishop h3. I repeated once to get closer to move 40, but actually it was probably a mistake because he could have played knight e5 here and kind of, you know, he's still in the game after knight e5, but he probably missed this c5 break, which I think objectively just wins the game, because if you play dc, I have knight a4. And it's an endgame, but he's just under attack. He's losing everything on the queen side. Knight takes c5, a6 will fall, b7 will fall. And another important line was after c5, bishop g2, cd. King takes d6, I have knight a4 again. And if bishop takes e4, once again, knight c5 wins the whole queen side. So he played e takes d6, bishop g4 check, and this doesn't change anything because king d8, I have bishop b6 check. Maybe he should go king c7, but even knight d5 check and bishop f4 should be completely winning. He tried king e8, bishop c8, knight d8, bishop f5, knight c6. I was thinking maybe I should play king d3 here, but I didn't like bishop takes c3, rook takes c3, d5. of course, white's winning, but I still have some work to do. So I went for this bishop f5, knight c6, repeated a few times, knight d5, bishop b2, rook c2, bishop e5, and I'm really happy to find this move rook c4, because it looks a bit scary for white. Black has this bishop take g3 idea, bishop f1, but white's plan is to play bishop c8, and after rook c4, you can't really stop it. So one of the main points is if bishop take g3, I have knight f6 check, and then wherever the king goes, I go knight g4. And you lose either the exchange or the piece. So he went for bishop f3, bishop c8, knight d8, bishop b6. One nice line to finish the game, if bishop takes g3, king e3, bishop takes f2, king takes f3 should be a pretty easy win. So rook takes f2, I take on d8. Now, of course, it's a little scary. He can move the bishop and give some checks, but if he moves the bishop somewhere, I play bishop b6, rook f3 check, king d2, and f2 is covered. And if he takes, I just go back to f5, and the king's made it. So he played knight e6, which is basically resignation. King d3, bishop h5, bishop e7, rook h1, and yeah, after we got to time control, there are no more tricks, and he resigned.
Looks like a really smooth game from start to finish, Sam. And how are you feeling about your chances in the tournament now, just half a point off the lead?
Yeah, I'm happy. I lost the game before the rest day, but it came at a really nice time, so I kind of recovered after it.
Bouncing back.
Yeah, and well, I asked Alexei Serrano this question, so I'm going to ask it to you. So tomorrow it's early morning round, well, 11:30.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about that? How are you with morning rounds?
I'm not sure why we're doing that, but you know, I played so many opens in my life where the time goes from 4 p.m. to 11 a.m., so I'm used to it.
Yeah.
I'll try to sleep earlier today.
Okay. I can give you the reason. There is a firework display happening just outside. So in order to not disturb you, everyone...
Oh, okay. So we're playing earlier.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So regardless of what happens, you can enjoy a tremendous firework display.
All right.
And final question, are you enjoying the Isle of Man? Is it a place you're happy playing chess?
Yeah, I love coming to the Isle of Man. It's a small city here in Douglas, and just walk around, beautiful weather.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, beautiful weather because I like rain. But
say all the right things.
One of the few people to say that.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been complaining about the rain. But yeah, I mean, speaking about the weather and the place, do you have any certain routines?
I usually wake up around 10 to 11, go to breakfast at this Villa Marina, and then walk around, go to my room, prepare. That's about it.
That's about it. Okay, well...
It's working.
It is working. You are half point off the lead, and we wish you the best of luck in tomorrow's game.
Thank you.
Congrats. And yeah, thank you for joining us to Sam. We've had a lot of decisive results, Jovanka. We're still left with a few games, of course, on the top boards, but blood is being spilt all over the place. We've seen wins just from Sevian and Serrano on boards 7 and 8. And from the remaining games, we see the overview there. The eval bars really favoring Esipenko, who's actually 2 pawns up in that position, and also Bogdan Daniel Deak, if we slide over there, who's probably about to win with the check and some tactics in the air, but looking promising. His
position looks overwhelming indeed. And also, just to kind of highlight, there was a decisive victory for Param Magsudlu against Sahakian Exanval. So he will move to 5.5 points as well. So a very decisive day so far. Well, everyone has passed the time control, David. And I think before we dive into the games, let's take a short break. And don't go anywhere, because we'll be back in just a few minutes.
As many spins, so toss them in the air or something?
Oh my gosh.
Gelfand does this a lot, yeah?
But I can't spin it like him. He can like do a full spin in one. I have to do it this way.
I don't even know how he does it.
2 ends? Maybe with the left hand it will be better.
Okay, I'll try.
Does it have to be smooth?
I have only one hand, yeah, I suppose.
I guess I'm not as good as Gelfand, but...
I'm really not.
It was probably originally left-handed.
This is so silly.
Oh.
Three, two, one. Go, go, go.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. Yeah, I don't know how he does it.
17 or 18, I don't know.
Like, of course, with a pawn it would be much easier, but I think it'll be better than some, but worse than others.
Was really? Really? Okay.
David, congratulations. You just won a nice game against Van Nguyen, your countryman. Let's talk a little bit about the game, because it looked like you got a nice position pretty quickly.
I employed an idea which Nicolas Theodorou had played against me yesterday, and I achieved a pleasant position, and then Van misplayed it. He probably missed knight takes b7, after which I won a pawn and managed to convert the advantage.
You two are the only two Czech players in the tournament. Is it a special match for when you play against him?
Yes, I was nervous because I would prefer to play against someone else, or to play against one on +1 and with black pieces, or like this. We always play our games, but mostly the scenario was that I was playing with white. I tried something, did not achieve anything. I tried to play on, got into a lost position and somehow saved it. And there were several such games. And I'm glad that I managed to win this time, but I would have preferred to win against someone else.
I understand. Now, we're already 8 rounds in. How do you reflect on your tournament so far?
I have not been playing very well, but I mean, I have some good games, but the opponents are mostly playing well. Just 2 of them had a worse day when facing me, and it's a very strong tournament, very tough one, and it is hard to win games in such a fierce competition.
Absolutely. Can you tell us a little bit about how you prepare for your games and what your general routine is like here?
I prepare too much and then I feel tired, so sometimes I play quickly just to save some energy, which is not optimal. I mean, some things can be improved, but I'm preparing against concrete opponents, trying to achieve positions which would suit me and would not suit them, and which I know better than them, but sometimes it backfires terribly, like in the first round.
You mentioned some things can be improved. You're of course such an experienced player. Do you try to make adjustments from one tournament to the next?
Mostly I'm trying to do so, or even from one game to another, but I mean recently I have been a bit tired, so sometimes it has been seen on my play.
And David, it's your first time in the Isle of Man. How do you like it here?
Yes, I like it here, but unfortunately it was raining on the rest day. I would like to go somewhere outside. I was in the museum before the start of the event. It was nice, and unfortunately with such a busy schedule it's hard to find enough time for tourism.
You are quite well known for knowing so many languages. Is an interest in the culture and the places where you're going, is that also something that you like?
partially, but I'm overrated in this respect. And I actually studied languages because they started to interest me, but also to avoid problems when I lose passport in the airport, when I need to run quickly from one place to another and ask someone and like this. It does not help me so much to get rid of stress, but sometimes it can be quite useful to know some words to get somewhere.
Have you often lost your passport?
Actually, I'm not sure, but on my way to Tromsø, World Cup 2013, I almost lost it twice, but luckily Sergei Movsesyan was next to me and he helped me to save my passport both times. I mean, the first flight was delayed quite a lot and we had very little time for the transfer, and the next flight was in 2 days, so the stakes were high and I became nervous, and at such cases I tend to forget things at various places.
David, I'm very happy you didn't lose your passport on the way here. It's always a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much. Congrats again and good luck.
Thank you, Fiona. Have a good evening.
Welcome back. And well, we just witnessed some time scrambles, some swings, and also some unexpected results as well. But well, we left you with the storm, and now it's the calm after storm, and we can we can just calmly look at what has happened over the boards. And well, here is Fabiano Caruana against Etienne Bacrot. Etienne is holding everything together.
Yeah, he's played perfectly pretty much back row since a maybe unpleasant opening from him. Caruana, we thought, had a big advantage. Actually, he could maybe have just rounded up, picked off the d5 pawn about 20 moves ago. But it survived, and he's just clung onto it really nicely. Back row, he's defending. He's actually got pressure on a weak spot in Fabiano's camp on c3. And this last move, h5, really nice, giving the king some breathing space, but also taking away the g4 square from the white knight. I think this one, it's hard to imagine being decided. I think it's just really level.
I think it is. You know, yes, like you say, yes, the d5 pawn is weak, but the c3 pawn is also not great either. So dynamic equilibrium. And let's move over to Yesipenko against Keimer. That one has just looked like one-way traffic for a long time. Yeah. And now we see, well, Yesipenko's 2 pawns up, and he's been 2 pawns up for a while.
Yeah, maybe we can recap, because we missed the time scramble here where Yesipenko was able to change things, and because we did see him sacrifice the exchange earlier in the game, and now being 2 pawns up, something must have happened. There was a big swing. And let's jump back to it where we left it earlier. It was actually a long time ago. We were expecting this rook check to be met by king to e2. He dropped back with king g2 instead. We saw a retreat, and now knight to d6. This is how he started, regaining some of the material, winning material, attacking b7. Of course, all the knight checks, all the knight forks threatened right now. The king therefore had to move. Another knight check, posting up on f5, and we all know the saying about f5. A knight will thrive there. A bit of a game of tickle, and repeating the position, and now d6 finally. g5 and just dropping back, and I think it's just the dominance of this setup, Jovanka, that cost black the material in the end.
So did he just go rook takes bishop and rook to e8?
Very shortly he gave back the material. Bishop takes a7, a very greedy move, but a justified one. It's not like the Bobby Fischer blunder in 72, because the bishop can get trapped, the bishop can be caged, but so will the black bishop. And this is where we saw Vincent Keimer at a loss to find any other plan. He did give out the material, and importantly here, white doesn't lose the e7 pawn. It would have been level material here. Instead, b4 just in time, kicking the bishop, and also creating this square. So he was material up, and if we catch up with the current position, I think Esipenko is just going to convert. Not much to say about this one. White will slowly but surely push the a pawn, maybe push some pawns on this flank.
Yeah. Well, he has all the time in the world, and let's also recap on what happened between Arjun Erigaisi and Yuri Kuzubov. This was quite the epic time scramble, with Kuzubov making moves with just like 1 second to spare, and doing so in a very calm fashion. But now, well, the fog has cleared, and we're seeing that material is level, and black's pieces are very well placed.
Yeah, black's king is the ideal blockader. Black's rook on c6 looks a bit passive, defending b6 and c4, but it's the glue holding things, and actually the rook on e8 can be improved. Erigaisi's last move does hint at one winning idea, one winning plan. It's very much a two-result game. White, it should be a draw, but white is the one applying pressure. Rook g4 might be the threat, hitting this pawn, coming into g6. So I was going to say Kuzubov maybe wants to play the move, rook f8, come into f2, come round and just catch this e5 pawn, which is a bit of a weakness, but the question is how to reply to rook g4.
Yeah, well,
feels like this must be a draw, surely. Okay, let's say rook f8.
Yeah.
It's just too tempting not to play the threat, rook g4.
Rook check.
Rook check, driving the king back somewhere.
And now the king also steps back.
Just defending.
Yep.
Rock
That's
solid.
my middle name.
Should be pawn push or pawn grab. Should be your middle name.
Yeah, but that was my first middle name.
Yeah, this just looks totally fine for black. Don't really see any reason to worry. There's also like counter-attacking ideas like rook a2, grabbing this pawn.
Yep.
Feels like he should be holding the balance.
Yep, absolutely. And let's take a look at Bogdan Daniel Deák against Wojciech. And we just come in to see a result, and judging by the evaluation bar, it's been in white's favor for a long time. It was a win for white. So he now moves on to 6 points, and now he is joint leader alongside Vidit.
Wow, he rose from nowhere almost. Bogdan Daniel Deák. He's another informed player. He's really been producing consistent results recently, crashed through the 2700 barrier just in the last 12 months, and disappointing for Wojciech, who's had such a good tournament, but in the end, Deák here just dominant. And I just want to explain the final position, because white's actually a pawn down, yet black has resigned. Black's rook is attacked, black's knight is pinned. Black has to pretty much play the move rook to b6, defending the knight. But here, Jovanka, it's pretty much stalemate. White can just play rook a7, attack this pawn, and okay, we can go and win it, of course, with knight to e6, but why? Black's knight and rook are trapped. White can just slowly journey around. King f3, king g3, king h4, king h5, king g6, and black is powerless to prevent the infiltration.
Yeah.
It's really picturesque, this dominance.
He should have let that happen. That would have been a thing of beauty.
Yeah, just to show. And once the king comes in, You could block it off, but even if white just says pass, I'm not sure how. Maybe now just finally knight e6.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, this would eventually crash through and win. This is, yeah, diagram worthy, this final position. Rook b6, rook a7, and black simply cannot move.
Yep. And okay, and let's also take a recap on the women's top boards, because every game has finished on the top 10 except Vaishali against Sophie Millier.
Okay, so let's go to that game. Ooh, this one won't last for too much longer. We will see a draw in this battle. It's been a real roller coaster, this one. Vaishali, we thought she was going to land an early knockout punch and win in flamboyant style, but in the end, Sophie Millier, great defense, and she's breaking the birthday curse. She'll hold a draw on her birthday.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I'm super impressed by the way that Sophie has rescued this position, because, I don't know, less than 20 moves in, it felt like Vaishali was going to create brilliancy, but Sophie kept the game alive, and here she is salvaging the half point. And the reason it is a draw is because white can simply, well, it's going to be very difficult for white to advance this h pawn without the black bishop just giving itself away. And a knight and king does not a win make.
Yeah, even if the black king were further away, I believe this is still a draw. White couldn't, for example, have blocked the bishop's vision to h5, because under the right circumstances, you can just simply take and rush the black king into the corner, and a well-known theoretical draw. As long as she keeps her bishop intact with h5, simple stuff. I'm surprised the game's still going, to be honest.
Yeah.
But a great fight, nonetheless.
Yeah, and that means if this game ends in a draw, there will still be a three-way tie for first place, with Anna Muzicek, Antonetta Stefanova, and Vaishali all on 6 points, but there will be more people on 5.5 points.
Yeah, including Tan Zhongyi, who finished earlier, but she won her game. We last left it here, and if we catch up with the final position, where Goryachkina resigned, really nice final move, pawn to h4. If the bishop captures this pawn, king goes to a8, and the pawn pushes. This one just game over. Beautiful execution, and Tan Zhongyi, she's among the chasing pack now, behind the three leaders. And we see one more game on our camera.
That is between Huang Tang Trang and Marcel Efremsky.
And in this one, wasn't it Pauline Guichard? Pauline Guichard with black against Huang and Trang. She is just winning black with an extra knight.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at another game. And that was Marcel Efremsky against Ulvia Fataleva.
Yeah, and in this one, Efremsky is about to win. Again, a quick count. The b7 pawn will drop sooner or later. I think white doesn't even need to rush. White can just advance the king. Due to the fact there's an outside h pawn, black can never afford to trade bishops, therefore never take this pawn, and should be over shortly.
Yep, okay. But this round was full of drama, right? So we saw... Oh, hang on a second. Can we go back to the open section? Because it did look like Jan-Krzysztof Duda was saving his game against Ivan Cheparinov, but looking at this now, well, going to be a win for Ivan Cheparinov.
Probably. In some of these positions, there's a fortress. I believe, for example, if black's A pawn were ever traded for one of white's B pawns, you might be able to hold that one. The black bishop holds the dark squares, the black pawn and king hold the light squares. Similar to a game we saw earlier in the tournament between Hans Niemann and Alireza Firouzja, but yeah, must be winning this one with 2 pawns on the board. That being said, it's not going to be easy.
Well, you can drive the black king backwards, right?
But how?
Okay, so first up, step with the king to d4.
Yeah, maybe the presence of this pawn on b2 is important, because once you go to e5, the black bishop cannot give check on c3 to drive the king away. I wonder whether you first...
Maybe you actually force the pawn to go to a5.
Okay, let's say I willingly play a5.
Yeah. And now I'm going to go king up to e5.
King e5. And say black waits. Not sure how. Let's say I wait, bishop f8.
Sorry, I had like a bit of a light bulb moment. Maybe the black king should wait on b6.
Aha. And it will, but okay, so you want to prevent the king from
I want to
waiting
prevent that, so first go rook b7.
Check.
Yeah.
So not allowing me to come around. Let's say I step up.
And now I come up with the king.
Okay, check.
A
Or maybe I
step.
shouldn't have stepped that one. I'll play a5 because
Okay.
I need to sooner or later anyway.
Yeah. Your bishop doesn't have too many squares.
Yeah,
Look at
this
that.
is true. But how do you...
And the king and pawn ending,
Mhm.
if I go rook to b7 or something.
Okay, say I give you a check. You want something like this, where you take
Yeah.
me
Yes.
on b4?
Absolutely.
Yeah, this looks like it should be winning. Because at the right moment, white will keep the b2 pawn as far back as possible, and then wait, and at the very end here, it's nice that you have a waiting move. If the pawn were on b4, white to play, it's a draw.
Yep.
But here you just wait, and no matter which way the king goes, you step the other side. King a7, you go c6, and eventually you force the pawn through. It's nice that you kind of save it for later. You force the king into the corner first, and only then start pushing. So this is what white should be aiming for, but still a long way. I'm going to be a bit of a skeptic here, and I'm going to say the evaluation bar might be misrepresenting how straightforward this task is. Rook g... Ooh, this is clever. Now a5 is not possible.
Mm-hmm.
Because if the pawn were on a5, we were
But
relying on a fortress for black. but
Yeah, and after a5, you can just simply capture the bishop.
Same endgame. Rook
Yeah.
takes bishop. I think Duda might have missed this one. Now king c4, we take the pawn, and look at Duda on the camera.
Yeah.
Maybe we can zoom out slightly to see his expression, because it might well have been a fortress if the pawn gets to a5, but it simply cannot. There we go. He looks devastated. After saving a dead lost position, it looks like he's let it slip again.
Yeah.
Bishop d6. Now white will put a pawn on b4, and actually white doesn't even need to. White
You
can
go
just play
rook
rook a4.
a4.
Yeah, and the pawn drops.
Yeah.
With it, the game.
And if the bishop goes to e1, tries to keep the line,
Mhm.
hold the
line.
door.
Hold the door. Unfortunately, the bishop gets kicked off this diagonal. And
Yeah.
only once it moves, then white plays rook to a4. And actually, it's the fact that the pawn drops means it's instantly over.
Yeah.
So who needs to break a fortress when the doors are wide open? Rook g4.
Yeah. Totally lovely move there by Cheparinov. And yeah, to see Duda just cursing, looking away, he's in bits. He missed this one completely.
Yeah, and that will leave Dude on 4.5, 1.5 points off the lead with only 3 games to remaining. It looks like his candidate's chances might be slipping away as well.
Yep. And well, there we can also see the schedule. Remember, tomorrow's game will begin at 11:30 British Standard Time for the Open, 1 p.m. for the women. So it's an early day. It's because there's going to be fireworks both on and off the board.
Yeah, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Just remind me to set an alarm, Jovanka. Otherwise, you might have to hold the fort alone for the first few hours of the round.
Don't worry, I'll call you.
Yeah.
I'll personally come and drag you out of bed, David.
Thank you. I think the players as well, they'll need that wake-up call because, as mentioned, actually everyone we've interviewed so far say they wake up around 11 a.m. Interesting
Yeah.
stuff.
This is actually dangerous territory, right?
Yeah, night owls, those chess players,
Mhm.
trying to peak at the right time of day in the afternoon.
Because it's not easy to reset, right? Because if you're used to going to bed at, say, 2, 3 a.m. and to suddenly just tell your body, hey, I want to go to sleep at 10 p.m. or 11 p.m., that's going to be tough.
Very tough. Very, very tough. And they have to trick themselves into that. I just want to mention this Duda game before we move away, as Duda's suffering clearly on the camera. This was the position. King d3. He played king d7 willingly.
Oh.
He could have played a5 and maybe even could have just waited, like you
King-
said. King
b6.
King b6. And at least with the evaluation bar we see, it probably is a fortress. It's going to be very hard for white to ever break round. You have to kind of go the long way around and hope that the king eventually gets to d7 so you can win the c6 pawn. We would have been here for another hour or two. Duda would have been close to a draw, but in the end he just lost it in one move, one hasty decision. King d7, marching away from the a pawn, and Cheparinov has tricked him. Rook g4, as we mentioned, either taking the bishop next move decisively, going into a king and pawn endgame, or the a pawn drops. Game over in one move. Heartbreaking at this level.
Yeah, heartbreaking indeed. And I just checked in on Vaishali against Sophie Millier. They're still playing, but the result is never going to be in doubt. I mean, it's just...
what to say about this one.
Yeah.
White has one final try, for example, knight g4 to cut the coordination so the h-pawn would run, but black, if I can do a quick count, I think can take this and is just in time. The magical square is getting to f8 before the opponent's king. So, for example, here, if it were white to play, king g7 would block the black king opposition and white wins, but black's king gets to f8 and therefore is able to slide into the corner or box in its counterpart in front of its own pawn. So black would just wait and the game would be drawn by stalemate.
Yep, and brilliant save there from Sophie Millier. And well, there have been a lot of comings and goings and all sorts of activities happening this round. So shall we take a look at some of the biggest moments? Let's go to board 38, where... Okay, and before we do that, let's remind ourselves of the results for round 8 in the Open, and it was a peaceful draw between Vidit and Hikaru. But elsewhere, Deak beat Wojciech, and Sam Sevian played a fantastic game against Ali Reza Firouzja, whereas Alexei Sarana simply outclassed Richard Rapport.
Yeah, so 3 decisive games. Only one of them, though, joins the leading pack. Bogdan Daniel Deak and Vidit so far look like they'll be sitting atop the table by end of play today. Meanwhile, in the women's section, we've mentioned it, Jovanka, assuming board 2 is a draw, which we are pretty certain of right now, looks like 3 leaders will be maintained.
Yes, but it did seem that in top 10, well, it was a white day at the office with Tan Zhongyi, Leia Garfalina and Munguntul and Mai Nava all winning their respective games with the white pieces.
Yeah, fantastic entertainment as usual in the women's section. And just while Duda, we think he's about to resign any minute, just while he ponders over this move, let's do a recap of some of the other action elsewhere. You mentioned board 38.
Yeah.
Maybe the blunder of the day goes to, unfortunately, Sandro Mareco of Argentina, where he just lost a piece in one move. Let's backtrack a few turns in this position. Very standard position from the Queen's Gambit accepted. White played knight e5. After bishop to b7, bishop to f3, queen c7, rook c1, already a blunder, knight takes e5. He had to take on e5 simply, and black would maybe stand slightly better once the black knight moves. Instead, he thought, oh, why not trade bishops first after knight takes e5? Why not get rid of the bishops, trade them off, and then take the knight? But unfortunately, he'd forgotten that after bishop takes b7, black is not obliged to take back.
Yeah.
Creates a threat instead, knight g4, threatening checkmate, and he had to resign. The bishop simply falls next move.
And how many moves was this?
This was just 14 moves.
14 moves. A miniature. I had a debate with some other people. What is a miniature? Is it under 25 moves or under 20?
Oh, I don't know. As long as I don't lose under 25, I'm happy normally. But what would you say? 20?
Under 20.
I thought
like for me, it's like whenever I play top grandmasters, I'm like get to move 20 without a lost position, and you're doing good.
That's the first step. Yeah, unfortunately, just that's why we have to look at forcing moves, checks, captures, and threats. This is not a position where a capture wins. There's no good checks, but it is a threat. Hitting h2 with a checkmate, and there's. Yeah. Our producer here is joking with us that actually here, maybe you want to play on pass move 20, not to go down in the record books.
Exactly.
Don't resign.
I had a funny moment when I was playing in Gibraltar. This is many, many years ago. And I kept losing out of the opening. You know, I would rarely get to move 15 without a lost position against grandmasters. And so I was playing against a grandmaster, and I was like, get to move 20, get to move 20. And I had a great position at move 20, and then I blundered a piece. And guess what? I just like made some extra moves just to survive, just to kind of draw up to move 30. And then move 30 became move 40, and then it became a queen and pawn ending where he had the bishop, but I had 2 pawns as compensation.
Okay.
And then before like 100 moves later, I was still there and I drew, and I was like, oh my God.
Never resign. That's the moral of the story. And unfortunately, in some certain positions like this one for Duda, who I see on the top far left of the camera there, very distant, I think he will resign any moment now after he stops beating himself up. Simply no way to continue this game.
Yeah. I mean, what to do when your opponent is doing this in front of you? I mean, do you walk away? Do you just plant yourself opposite him and just go?
I feel bad for them sometimes. I mean, we've all been there, right? We've made a one-move blunder, and we go from a draw to a loss in one move, or sometimes a win to a loss in one move. This is hard to watch. Chess is emotional, and
it looks like he's given up. So, if Cheparinov comes and sits down,
do we wait for the handshake? What do you think? Cheparinov probably doesn't want to kind of rub salt in the wounds for Duda. He's just waiting for Duda to come to terms with the result himself.
Yeah, but the longer this goes on, and we do have a result in the women's section. It was a win for Marcel Efromsky against Olivia Fatalieva. And back to the suffering of Duda.
Yeah, poor guy. It's such a hard situation to be in. He's literally just a one-move blunder. Let's recap that. In this position, maybe a move like King B6 and black probably holds the draw, but instead King D7, just a step in the wrong direction, and now you cannot move your bishop because Rook A4 wins a pawn and the game. And A5, King and pawn endgames. He realized immediately as well, Duda, as soon as he sat at the board, as soon as Rook G4 was played, I think he kind of left the board in hope more than expectation that his opponent wouldn't find the winning move. But of course Cheparinov is so sharp, and this endgame is winning, as we demonstrated a bit earlier. Extra pawn for white.
Yep, extra pawn. Oh.
Okay, maybe we leave him
maybe we leave him in alone and let him come to terms with his loss. And the games that are still ongoing in the top 10, Etienne Baccarat against Fabiana Caruana.
Let's head back there. This position has barely changed in the last
There's not been too much progress, David. So maybe we could also go to, hang on. There was a great result for the Isle of Man as Li Wu defeated Alon Grenfell there on board 55.
Yeah, one of the biggest upsets of the tournament, and great to see a win for Li Wu. His second win of the tournament after beating fellow Manx player Dietmar Kolbus. This was the final position, I believe. Okay, I had to do a quick count here because white's just one pawn up, but more importantly, actually the black king is coming under heavy fire. And Li Wu, just to show his last few moves, in this position where white is still a pawn up, G5 actually backfired on Grunfeld here. He could have just sat tight and hoped. Still difficult, of course, but now this allowed white to open up a second front of attack. Black's rooks are tied down defending the b-pawn. And after e5, really classy play here. King f3, clearing the g-file. Then rook b7, allowing knight to e3, and bang, knight and f5. The black king will not be alive after, for example, e takes f4. This would end in checkmate very shortly.
And, actually, nice win there from Li Wu. But let's also listen to an interview with him.
Lee, congratulations. You just beat Alon Grunfeld. Your first GM scalp of the tournament. How do you feel after the win?
I feel pretty happy. What can I say? So I'm completely overjoyed. I played in this event before as well, and I don't think I got a win. Actually, 4 years ago I managed to get a win at the very, very end. So pretty happy so far.
I imagine you must be especially happy given the way you won the game. In the end, it looked like you were kicking his king around. He had to resign as it looked like either Sammartioğlu was going to drop or the king was going to get mated. Is that especially satisfying?
I guess so. So I think he tried to avoid exchanges and to play for a win against me. I surprised him in the opening first, and then he tried to change from his normal opening. So in order to avoid a series of exchanges, it was a symmetrical English. He got into a worse position and blundered, and after that I converted my advantage very smoothly. So I'm pretty happy with that,
It's of course such a strong tournament. It was a tough start for you. You scored 1 draw out of the first 5 rounds, but in the last 3 rounds you've now scored 2.5 out of 3. You have 3 points. How do you reflect on the first 8 rounds of the tournament?
I'm just here to enjoy myself. I wasn't really disheartened by the 5 losses. I really enjoyed them. I'm grateful for the opportunity to play here. Obviously, I'm here on a wild card. So yeah, I mean, I'm not really results oriented. I just play my best and enjoy. Yeah.
As you mentioned, you are one of the local wildcard players. You live here on the Isle of Man. How does it feel to be playing in this event alongside all the superstars?
Well, luckily I've been to these events a few times before, but I remember the very first time and seeing Vladimir Kramnik, and it was a complete shock. But yeah, so nowadays, I mean, I have a full-time job. I don't really play chess professionally. So yeah, having it here, it really is the perfect event. Very well organized, excellent conditions. Yeah, not much I can ask for.
How do you juggle a full-time job with the tournament?
Well, I mean, luckily I was able to take time off. My company allowed me to take 2 weeks off. So yeah, I'm 100% on chess right now. Just enjoying myself, enjoying the experience.
That's very nice of them. So can I ask you what your routine looks like during the tournament during these 2 weeks?
I guess I would. Okay, after the parents come out, I would prepare maybe 1 or 2 hours, and then try to go to sleep because I'm too excited. And then the next morning, I'll probably just do some tactics, just to get myself back up to speed. Because I don't really play much. If you check my games, yeah, this is pretty much the only thing I play.
Quite the tournament to be playing. And just a final question, because I think a lot of viewers don't really know much about what's going on with chess in the Isle of Man. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Well, there is a chess club, and yeah, it's in Douglas. I think we meet every Tuesday. Yeah, I mean, right now it's on pause because everyone's playing this tournament or watching it. But yeah, if you based on the island, feel free to come around. Yeah, there'll be people playing. Yeah.
That's great to hear. I hope people will take you up on that league. Congratulations and best of luck with the last 3 rounds.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, big result for Li Wu, who just defeated Alon Granfield and moves to 3 points. And like you said, this tournament has a big impact on the island. People can come and they can watch the games. The spectators are allowed on the upper balcony. And it's nice to have so many chess players here on the Isle of Man.
Yeah, literally everywhere you go, every restaurant is packed full of chess players, every shop packed full of chess players, no matter where you walk, where you roam, there's a chess player on every corner. And wow, what a tournament from him. He barely plays, as you mentioned, he got married recently, and yet he's still performing so well against a bunch of very strong grandmasters. Yeah. Fantastic result from Li Wu.
And whilst there hasn't been too much progress to speak about in our top 3 games, Fabiano Caruana, Esipenko and Arjun Erigaisi, well, we did take a look around the playing hall and we noticed that other big names are playing. So we have Praggnanandhaa still in action, as is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, let's maybe do a scout around the playing hall. We do see the kind of overview there. We mentioned Esipenko still 2 pawns up against Vincent Keimer, not much happening. Meanwhile, as expected, finally a draw between Vaishali and Sophie Millet. Bit of a birthday present for her, after all. A smile from Sophie as she remains unscathed in that game. Yeah, also at the bottom of your screens on the right side there, we do see Mamedov beating Grandelius, but we'll get to that point. Let's do a scout. We see Praggnanandhaa, Vachier-Lagrave, Abdusattorov, household names still in action. And
we also see that Zhao Makhanov, international master, who really is rocking the island, with a slight advantage against Sam Shankland.
Yeah, this tournament's full of super GMs, but he's a super IM. Yeah, very strong for an IM. And okay, Esipenko's about to move in this one, but yeah, maybe we move on and allow him to pick his winning method. Maybe he'll just move up the board and pick off the h5 pawn, which looks vulnerable. Let's go and find out how Praggnanandhaa is doing. We've barely seen him this tournament because he's started with a bunch of draws, unable to really click into gear. Yeah,
he got his first win yesterday. So he started with 6 draws and then a win. But if he manages to string a low row of victories, 4 decisive results at the end, then maybe he will be in with a chance. But looking at this position, well, it's going to be an uphill battle.
It will be tough. Praggnanandhaa looking really informal here, maybe just relaxed by the fact he's already qualified for the candidates by coming second in the World Cup earlier this year, losing in the final there to Magnus Carlsen. And this tournament's very much just about pride and prizes, not pride and prejudice, pride and prizes for Pragg. But the problem is he's a pawn up, and the pawn might just disappear.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there are any winning chances at all. King d4. You've got to be careful because the black king might start walking into the center, and if you trade off at the wrong moment, then the king just simply marches in, and black wins this endgame.
Is it possible to instead just
wait?
Just wait. And okay, so moves that I really would love to play is like maybe f5.
Yeah, I quite like f5 as well, forcing maybe an exchange, and the c pawn looks like it's running, but
yeah, I'm just going to go king. I don't know whether
G5.
is it a good idea to put my king on h5.
Yeah, it's a bit risky.
I think maybe I'm asking a bit too much of the position.
I think you can get away with it. You've got to hide from check somehow, and why not shelter in front of your own pawn? The thing for black is I don't really see how black will make progress. The black king can march all at once, but actually, yeah, maybe e4 is not necessary. But even if it does continue marching, anytime it starts entering, it'll get checked. I'm not going to put the pawn kind of easy food for the black king here.
Yeah, just move the rook, right?
Yeah. I'll just mention one trick. You can play king h6.
Yeah, you can actually, because after rook h1, you're thinking, hey, I'm going to promote and threaten rook takes pawn. But white gets in first with a check on c6, and then you grab the pawn on. And this one is a draw.
And this one will be a draw. So actually, black's king not really able to go kind of too far into the position. Firstly, it will get checked from behind, but it'll allow white to start pushing his pawn, and some serious counterplay now. Yeah, it looks like Praggnanandhaa not likely to win this game. F4, F5 even would be a very professional way of doing it, just eliminating as many pawns as possible.
And well, another rook and pawn ending, which perhaps we should revisit, is Arjun Erigaisi against Yuri Kuzubov. And we did see Kuzubov just break out with g6, and now we've seen the pawn get captured.
Yeah, for a moment, another game that I thought was finished because neither player was at the board, and I was like, where are the score sheets? But Erigaisi is left-handed, so his score sheet's on the far side of our camera, and Kuzubov being right-handed, his score sheet on the other side as well. Actually, we found quite a lot of left-handed players now in this event. Hans Niemann, Erigaisi, and 2 others that I
yeah, you mentioned, but I can't remember any of them.
And okay, pawn takes pawn, it's just a capture, but everything's fizzling out here, Jovanka.
Yeah.
This game's going to be over shortly. Rook takes g6, white's f and g pawns are both doomed. Black's b pawn will fall first, and in this position, well, black doesn't rush with taking on f6. At the very least, you take on g2, start pushing the h pawn, and that will deflect the white rook.
Get some counterplay. I like that plan. And, well, if it is a draw, it is a disappointing result for Erigaisi, because when we compare it to the position he had in the middle game, I mean, it just looked like one-way traffic. I mean, he had a fantastic attack against the black king.
Yeah, if we just rewind all the way back to the middle game, we just assumed that white would take on e5 here, and white has a checkmate in 2-threat, queen f7, followed by knight to g6, would catch this black king. Big attack incoming, and it's really unclear how black is going to defend this one long term. White's queen can also pin this knight in the center. Instead, he took a step back. Never go back in these dynamic positions unless you have to. Bishop to e1 worsened his bishop's position, and after queen f8, the queen's f, and that's how we ended up in this rather level ending.
Yeah.
Missed opportunity yet again for Erigaisi, but in the current position, this one should shortly be drawn.
Yes, it absolutely should. And I don't see any progress being made in the Fabiano Caruana Etienne back row game.
This one they've just been maneuvering around.
Yeah.
Still some severe pressure on c3, meaning that white's advantage really symbolic here. Black's 2 isolated pawns, yeah, they're defensible. You can hold them. At the very minimum, black will trade them off for white's pawns. Should be a draw. Back row, great result for him if he can hold it.
It certainly will be a great result for him, because he was in a spot of bother in the middle game. And We also have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's on 4 points. He's playing against Alan Pitcher. How is that game going?
Okay, so these two players sitting next to Prague. And okay, Pichot reaching out there. He's just landed the black knight on f4. I'm really enjoying aesthetically White's position because it's dark square domination. White's knight coming into c5, queen coming into c5. But black does have counterplay. Queen coming into b1. It is right now level material as well. Vachier-Lagrave. Okay, he was ready to play a move. Sits back at the board. He does tend to be a bit hasty. He doesn't like to sit and think for too long. He likes to rush his decisions. It looked like he was about to reach for his knight and plant it on c5.
Well, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
go for the a6 pawn.
Yeah, I just wonder whether you need to have any fear of ghosts at all. Queen coming in. I would be scared here. A queen and knight combining. The black queen, the black knight.
I would be scared as well. So in light of that, I probably wouldn't go knight c5. I would probably go knight to e3.
Yeah, I like knight e3. Just defend. But it wasn't knight c5 that his... that he was about to play. It was queen c5. I misread the hand signals there. Queen c5. Check.
Yep.
Not too many squares for the black king.
Yep. No.
Black needs to be careful. King f7, you'll get pinned.
Ooh, but is it? No. There's queen
Queen
to
d3 as well.
Yeah.
King f7 looks like the only one then, because king d8 feels like you're walking into some checks. Either this check or maybe even queen f8 check. And it looks a bit scary, to say the least. I think this one would just be winning for white, and you definitely don't want to step to e8 either, because you just walk into this knight check. So surely process of elimination. King f7.
Yeah, king f7.
And yeah, you mentioned black has one threat at least. Queen d3 check.
Yep.
And the white king gets driven somewhere.
Yeah. So maybe you have to now take some time out to go. But what am I going to play? I don't know. I don't see. Knight to f1.
Knight to f2? Or c1?
C1, sorry.
Knight to c1. Okay. Defending this square.
But I guess you can still go queen b1, and I don't know what I've done.
Yeah, one passive knight though here suddenly for white. I'm wondering, Jovanka, if he's going to be extra ambitious. Sorry, not queen c7, but this is probably a blunder. I'm going to warn everyone in advance. King c3. I want to kind of hide on a3.
I want to go queen b1 then.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd check me to safety.
No,
and I could hide now behind
I want
my
to trap
knight.
your king.
Yeah, queen b1's nasty. That's mean, Jovanka.
Thank you.
Knight checks. Threatening d4 in some scenarios.
Yeah.
Ugh, yeah, okay. Take back. Take back time.
Yes.
Queen d3 should hold the balance.
Yeah, and with someone who is really trying to survive, but it is mission impossible, is Esipenko against Vincent Keimer. Esipenko now 3 pawns up.
Wow. 3 are better than 1.
Yeah.
4 are better than 1 in this case in terms of pawns. Yeah, that's just greedy. And okay, black is hitting this bishop, but okay, even if you lose a3, it's
you can go bishop. Oh, actually.
I want to forcibly trade off these bishops
Exactly,
somehow.
that's what I want too.
Don't see a way yet. But even if white just kind of puts a bishop on d6, rook takes pawn, just gets the king out of the way, starts pushing.
Yep.
I mean, rook b5 is going to come as well to hit this pawn, push the h pawn. Slow and steady, but should be simply winning. With rooks off the board, or bishops off the board, it's even easier, but these 2 passed pawns should decide this game. And maybe there's something better. I'm not sure. I don't really see it yet. Give a check.
Yeah, give a check.
You could... Yeah, I was going to say, is there a way to attack this pawn? So, like, you could keep the bishop on this diagonal. After rook takes pawn, now go for black's b pawn.
Yeah. Looks good.
Although I'm a bit scared of allowing the black rook back, and if I have to move, just don't want to allow any checkmating ideas. This can be easily parried, but rook to f5 check.
Yeah.
But at least a little bit of fear, a little bit of doubt in mind.
That is something to better. Okay.
Vincent Keimer, at this point, it looks like not much is going to save him. White's bishop steps back to d6.
There we got a real interesting view of the bishop moving to d6. A rook takes.
I learned this 2 years ago at the Grand Swiss playing against Esipenko. Especially if he likes his position, he'll drill the piece into the square. It's like bishop d6, just adjust.
Yeah.
He did that against me several times.
Well, unfortunately here, though, he's Vincent. There's no way that Vincent can save this. I mean, for starters, I love this bishop d6. I would go bishop c5 in a heartbeat.
Yeah, try and trade off these bishops.
Yeah.
If black dodges the trade, then now you can probably
Now this is the point.
go hunting for this b pawn.
Although, you know, maybe I've kept the game alive because black can go b5.
Yeah, b5. I mean, I'm really reluctant to go chasing the pawn too much, but maybe rook b7. And the pawn will drop. Okay, he's going to play your move. He's reaching for his bishop. Will he drill it in? Oh, just a little. A little finesse there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vincent Keimer, he's had such a good tournament as well. Just unfortunately, the opening today, he was caught off guard. And just, I think the clock situation as well later, due to the surprise, meant that he was always fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, but what an opening preparation it was from Esipenko, sacrificing the exchange in order to get a massive pawn center. And
I can guarantee all the top players, they're going to go back and study this opening, and
yeah,
it,
for
might,
sure.
it might even appear the remaining rounds.
Yeah, we actually saw how immediately like Hikaru and Vidit were like looking at this game with interest, and they wanted to know how it happened. They wanted to break down the best defenses. So, yep.
It's like being at school nowadays playing chess. You have to do your homework. And, that's how Sam Sevian beat Firouzja. Firouzja hadn't looked at the games from the tournament yesterday. Sam Sevian had. He looked at the games, picked up an opening idea, and used it to smoothly outplay Firouzja. Yeah, you've got to stay up to date nowadays. Bishop to e5. But we're expecting rook h7, chasing down the remaining pawn.
Yeah.
Or a very healthy move just would be king g4, clearing the path for the pawns to start rolling and ensuring that the king doesn't get caught on the edge of the board.
Yeah. And what are we going to see from Esipenko?
He's reaching for something. It's the rook.
This is the rook. He's putting it on h7.
Reminds me of a Bond villain. He's just calmly going about his business here.
Yeah, and Vincent Keimer just resigned to his fate.
Yep, and shortly might well resign. We see the evaluation on the side of our screens there, plus 4.5 at this point for white. That's pretty terminal. I think it's because a third pawn will drop.
Is there any chance? Okay, so rook b7.
Okay.
I have one cheapo.
Try and trick me.
Yeah, now I'm going to go rook a8 because
Rook A8.
you literally show. Please take the pawn.
Whoops.
Yeah, and then I go, yeah, and then I discovered that there was no trick after all because you can just simply
Bishop e7.
bishop e7, and that's it.
It's just a check, and the bishop will block. Look at this king, cuddled up by its pawns and bishop, and yeah, unfortunately, 3 pawns are too many in this case.
Okay, well, this game will be decided soon, but a game that still looks like it will continue for a long time. Fabiano Caruana against Etienne Bacro. Let's go back there because, well, we have seen some pawns get exchanged, and now white rook is on f4.
Okay. And the big question is, does Fabiano trade off the queens when a draw is inevitable? Or does he try and keep them on? Because black's king may be slightly airier than the white king. White's king has a knight and rook around it, so I don't think there's any attacks there. Normally you want to keep queens on if possible, but the b4 pawn's also hanging. Let's just show what happened, because in this position, tired of maneuvering, tired of waiting around, Fabiano was the first one to play b4. And after a capture, rook b5, this is how the queen exchange likely is going to happen, queen c3. I don't see any tricks. If you take off the queens, yeah, this one guaranteed a draw now. Black will go after the b pawn, probably comes at the cost of the d pawn.
And draw. Yeah.
Don't get much more drawish than that one.
Yeah, exactly. And if you try to keep the queens alive, well, I feel like you're taking risk here, because you have to be careful. You have to put your queen on d1, because if you put it on e2, maybe even, yeah, thank you.
This rook is attacked, but just rook takes b4.
Rook takes.
Unless there's a trick here, knight to d1 maybe. Backward knight moves are the hardest to spot. Attacking the queen and suddenly unleashing an attack.
Yeah.
Maybe it's possible. Maybe we wrote this one off too soon. Knowing Fabiano, he'll try and squeeze any remaining life out of this position. So queen e2. Like you said, it is risky.
Yeah.
But there's a threat against the rook. There's a threat to play knight d1 now.
But I guess you could go, there's no threats against the queen and the rook, so you can drop back rook b7.
Yeah, maybe this at least would force Etienne Bacrot to be slightly careful. But yeah, you mentioned the threat of d4.
Yeah.
It's scary.
That is very scary.
When does Fabiano pull the brake? That's the problem. Now rook d1, anytime the rook moves away, now you can take the pawn, and the type of draw we might expect to see is this one, where everything gets liquidated, eliminated.
And also, like, how much do you try in this type of position? Because tomorrow the games start at 11:30. If you play a super long game, you're likely to tire yourself out. This is Fabi's second tournament in a row.
He's just used to it with white. He presses against anyone in the world. He knows he outrates his opponent by over 100 points. I understand why he's trying, but he's had a lot of long games. Yesterday he played a 5-6 hour game as well. Surely fatigue will catch up at some point, even for someone fit as a fiddle like Fabiano. Yeah, I think
that line never made sense to me as a kid. Fit as a fiddle.
Fiddle's like a violin, right?
Yeah, but it didn't make any sense. Because my parents are not from the UK; they're from South America, and so I was like, fit as a fiddle. Like, why? That's a violin. Like, how does that make sense? Don't understand it. And we have a result there on board 4, and it was a draw.
It was a draw. Erigaisi held to a draw by Kuzubov. A fair result in the end. Great defense from Kuzubov, but maybe some small missed opportunities for Erigaisi. Let's just show how this happened. This was a check. White needs to step back. You cannot step forward because there would be a check. And again, so many king and pawn games today, but black is going to win this race, promoting. So in the final position, white had to step back. Black gave a check. King steps forward and a draw. Black can't really play for a win with h3 because now the rook goes behind the passed pawn, and white is a pawn up. So in the end, a fair result, a repetition.
Yep. A very exciting game between the pair. So that leaves just 2 games in the top 10. Esipenko against Vincent Keimer. Well, Esipenko just won his 3rd pawn. Will this sound the end for Keimer? Will he resign? Or will he continue trying to draw an impossible game?
He's actually gone for this trick that you mentioned, Jovanka. Look at Vincent Keimer, a bit like Duda earlier, who did in the end resign. He's suffering. I thought he was going to try that checkmate trick. Why not set up one final trap? But
he has one. I've spotted it.
He's got a trick.
So he wants to go bishop takes g3.
Yeah. So for example, if white is careless, and not even sure how white allows this, to be honest. Let's say white plays a move like bishop b6.
Well, then bishop takes
g3, but then the problem is, okay, yeah, there's a, whoops, sorry, that's a check. Now the
no,
king drops back.
Yeah.
Okay, and the idea after bishop takes g3 is that it is poisoned. This would be a checkmate. Turn around. But yeah, Esipenko's barely pausing. He eyeballed his opponent there. He played rook a5. He's like, when are you going to resign, mate? And this might be the clincher. Rook a5 challenges the rooks, and we see a handshake. If the rook moved, rook a3 check would have ended all resistance.
Yep. Oh, well, Esipenko playing a fantastic game. You know, full control from start to finish with a perfect opening choice. Surprised his opponent, and now great technique just to finish the game. It's just one of those games for Vincent Keimer where it just went wrong from the beginning and he couldn't save it.
Yeah, sometimes chess works like that at the top level, especially if you're black and you get hit by an opening bomb. Really hard to maintain the balance. And okay, we have now 3 leaders in the women's section, but also 3 leaders in the open as things stand.
And that is Vidit and Esipenko and Deak. All on 6 points.
Not the usual names, not the usual suspects.
No. In fact, let's check the ratings, actually. Where are they in the rankings?
Yeah.
Deak is...
Interesting question. Deak is just over 2,700, so he would be in and around the top 30, 40 players in the world. And Esipenko, 2683, we see on our screens, underrated. He's been over 2720 before. Fantastic player. Whereas Vidit, also a very solid 2,700. So established players, but not maybe the household names like Nakamura and Caruana that we would expect.
Okay, so I've got it. So the starting rank for Deac at 2701, he was seeded 20th. So definitely not a name that you would expect to be at the top of the table. Vidit, on the other hand, is not so.
He'll be.
What's his rating?
He's 2716 roughly.
Okay.
I say roughly.
Yeah, so he's seeded number 15.
Uh-huh.
And Esipenko at 2683 is 32. So yeah, and top seed was of course Fabiano, Hikaru, Alireza, Anish, Gukesh, reports.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, lots of others.
Pragnananda.
Yeah, there's always a few surprise packages. It's not necessarily always the top seeded players in these big opens who win.
And there we can see the updated results. Bogdan Daniel Deac, number 1 player from Romania, defeating Wojciech, which means that he joins the leader on 6 points. And Esipenko, with his victory over Vincent Keimer, also joins Vidit on 6 points.
Yeah, and maybe just while we wait for Fabiano to make some decisions, queens are off the board in that game, likely draw incoming, we can recap the women's event.
Yes, and let's take a look at today's results. And once again, it's no surprise to see that it was a decisive day in the top 10. I mean, it's every day, there's always been like majority, I mean, there's rarely been like majority draws at all.
Yeah,
it's always been like swashbuckling action.
Actually, across both sections, we see a lot of white wins today, 5 wins in the Open, and I believe several in the women's as well. But these are the current standings after round 8. I think pretty much every game is finished. So this is what we see ahead of tomorrow.
Yeah, and you see it is a 3-way tie at the top between Vaishali, Anna Mezhachuk and Antonetta Stefanova. But chasing them with 5.5 points, well, there are now 4 players: Leia Garifalina, Sophie Millier, Tan Zhongyi and Munguntul.
Yeah, exciting stuff guaranteed tomorrow. Meanwhile, this game is in its final throws. Fabiano playing a flashy move here. I think this will lead to mass liquidation. That being said, maybe one final trick left in this position. Let's just recap the last 2 moves. We saw Black play queen to c3. He didn't want to take any risks. He didn't want the queens to continue on the board. He took them off, and now knight to g4. Maybe hinting at some knight checks, but more importantly, opening up an attack against Black's knight. So if Black recaptures on g4, suddenly an attack on f7. Firstly, I'm not sure how much that is to worry about, but at the very least, Black could play the move rook to f3 if you want to play safety first. But this would mean a pawn down rook endgame. Probably still holdable, but you don't really want to dabble in this.
Nope.
So, okay, Fabiano's hoping that this position gives him some chances. Breaking through on f7. Maybe I was too harsh. I thought this was just a bit of chess humor to force everything off the board, but Fabiano does have ideas.
Yes, but let's remember that Black isn't obliged to actually capture that knight. So he can simply either step back with the rook, defend the e7 point. I don't know which rook to use, to be honest with you. Just
me neither.
Pick one.
It would be a pawn sacrifice, though, dropping back one of the rooks. For example, knight h6 check would pick up f7
you're right.
next move.
Okay, so I didn't spot that one. So no, Fabiano being tricky.
Very tricky.
Okay, what about knight f5?
Knight f5 looks like
yeah, let's keep it simple.
This is a pawn sacrifice too, I guess. Knight check. And when the king moves, I'll take this one. Knight takes h5 check. Because the g-pawn is overloaded.
Yeah, but then I'm going to take that one. And
now some serious chances.
Stuff, right? Yeah, whoops.
Maybe h4 would still most likely force a drawish rook endgame. Sometimes if you're pawn down with it, every pawn on the same flank, it should still be a draw. But okay, I'm just going to bite the bullet.
Okay.
I'll say this is the critical line that Etienne should be calculating first. Checks, captures, and threats. This is the capture.
Okay.
Take, and I'll just call the bluff. I'll take on h3. How is white?
Okay, I'm going to line up my rooks on the 7th rank.
Okay, rook takes f7.
Thank you. Yep.
And I'll argue that I'm scared of checkmate, but...
Okay, so I'm going to throw in some checks. G7.
Yeah, scared of checkmate, but I'm hoping that I don't get caught.
One in the corner.
Okay.
And I'm going to check you again.
All the checks.
Yeah, and now I'm going to get behind your d rook. d-pawn, d-pawn.
Okay, so threat of checkmate or checkmate.
So if you do go king to e8, that would be a horrible move. You would suddenly find yourself losing because now I would go all the way to a7.
And you're sandwiched. You're kind of literally, you're the filling in the sandwich. You're going to get caught by either rook with a check. Yeah, checkmate even. It's game over.
Yep.
But yeah, if I go to g8, which I think I have to.
Yeah. And now I wanted to take your pawn on h3.
Yeah, I think actually Fabiano's idea might even be to, after king g8, just to give a check and take this pawn.
Okay, yeah.
He would be left with connected pass pawns, and especially if this pawn falls, it's going to be 2 versus 1. 2 connected. But your idea also viable, for sure. King g8, just taking this pawn and going back around for this one, and or the g pawn later.
Yeah.
Okay, some chances. And Etienne nervously looking at his clock because we're only at move 52. And remember, there's a second time control in the opens section. Still 9 moves to make for him. This is his 52nd move once he makes it. 9 moves in 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Stakes are high.
Definitely are high. And is there any simpler solution to this? Because this looks quite complicated. What happens if you just go king f8?
King f8, I don't hate.
And then I'm going to go, if you put your knight on h6, I'm going to go f5.
Ooh,
trap
you'll
you.
laugh.
Yeah.
You'll laugh at me.
Yeah, I will. But of course, you're never going to put your knight on h6, but you're going to put it on e5. And now I can go...
Maybe f5 anyway.
f5. Okay, we go.
Yeah, it's ugly for black. You've allowed this knight to sit on an outpost, but yeah, it's an endgame where you can buck the trend, you can buck the rules because it's all very concrete. Yeah, g4 doesn't really achieve much, just more pawns coming off the board, and black will round up b4. Yeah, Jovanka, I think you found the most professional approach. I think the cynical way, shut down all the fun for white.
Yeah, well...
Maybe those rook endgames were drawn anyway, but why risk it? Why not just defend?
And for the first time, have we checked the edge in at all today?
No.
Let's have a look. Let's now that we're a little bit tired, let's put it on. Let's put our little helper and see what it says.
Used our brains too much, and okay, king f8 apparently is one of the best moves. Knight f5 as well, but knight f5 does require calculation, as we mentioned. Knight f5, there's a check, and we thought black was losing a pawn here. You actually have to give up a pawn, allow knight takes h5, and not allow your knight to be captured, but just move the king.
Yeah.
And this is far more difficult for a human, I believe, because often you stop at knight takes h5 check, realize you've lost a pawn, and calculate elsewhere. But the key is that you play rook c4 here, but even this is not obvious because
like
white
knight takes pawn, right?
Knight takes pawn, and the computers, of course, are arguing that this is a dead draw, which it is. 3 versus 2 on the same side, but no chance back row allows this unless he really needs to. Your move, king to f8, by far the simplest path to equality. And I think you give yourself a pat on the back, Jovanka, and we turn the engine off.
Yay!
Yeah, nice way to draw, just calmness personified, king to f8. I'm not sure, how easy would you say that is over the board when you have so many options? And not too much time on the clock, walking into the firing line and playing a move like f5.
Well, it's because the other lines are really unpalatable, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to lose a pawn, you don't want to allow 2 white rooks on the 7th, and I would rather choose this.
Yeah.
Just because...
Definitely the tastier of the potential poisons.
But even this one is still feels scary, right? Because you can envisage like the white rook coming to a1 and giving some checks.
Yeah, I guess the key is that this f4 rook is locked out.
Yeah.
So you can safely just play rook b3 and eliminate the b pawn. And as you mentioned, it's a check, but I don't think it's much more than that.
It's a pain, right?
It's a bit scary.
That the rook on f4 is not a pawn. If it were a pawn, and the rook could go somewhere else, then...
a pawn, a kingdom for my pawn.
For a pawn.
But yeah, the white rook is just locked out of the attack, and so white can give a bunch of checks with the knight, for example. I think you wanted to be a pawn here, the white rook, because then you could give a check.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the black kings can take this knight. Yeah. So yeah, it's just going to be a draw by repetition, this type of position. So
I have one cheesy one-liner that I've been waiting to drop.
I do like one-liners.
It was really bad though.
Okay.
I promise you won't.
Do your worst.
Think to me, this is like the night you didn't expect to see. Surprise.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh at my own one-liners, but it was a bad one.
No, I like it. I approve. Any pun is good in my books. And yeah, they're playing not just for candidate spots, they're playing for big money prizes.
Yes.
Yeah, knight g4. Okay, Etienne Bacrot, he does look a bit like he's panicking visibly here on the camera. He definitely didn't envisage knight g4 landing. I don't think anyone saw that one from Fabiano, so really nice try. This is why the top players are kind of better than the rest. They look deeper, they see more, and they know how to set these practical traps, even if they know objectively the position should be a draw.
Yep.
And Bacrot, okay, this is the last critical moment of the game, potentially. If he plays king f8, the rest should be straightforward. It should be a draw. Anything else, and he'll have to work hard. And okay, still 9 moves to make in 3 minutes.
Yes, well, critical moment. The good thing though for Etienne is that once he decides on a move, then he will be able to play the subsequent moves quite quickly. And now time ticking down to 3 minutes and 15 seconds. And it is psychologically an unpleasant decision for him to make.
Yeah. He really looks uncomfortable right now, Bacrot.
Oh, he's about to make something.
He's reaching for his king. The motion he had with his hand, it's like you grab the top of a king and you slide it across. I think he's going to go for it. King f8. Anything else? And he'll be defending in awkward position, most likely a pawn down.
King f8 played.
There we go. Okay, we said that was the last key moment, I think. This one, he's pushing himself and Fabiano down a path that's quite easy to navigate.
Yeah. And... well, Fabiano, what should he do? Should he play quickly because knight e5 is pretty standard? Or should he kind of wait it out?
I think I would be too tempted to put the knight
there
and then think, but of course there are options. You could play knight to f6 as well. Not really sure what this achieves if black continues. I just wanted to set a trap. Even that doesn't work. For example, I wanted to play like king g2, and if you take this pawn,
rook takes knight.
Yeah, I was going to say I didn't think that worked, but luckily there's no attack on the white knight because you have a check.
Yeah.
And the idea was that king takes rook. There's a fork. So there are some traps, but knight f6 does look a bit superficial. It's not really anchored there well, and of course black won't fall into the one mover that I set. Rook takes pawn. But then again, what does black do instead?
Well, now you can go knight to f5.
Yeah, knight f5.
And
wanted you to go the other way so that I could try some sneaky checkmates.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where the checkmate is. But
I wasn't born yesterday. Yeah, but I like it.
We'll find it. There's still maybe no checkmate. Oh, knight e8 maybe.
Knight e8. Oh.
Threatening some checks from behind. Okay, of course this won't happen, but there's still some pitfalls to avoid. I think is the conclusion. Yeah, knight e5 just looks too tempting. Attack the f-pawn.
Yeah.
Force some weaknesses.
And after knight e5, so we were looking at f5. Is there any other move that you could do just to... I mean, I know I didn't want to go knight f5 because g4 looked to me very scary and I didn't want to calculate this.
The problem is the black knight has to go back to defend the f-pawn and suddenly this g-pawn, for example, would drop with check. Yeah, so it feels like f5 is obligatory. f5 here. Okay, Fabiano thinking. There aren't too many games going on elsewhere. Not much action left now. That game with Pragnananda petering out towards a draw. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave most likely also going to draw. Yeah, it's big names, but yet to rise to the very top.
Yeah. And Fabi thinking here. How many moves is it? 53, right?
This will be his 53rd.
Yeah.
So we're at move 52. 8 moves left each. Before move 60. This is the type of position that could fizzle out in the blink of an eye. And it's also the type of position that could go on for another 3-4 hours, Jovanka, depending on what we enjoy.
Exactly.
But Bacrot, that was a great job. And did you see that? It's the unmistakable kind of wipe the sweat off your hands on your knees when things are really heating up.
Well, it was a hairy moment there for Bacrot, right? I'm sure he didn't expect Fabiano's last move.
Yeah, knight g4, a surprise. Oh, I'm never going to forget that one. Surprise.
Surprise, right?
Yeah. It's my dream to get a knighthood someday.
Sir Howell.
Oh,
yeah.
That's the fantasy.
Maybe I could be a dame.
Yeah.
Dame Houska.
Suits you.
Yeah, maybe.
Services to chess.
So yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think there are any knights of the realm in the chess world. There's some OBEs, MBs.
Any CBEs?
Probably. These are royal titles. For
yeah.
Well, not royal titles, but what do you call them?
Is it commander of the British Empire, and then the officer of the British Empire, and the M is member.
Member, yeah.
Member of
For any non-Brits, this is very niche and very vain stuff we're hoping for here. But
yeah,
King F8.
But you know,
move.
David Beckham is hoping for an OBE. Why can't we?
Isn't he already a? Is he a knight?
No, because
Andy Murray is.
The tax problems. Okay, anyway.
Oh. Let's not delve too deeply there. The tax that he has to pay in this position, Fabiano, is potentially his b-pawn. Knight in e5 won't help protect the b-pawn at all, so the rook will go round and round it up. And yeah, earlier, Jovanka, we were talking about Pragnananda and his sister Vaishali, who's on the brink of the Grandmaster title, nearly won her game today. So some siblings in this tournament.
Well, in general, who are GMs. So we know Rasmus Svana, Fredrik Svana.
Who are playing?
Jordan Van Forest, Lucas Van Forest, two sets of siblings. And then we have the Polga sisters, Anna Muzichuk, Maria Muzichuk.
Yeah.
I know a father-daughter combination, just the Pates, Elizabeth Pates and Thomas Pates.
One of them's playing here.
Vahidov, I think his father is a grandmaster, or maybe a title player.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether he's a grandmaster.
Thinking, yeah, in terms of siblings, weren't there another set of siblings here at the tournament who are also both grandmasters? I'm not sure.
There's three.
Muzichuk sisters.
The Svana brothers.
Svana brothers. And I guess Vaishali and Prag. Vaishali will be a GM.
Yeah.
There's some other Ukrainian brothers, the Vovk.
The Vovk, yeah.
Brothers. Oh dear, I should know more.
Isn't there some twins, the Perts? Oh no, but they're one's an IM, one's a GM.
Yeah. Not many twin titled players I noticed, and they're maybe one of the exceptions, one of the few.
Rook A1 played, and here we thought that black could neutralize. Ah, look, we've been told.
Yeah, the Horvat brothers.
Zigalko, yeah, of course.
Sergei and Andrei Zigalko as well, both of Belarus.
Aren't the Hungarian brothers, Berches? Are they?
I don't think they're brothers. There's one Ferenc Berkes, and then there's also David.
Are they not brothers?
But they're spelled differently, the last names.
Oh.
It's tricky. Even the Horvats, there's like dozens of top Hungarian players with that surname. But I think only one set of siblings. Yeah, you mentioned the father-daughter, father-son combo. I mean, there's married couples as well. There's plenty of those. Pia Kramling, who's playing in this tournament.
She's married to Juan Balón Lopez, also a Spanish grandmaster.
Oof, we're really got to rack our brains now.
Lagno and Grishuk.
Lagno and Grishuk. Oof.
Yeah.
Kashlinskaya, is she
yeah,
a full
Wojciech, no, she's not. No, she's an international master.
And
Sindarov. Sindarov has a brother, right? But I'm not sure he's a grandmaster.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a grandmaster. And yeah, I mean, there's plenty. They keep it in the family. Anish Giri's wife is a very strong international master.
Yeah, and now they're leveling up. Divorced GMX couples.
I don't know if we should go there.
Yeah, we better not take sides.
There are some other married couples. Zukova, grandmaster, married with Onishuk, Similite with Cornet. Oh no, Similite, sorry, with I thought you were saying
Heine Nielsen.
Heine Nielsen, Peter Heine Nielsen, of course.
Yeah.
Why did I think Similite? Okay, I meant Dowlite.
Dowlite, Diamante is married to Matthew Cornet, but she's an international master.
Shout out to everyone we've been mentioning, and sorry to viewers at home who aren't aware of these family connections. Etienne's son, coincidentally, is quite a strong player in his own right. Not sure what title he has, but I know Etienne's son was playing in some big online tournaments.
That's unusual, actually, because a lot of the children of super grandmasters, they don't play chess.
This is true. Normally one family member is enough to drive the whole family wild with the chess.
Meanwhile, well, Etienne Bacrot is ticking down to the minute mark. Rook A1 seems to have caused him to pause, but you do have to have nerves of steel just to simply go rook to B3, and he doesn't.
Wow,
Plays
G5. He's maybe this is clever. He's forcing the knights off the board. G5 is really committal because these pawns will be eternally weak. They're definitely not moving backwards, but white's rook is also somewhat trapped. I just want to mention, Jovanka, there was some tricks in the position that I'd underestimated after rook A1, rook B3. There was again the idea of rook to A7, for example. Oh, but it doesn't quite work. I was going to say this idea of the fork that we were trying to initiate, because knight C6 check would be a fork if you take the rook, but there's a nasty check on the back rank. But maybe in this position, sorry, even in this position, there might have been tricks still. Oh wow, rook takes C7. Rook takes C7 first, not allowing the rook on B4 to give a check. Now if rook takes rook, for example, there's a knight check.
Oh, very nice.
And you take the rook next. So there were actually some big tricks. What Bacrot has done, he's forced the white rook into the center with rook D4, only safe square, and I think he intends to play knight C6, trading off the knights.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Is there any potential danger, say for instance, you do make the trade, and now knight takes knight, and now rook A7 on the 7th rank.
Cut the king off. Also, the very scary rook A5, I've got to mention, because suddenly all the targets are sitting on the 5th rank.
Yeah.
Bacrot's panicking. He's got 50 seconds, still not near the time control. And one thing you want to avoid, we'll just mention, is ever putting a rook. Okay, here takes D5 is just a big threat, but you never want to allow a rook to sit passively on A6. White would be most likely winning the same game. He makes a move. He plays knight C6. Suddenly danger for the first time in a long time, Jovanka.
Actually, yeah, there's big danger there with rook A5. Knight takes knight. Rook A5.
Rook A5. What's he intend to do?
Rook B6. Rook B6.
But suddenly rook takes D5.
Knight, yeah.
You really regret pushing your pawn to G5 now. This is really typical. I mean, maybe it's still holdable, but it's a typical scenario. I've been there plenty of times myself where you want to force the issue. You're low on time. You want to calculate your way out of trouble rather than kind of slowly maneuver.
And knight C6, indeed, a questionable move.
Yeah, real questionable move right now. And Fabiano pretty much has to take this knight off the board. And for sure he's calculated this one. Rook A5. Big trouble now for Bacrot, who's going to drop a pawn, I think. It's guaranteed at this point.
I think lots of pawns, right? I don't see how he's going to save.
Maybe you can be clever. Rook B6, you take here, and you don't take this pawn. It's not running away yet. You move your king.
Yeah.
But now you'll be a B pawn down. The B pawn will save itself. The idea was rook takes pawn. You can defend G and H. Next move you win B4 by force, and 3 versus 2 on the same side should be an easy draw. But this is by far an easy draw. B5.
Yeah, but then now the king comes.
The king comes, but the rook sidesteps, and the problem is you will go no further. The black king's tied down on the 5th rank.
Yeah.
Fabiano trades knights. Let's go back to it. Knight takes knight on the board. A recapture from Bacrot, and I think this is the only move to keep winning chances before black is able to mobilize the king.
Yeah, rook A5.
Let's get our seatbelts on. Jovanka, we're going to be here for the long haul.
And of course, Fabiano plays it. And Etienne, 1.5 minutes, and he does take.
Okay, he captures. What's the intention here?
I don't know.
I don't see it. This is just a free pawn.
Maybe he's going to step up with the king. King F7 or King E7, doesn't matter. And now King F6.
King F6, but now I would happily play rook to D1, and I'm going to put my rook behind the pawn and push it forward.
Yeah.
Unless you first flick in a check.
Okay, yeah.
And then, for example, defend the pawn. But there's always trouble. There's moves like G4 in the air, kind of crashing through on the 5th rank. And also, black's pawns are so far advanced that actually there's no shelter. Even if white's able to kind of give a check, put the rook in front, and kind of go to a8, still some danger there. My rook endgame theory is being tested to the limit, I must admit. This is not a endgame. And 1 minute to make 3 moves back row. He needs to pause now because it might be the point of no return.
Yeah. Well.
Wow, Fabiano, magician, whipping something out of nothing.
Yeah. But I love this defense, you know, that you step up with the king and then give a check.
Then give a check to stop the white rook getting behind, and only then defending your pawns. I do wonder if there's anything else. Maybe the white rook goes this way and in front.
Yeah, and then, oh gosh.
If the black pawn were back on f7 and back on g6, then I've actually studied this position. It's a forced draw, but with the pawn so far advanced, the black king has no shelter, no hiding place.
And can you just go
g4?
G4.
But now, okay, so you want to
now
run
I'm
back
going
with the
to
king.
go run back, yeah.
For example.
Yeah, and now king to g7.
Yeah, but here I have a feeling, for example, if white plays h4, white will play, for example, black continues waiting. White will play f4 and eventually just slowly run the king in, and black's rook is tied down behind the a-pawn forever. I think this is actually quite a well-known win. He plays rook c5. He doesn't want to sacrifice a pawn. This is move 59 now, rook a4.
But then rook a4.
And it's just over. We won't be sat here for another few hours because the pawn just marches. This is endgame 101. Etienne Bacrot, heartbreaking stuff. He was on the brink of a draw, but he's collapsed. It's the fault of that g5 move. Don't think he should have forced the issue. He saw some ghosts.
Yeah, and 17 seconds and he brings his king in, but the plan is straightforward for Caruana. Just move the a-pawn up the board.
Yeah, and black's rook will be forced to go passive, and maybe some chances here. The white king needs to mobilize. I just wonder whether you rush or whether in this position you first bring the king. The black rook's going to go back. Sorry, going to go back either way. Fabiano calmly sipping his water there, or his tea, or his coffee. One move. We're almost at move 60.
Okay.
I do wonder as
King
well.
King F, right?
Yeah, king f1. I also wonder whether you just push pawns, or maybe you fix this structure first. I'm not sure how. Do you need to get an inroad
so
with
go
your king? H4?
Yeah.
Yeah, black will most likely play g4. Now there's a route in for the white king.
Yeah. And now, now you can go your plan of...
So what we want to achieve, maybe we should highlight, is, for example, if black at some point has to go back and around, white wants to get a situation where any king and pawn endgames are simply winning, so black is never able to take on a7. If black cannot take on a7, then the rook is paralyzed forever. He pushes his a-pawn first, so he's going for something similar, and the question is, why not just bring the king now?
Yeah.
I mean, we fixed the kingside pawn structure, that doesn't hurt at all, but king f1, or maybe we, okay, let's say we put the rook in the corner.
Yeah.
Nobody puts the rook in the corner, apart from us, but it just looks winning.
Also, yeah, and that looks completely winning. And that was quite straightforward. I was also wondering whether you can go rook a6 and try to...
Very straightforward, yeah. Rook a6 in this
go
position.
Go a7 and then rook...
And cut the king off along this rank, but then the king, I guess, moves on the 7th. But at the right moment, you probably just ditch your pawn and go after all of black's. Oh, wow, we even see a resignation. On move 60, he didn't even play on or test Fabiano. It's probably just a dead loss position, but... Wow, that ended so abruptly.
Wow. And what a kind of chain of events. Can we just do an action replay? Because we joined the game when Fabiano played knight to g4. And then it just seemed that this completely startled Etienne, and he just played king f8 and then proceeded to make a few moves. But, I mean, what was the position before? Knight to g4?
Yeah, the position before knight to g4, it was here where I think rightly he offered to trade queens. So actually he did everything correct, back row. He defended a really horrible opening, tough middle game, and finally made it to the endgame intact. And knight g4, it was just the fact he had no time to calculate. It was the panic. And king f8, I think it was this move, g5, that he will live to regret. He could have, for example, just gone after the b-pawn. I don't think there were any pitfalls. Maybe a trap or two, but putting the king on f6 next. White's rook is just paralyzed on f4. It's terrible, it's passive. but he actually pushed it to a better square. And as we saw in the game, just panic sets in now. Knight c6, the decisive mistake. Again, he didn't need to rush with that, maybe keeping rooks on the board, but as we saw in the endgame, never allow your opponent past pawns, especially when their rook can slide behind like this. And he resigned in light of the fact the white king just comes. White would pin down the black rook in the corner, march with the king, and as we saw there, white is way ahead in this race. King d3, black can do nothing.
And
king d4, and the pawns drop.
Yeah. Fantastic result there for Fabiano Caruana. Just knight to g4. What a plot twist.
What a plot twist. We were writing this off almost. We thought that chances were fading quite quickly. Winning chances for white. We thought that black had done everything correctly, but this is a star move. And we'll get the lowdown on this very shortly. Knight to g4. Never too late to look for tricks, even in the endgame.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to go down in the endgame books. And we are going to be joined very shortly by Fabiano, who will be going through his game alongside Fiona just in a few minutes. But in the meantime, we do see that there are 2 games ongoing. We can see Yakubov facing off against Prander, whereas Maxime Vassilgraf is playing Alan Pichot.
Yeah, both of the games we see on camera right now are likely to end in draws. Long way ahead, of course, and they're not affecting the top of the standings. But one player who has joined the top and joined the lead is Fabiano. Welcome.
Thanks.
Fabiano, congratulations. Did that win sort of come unexpectedly in the end?
Yeah, I'm not very happy with this game overall. I mean, I got a huge advantage out of the opening. I think it was close to winning. But I played it rather poorly, and also he defended well. And yeah, I had already given up hope. I was kind of moving back and forth just at some point because I had no ideas. And okay, I figured that if we get low on time, maybe at some point I'll get some chances, which is what happened. I guess this is like this position is where I started to feel like there's maybe some hope to win the game, although very, very small hope. But.
So why was that the moment after queen c3? What happened here?
Yeah, because I saw this idea of taking knight g4, and I think it's a draw. Like, I thought this should be a draw, but he has a choice of very tricky ways to make a draw, because there's positions like this, and this is tricky. I mean, I can play with 2 rooks, rook f3, rook g4, rook a3, rook b4, rook a7. I mean, okay, black suffers. It's and king f8. I felt like, okay, it's getting very complicated. f5, rook a1. I think g5 was a big mistake. I was actually thinking rook b3 is very critical here, and I wasn't 100% sure. He's kind of like gets very tactical, because after he takes on b4, very often I have tactics involving rook e7, but I didn't see how it works. Like one line which is probably not even relevant, which I was looking at, was something like and king f6, rook e7, and rook e4. I mean things like this. But I thought maybe even rook a6. Maybe I have rook a4, but I didn't really believe in it, and maybe this endgame is a bit unpleasant because his pawns get very, very weak. Okay, it should be a draw, but I mean black is the one who has to prove it. And after g5, I understood his idea is probably knight c6, which looked losing to me. But of course, like the last moment is, well, he has to play rook d6 for better or worse. Although I assume it's very, very, very close to lost, if not lost.
What went through your mind when you saw g5 appear on the board?
Well, after g5, I still wasn't sure, like if I'm much better after rook d4 or not, because it's really a question of like one tempo in all these positions. But I figured if his idea is g5 connects to knight c6, which seemed very logical, then I might suddenly get very serious chances to win the game. And also, I like the fact that here it's always very tricky, because his pawns become so weak that even if he has some way to hold on, it's always going to be a nightmare for him, and he's also low on time. So yeah, at this point I was starting to get pretty optimistic.
And then maybe you can just show us the last couple of moves of the game.
Yeah, he just resigned here after rook c8. I mean, okay, I was kind of just thinking, because I didn't want to rush it. Okay, the trend had changed very quickly. I went from draw to suddenly winning. But it's, I mean, the reason he resigned is because after I push the pawn and I just bring my king forward, he can never take my a pawn. So this will be probably a long process of slowly getting my king in, but there's no hope for him because any king and pawn ending is losing because I collect all his pawns. So that's why he resigned.
The last time we talked, you told me you hadn't played one of these super long games, but I imagine it's very sweet to find a full point at the end of a long day.
Well, yesterday also I played an even longer game. And yesterday I was probably saved just by a draw because I was very close to losing the final position. I was really over-optimistic and careless and almost got punished. And okay, 2 long games in a row, I'd like to say that it would be nice to rest, but I suspect that anyway the next game and all the rest of the games will be very difficult as well.
Tomorrow most likely will start early. Of course, conditions are the same for everyone, but how much do you feel that will throw you off your routine?
Well, I just like to know when we're starting for sure, because we're told that we don't know. And I don't mind when we start, but I'd just like to know tonight so I know when to get up, basically. That would be the main thing. But yeah, I'll see the pairing. I think I'll probably play Vidit, I guess. I'm not 100% sure, but I played Yasipenko, so I don't know who else is leading. So Vidit seems like a more or less forced pairing. So yeah, it'll be a tough game obviously for both of us. It's already quite high pressure.
Do you know what your head-to-head in classical against Vidit looks like, roughly?
Not many games. Oh my God, how many games have you played? I'm not sure if I'm up. I don't think I've ever lost to him. Have I beaten him? I'm not sure if I've beaten him either.
I didn't mean to put you on the...
I don't know, maybe we like drew a game or something? Do you know? Or
no, I don't
I thought you were testing me?
No.
No, I have no idea what it is, but we've played very few games, so I really don't know.
So that will be exciting tomorrow. I'm going to turn to our commentators to see if they have any final questions for you.
To be honest, I think we should just let you get some rest, Fabiano. Yeah. Congratulations on your win today.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fabiano. Good luck.
And there we see it, the playing hall emptying out now, but more importantly, the top boards are done, Jovanka. I just want to correct myself. I mentioned that some results are most likely to be draws. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is going to win his game because this black knight is trapped. Just a nice pattern to show as we wrap up today's action. This knight is going to be caught behind enemy lines on g1.
Yes, so Maxim Vachier-Lagrave winning another game, so he'll welcome that and he will move to 5 points with victory against Alan Pichot. And it's been a very exciting day. A lot of decisive results, both in the open and the women's section. And let's recap on the results of round 8. And with Fabiano Caruana's victory, he moves to 6 points alongside Andrei Yasipenko and Bogdan Daniel Deak, as well as Vidit. So now we have a 4-way tie at the top. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and I just want to admire that picture, that graphic. 6 wins for white, a whitewash, white day in this round. And meanwhile, let's go and recap the women's section.
Let's take a look. And the play has a long finish, but again, it was another whitewash for round 8, with there being 5 victory for the white pieces. But because of the top draws, that we do see the status quo being preserved. Anna Mazicuk, Vaishali and Antoinette Ivanova all maintaining their lead with 6 points, but chasing them with 5.5 points. There are 4 players.
Yeah, so 4 leaders in the open section, 3 leaders in the women's. Jovanka, as Fabiano said himself, things are heating up. It's going to be really high stakes now in the closing stretch of the tournament.
Tension is mounting, and we are coming down to the countdown, David. Final 3 games. Now, tomorrow, the games will probably start earlier, so 11:30 British Standard Time. That's 12:30 Central European time. And we are going to say goodbye, but well, we're going to close the show with an interview with Tanya Sajdev. And thank you everyone for joining in and for watching. So
Tanya, congratulations. You just won a nice game against Mariam. It was a pawn ending. We don't see so many pawn endings. Were you confident from the start that it was winning?
The king pawn ending, I think I needed to be a little precise like you do with king pawn endings, because in certain positions I'm not winning it if she's in time with her king. So I managed to kind of get my king to the right spot before trading the bishops. I wasn't confident. I mean, if you calculate this king pawn ending, then it's fine. But you have to be very precise in these positions. I think I was less confident in the opening.
How are you feeling after the second win in a row?
Feeling good. I think since the rest day, it's gone pretty well. And in general, I'm really enjoying playing and being back on the board. So overall, regardless of how the first half went and what's going to happen in the remaining rounds, I'm really happy to be here.
You, of course, work as a commentator, as an interviewer. You wear so many different hats in the chess world. You mentioned it's nice to be back. When was your last event, and did you miss playing?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me about my last event. It was a year ago. I played the Olympiad, and then after that I played one more tournament, the Asian, and that was last October. I haven't played since. Yeah, I'm really happy to be back on this side. It was only once I got to the board that I realized how much I was actually missing it. And it's a completely different animal from commentating, but it's really nice to be back, and maybe I'll play more next year.
We certainly miss you over the board. How do you reconcile working full-time in the chess world and staying in shape for these big events?
I think I try to follow what I really want to do in that moment, and I was, the first half of the year I didn't play due to some personal health reasons. The second half of the year I was commentating a lot and enjoying that and loving that a lot, and then I got this opportunity to be at the Grand Swiss, and this was really big for me. So it was a very impulse decision to actually accept the invitation, because I just felt like this is the tournament, of the year, and you really want to be here. So I said yes, and that kind of motivated me to start training a bit. I had about a month before I came here, and I just tried to do my best, getting my mind in the best shape that I could.
You're here with your mother. You've played here a couple of times before. How does it feel to be back, and how are you enjoying your time?
She's accompanying me after a really long time, and she used to come with me a lot more, but then she realized that I'm old enough to take care of myself. It's really nice to have her around, of course. It's a long tournament. It's a very difficult tournament, and not having played for such a long time, I think it's nice to have that support here. It's cool to have here, and I've been here twice before, but this is my first time in the Grand Swiss. I love playing in the Isle of Man. I think it's really nicely organized. The place is nice. You can't go wrong with the restaurants. The food is great. People are awesome. So yeah, it's a nice tournament to be at.
Do you have a favorite restaurant here?
I do, actually. So 3. But there's this little fish cafe, which is, I love seafood. It's by the sea, really good fish. If you're in Isle of Man, definitely check it out. And there's a really nice Indian restaurant, Aura. And it's been a long trip for me, and I still have a long way to go before I go back home. So a little bit of Indian food in the middle always helps.
You say you still have a long way to go until you go home. What's next for you?
So I've still got games here, and then after that I'll be going to St. Louis. And then I'll finally go back home after the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Returning to your event here for a second, you said things are going better since the rest day. What did you get up to, and what do you think changed? Can you pinpoint something?
I actually had a really difficult game right before the rest day, because it was a long fight against Nino, and I should have held that rook pawn ending, but I lost in the end after some 6-7 hours of play. That was quite devastating and heartbreaking. But in general, I think slowly with every passing game, I've been feeling that I'm getting more into the rhythm, more into the flow. And like I said, regardless of the result, Fiona, it's been just amazing to play. So I feel that the first couple of games, I was definitely kind of doubting my calculations a lot more, feeling that rustiness a lot more, and that's gotten better over time.
It's certainly a great joy having you back over the board. How do you compare? I think it's a tricky question, but do you get more joy out of playing or commentating? How do they compare?
I'd love to know your answer to that one. Yeah, it's a tough one, like you said, because all I know is that I do love the game, and whether it's playing or it's commentary, I always want to and try and give my best at it. And I think, I'm just inspired by the game itself. So it's really difficult to strike the balance, as you probably know yourself. It's not easy. But then I think it's just about a lot about personal growth for me and just seeing how far I can go in both these things.
And just final question, there are 3 rounds left. Can you tell us a little bit about how you've been preparing for your games here?
Here the time controls are long and the games go on for quite a while. We get done quite late in the evening, but I do try to put in and check my game once I go back. So that's the first thing I do after my game, kind of just quickly go through it. Then in the morning is when I prepare for the next round. Try to stay fresh because it's a very difficult tournament. Every game is so tough here, but I think that's the joy of it as well. So the most important thing for prep for me is to try to have a fresh mind as much as possible.
Fantastic. Well, we'll let you go get a rest. Tanya, congrats again, and best of luck.
Thanks, Fiona.
you.